There it is, a beautiful double kill. 2-0 for West Ham, progressing through to the next round.
Auto block, camping that tank very well, not taking too much damage. Lemon Lime just took a bolt off prayer.
Look at this, he's completely taking control of it. The third. There's another redemption from I'm So Happy. He still has 3 doses of restore as well. He can still keep this in. Goes for the claw, 25 damage coming in. Both players use a redemption, and I'm So Happy's gonna take it at the end.
Very good here for Morrow. This is a... Wow, look at this! In 3 hits! 40, 30, 30!
Hello and welcome to the Method Mayhem PvP tournament. A $9,000 prize pool on the line today as players will be competing for all of the glory. I am joined today with Pure Spam and West Ham as your casters, as I am your host, Poison Potion. And I'm really looking forward to some of the fights that we got going for today. What do you guys think that we're going to be expecting in this tournament?
Oh, I'm looking really forward to it. And a lot of people have been talking about the EU specific bracket to be one of the most competitive around, you know, in general.
By far
EU
the most
always.
stacked, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in general, like with most competitive games, EU normally beats NA anyway. So you're in for a right treat this weekend. We've got, you know, West Ham himself, who's casting today, also competing. I'm looking really forward to it. It's been a long time since an event, since I've cast an event as well. So yeah, I'm happy to be here and look forward to seeing some high octane PvP action.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. We are looking at probably the most stacked bracket I have ever seen in a RuneScape tournament so far. So I'm really in for this, honestly. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, now we're going to be having, this tournament is going to be based on a double elimination sort of style bracket system. And I think we're all going to learn about that as we go along. I understand somewhat how double elimination works, but as the tournament keeps going here, we will figure it out more here. Looks like our first fight is going to be coming up with Cloud versus Golf. Either you guys know these PKers?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
Golf is recognized, you know, all around. He's a streamer as well, and he's competed in previous tournaments. Played with Blazers, so I've PK'd with him before in TeamSpeak and that. West Ham, you probably fought him quite a bit, haven't you?
Yeah, I fought Golf a few times. He is definitely one of the top players in this game, I'd say. I'm not so sure about his opponent, but I'm definitely looking forward to seeing his fight. I do think that he will win this, unless this hidden opponent is someone that's really good. Unfortunately, we cannot really know, but I think Golf will take that.
Someone's also asking how double elimination works, and although we're not the most clued up on it, I believe it means that you've got to lose 2 fights or 2 sets of fights in order to be eliminated altogether. So there'll be a loser's bracket as well. So if you do lose these first fights, these first rounds, if you make it all the way through the loser's bracket, you can still go into the final, and you'll still, you know, have a chance of winning that $1,500 worth of prize money and going through to the grand finales too. So it's going to be extra exciting seeing an underdog maybe that gets, you know, hit out in the first round from a bit of bad RNG, maybe comes back and takes the whole series. So should be exciting.
Right. And I believe the winner of the loser's bracket, if they are to go into the finals, the winner of the winner's bracket then gets the first 2 games, I believe, that he gets. In a best of 7, he gets the first 2 games automatically, if I am correct.
Yes,
so that
I think
will
that's
be,
right.
Yeah, so that will be, usually, sometimes those loser brackets, you have to win twice, but that's the way we're going to be doing it. So what do you think we're going to be seeing here as far as overall metas? Well, not overall metas, but for people that don't really PvP as much, let's probably just get a little bit of an explanation as to what they're going to be looking at or seeing today.
Casper, you're the one that really put forward a lot of the suggestions for the setup. Like you decided to have a shield as well, didn't you? Suggestion for
Yeah, so
4-way switches rather than, you know, the meta of 3-way, which is usually what people use in LMS. Do you want to go into that and explain the reasoning behind it?
Yeah, so I think it was mainly me and Mangt that designed the setup, and the reason that we chose this setup is because we want it to be as punishing as possible for when someone gets hit on robes, but at the same time also give the tank defense a bit of a boost. So it's going to be a little bit harder. It's going from a 3-way to a 4-way, which doesn't sound like a lot, but for most NH takers, I'd say 1 tick in a 4-way is fairly hard. Most people can't do it, so it'll be a bit different.
Yeah, and in general, this is a PvP NH tournament, so those that aren't really familiar with that, that means players will be using all 3 attack styles, range, mage, and melee, switching between to try and catch their opponents off prayer. Of course, the overhead prayers reduce damage by 40%, so getting your right prayers right, and like West Ham just said, they're getting the right tank gear on at the same time is absolutely crucial to minimizing the damage taken and maximizing your outward DPS too. So yeah, we're going to really see, like we said before, some of the best players in the game pretty much today and tomorrow, so it should be really exciting.
And of course, everybody is going to be max combat here. We're looking 99s across the board. And I think everybody has, I don't know if there was a requirement for combat level to get in, but I don't know if everybody has 99 prayer. That'd probably be the only thing that if we see a slight variation in, or, but we'll have to see.
Typically, when you're fighting with 3 restores and 3 brews, you should be completely fine either way, but I could see 77 prayer with a poor brew to restore ratio management being a bit of a problem, but realistically, it shouldn't happen.
Right. And I do think that that there was a requirement for how much you could use in your inventory, or was that all free reign?
Wait, sorry, repeat that. What do you say?
I was saying if the inventory, how much food was allowed in each inventory, and was that a, did they decide on that, or was it just like you could use brews or sharks or whatever?
I mean, you
It's
can
a
use
free
shark.
brew
Yeah,
cap, right?
yeah, it's free brew cap, but whatever food you bring,
okay,
if,
free
you,
brew
if you
cap,
choose to
okay.
bring karambons or not, that's completely up to you.
Yeah, as for the gear as well, like everyone's got exactly the same gear, right? Or is there a differentiation in terms of like claws versus AGS, West Ham?
I do believe the claws and AGS are changeable, but
Cool.
anything else should be completely like standard. Everyone has
Yeah.
to wear the same thing. It's only the spec weapon that you can change.
Right, well, it looks like we're jumping straight into the first fight, aren't we? So before you said West Ham, you weren't too sure who this guy Cloud was, correct?
Yeah, I'm not. I've not heard of him before. I know Golf is a really, really good NH'er, but his opponent never heard of him. So we might see a little bit of an underdog movement here, but we'll see.
I mean, so far we see Golf absolutely annihilating this guy and doing some really nice freeway constant switches and trying to fake his opponent out. And if he catches this barrage here, then he'll be able to DD and start to really put the pressure on. But catching the barrage is like as you know, as an NH'er, it's just integral, isn't it? It gives you the momentum that you need to really take control of the fight.
Oh yeah, 100%. If you can get that DD momentum, that's gonna earn you the fight, unless your opponent can somehow bring it back from that. If both opponents are splashing, it could be you could utilize that and you just keep like ranging and whipping on robes. But right now, we're not seeing a lot of that.
Yeah, so Golf is this guy, Anarchy, who's currently got the DD and going underneath. I think they both used one spec so far. Of course, they get 2 Dragon Claw specs, both being able to output, like, what, 70, 80 max hit. Unfortunate there for Golf, though. Hits, like, a 10 damage stack or something with the D-Claw spec. And not the best. I think both players right now trying to catch that freeze once again, going in for a whip hit. Big whip. What do you think about the whip?
It is
Using
looking
that over range
extremely
mage?
even. I mean, I would say that bolts are stronger than the whip. I would definitely do a whip hit on robes rather than a bolt on robes, though, that's for sure. But we are looking at a bit more, I'd say, range and mage DPS than melee DPS here.
Looks like Golf really likes using the whip when he's able to, and his opponent usually praying mage predominantly, because obviously the freezes can really stack up, and catching those freezes is so important. Catching that freeze there, integral for Sainsbury's, steps underneath, gets a whip hit in as well, and now he gets to take control of the fight once again. But unfortunately, hitting 0 is not to do much, and not using his mage book either. What do you think about that one?
Yeah, so I've seen a lot of people freeze them with their tank shields, and I mean, I guess it can be worth it. I'd say if you were to have to take a hit on robes, I would rather do it with my shield and risk not getting the freeze than to equip my mage's book, because that shield does give you a lot.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of defense bonus. I think right now I'd say that Anarchy right now, or rather Golf, is doing a better job of outputting his DPS and catching his opponent off prayer. And the DDing meta, of course, standing underneath, def dotting as it's known by, really, really important. Again, are you a DD Bridder, or are you more of the Pillar Pete that was coined as a phrase against you in previous tournaments? Do you like the DDing?
I definitely prefer movement over DDing,
Yeah.
since I believe there's a little bit more skill involved with that. But I don't know, DDing has become the meta so far, and it's definitely easier to do than to run around.
I think right there, Golf hit like a 38 whip. Again, those whip hits are coming in clutch right now. His opponent's not really praying melee enough. Although it's not over, till it's over. In these fights with RNG and how it's involved, you can hit, 40 bolts, can't you, max hit? And you can hit 70, 80 claw specs, like we said. Both players should have an extra claw spec before the fight's over. So
if you get an opal bolt
way.
spec as well, if you get an opal bolt spec, you can hit as high as a 53, so that can be a complete game changer.
Absolutely, and oh god, the beautiful claw fakey there, forcing his opponent to pray melee just in time, taking out the bolt. Unfortunately, not working for him, hitting a 0, but looks like Golf really is, staying calm and actually gets the hit off prayer. 0 claw specs, so frustrating, isn't it, when that happens?
So far, it's looking a bit even, but it's definitely looking a bit more in Golf's favor.
Ah man, Golf's just chucked up Smite for a second there. I think he's feeling pretty confident that he's in the lead. It is a best of 3, I believe, as well, all these fights. So, winning that first one gives you not only the confidence, but really pushes you a little bit further in securing that win. Oh, claw.
The claw poke as well.
Oh, the little scratch trying to DPS him a bit. To be fair, the guy, Golf did put a prey melee there, so maybe using the spec wasn't the best idea. He wasn't a mistake, but it was a
yeah, I mean, if he can somehow
non-spec.
utilize that and get it off prey here, taking that barrage on tag.
Oh dear, he put the Mystic Robe on as well. He managed to get himself the Carol stop on in time. Like we said before, having those double tank on at the right time to minimize damage. Oh my god!
Oh,
it's like
it appears that claw spec was worth saving.
That's it. That's why you wait for it. And in these matches, how much food do you reckon? How much HP pools these guys got with free brews? Like 600, 500?
I believe, yeah, so I think it's somewhere between 550 and 600 is the amount of HP that you need to do. Obviously, that can change depending on if your opponent can get some redemptions off.
Yeah. Someone's asking as well, who's this Sainsbury guy? It's a guy called Cloud. We're not really too familiar who he is, but, as far as the NH scene goes, there's so many names that keep underground and don't themselves be found out. And in general, people that might not want to be known as who they are just because... all kinds of nefarious activity in the community and such like that.
It does appear that Sainsbury is out of food though, and Golf is really utilizing the barrages here. The mage accuracy is genuinely very strong here. The only difference... Sorry, go.
I was going to ask just how much the mage book actually gives. It's plus 15, isn't it?
Yeah, so what
really
we have right now is very high mage DPS. Mage accuracy, sorry. But the barrage can't really hit as high as the bolts and the whips, so...
Yeah,
it's a little bit of pick your poison.
As we expected there, of course, Golf does take that first win. He's commonly known as one of the better NHs in the game. So he'll be feeling confident after that, getting the first one. Needs to win one more to go through. But hey, it's not over till it's over, It's a game of RNG as well. So Sainsbury's could still come back and take the win. Yeah,
apart from a few mistakes, I think Sainsbury was keeping up well with Golf. So there's still a chance that he could win.
Great first fight there. I mean, just something from somebody that, well, I'm not the most, how you would say, experienced PvPer, but I do go in LMS quite a bit and go in some fights. And something that really messes me up is the amount of movements that some of those really good players have. And we saw a lot of that fight. And it is just so hard when you're trying to catch a barrage or catch a freeze, and they're just flying all over the screen.
Oh, yeah. It's most impressive when you saw Golf a minute ago as well. A few times he went in for the claw spec and then out of nowhere just did a four-way switch and whacked on his robes and one-ticked the barrage. And just doing that whilst you're also moving around and darting around to try and get your opponent to misclick. That's really high-tier gameplay, really impressive.
Yeah, so one thing that we probably will see a few times during this tournament especially is if both opponents can't catch a freeze and they eventually start giving up on it, it's really beneficial if you can manage it to equip as high mage defense as you can and attempt to try whip your opponent on robes as he's going for the freeze.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like I said, a lot of high level play here. We will be going into the next round in just a moment here.
Here we go. Round 2. Well, round 1 still technically. Second fight of the best of 3 series for the first fight of the day. And once again, trying to catch that initial freeze is so important. And wow, is that a 35 barrage, I think? And checking a bolt there, 22 through prayer as well on tank. That is huge. That's what this guy needed, Cloud, to come back against Golf and take control of the fight. And so far, he's just not been hit any damage. Unfortunately, getting a few zeros himself too, but catching Golf off prayer quite a bit.
He is doing a really good job with the DD, and the only thing I'm noticing a lot with this Sainsbury guy is that he's not really utilizing that Mage's book. Although Golf is not able to hit him, he's still barraging with that D square, which it does make a big difference, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just there, like you said, Golf chucked on the Mage's book, managed to catch that imperative freeze. And unfortunately for Golf, he used a D-Claw spec to try and get back in the fight, but his opponent did catch the prey melee in time. So now it's just a case of, back and forth until one person gets a bit of momentum, and then... Oh, the Claw spec, 5 tick, was that?
Yeah, that's a 0-0-0. That is tragic to see.
Yeah, Golf managed to put the prey melee. Perfect timing there. And now the next freeze is going to be really important. Going for a blitz, using his brews carefully, trying to keep high HP so he can't get stacked out too much. Getting caught off prayer by Golf, but catching the freeze. Gonna DD, managed to do so. A few zeros, but he's, I think he's doing really well this fight compared to the second one, the first one as well.
I mean, Sainsbury is definitely keeping up. I'd say Golf is doing a way better job. This is truly a display of a highly skilled enager versus someone who is a decent enager, in my opinion here.
Yeah, but ultimately, like we said before, the game is quite RNG based in terms of sometimes you're going to hit the numbers, sometimes you're not. Overall, especially after doing free fights or best of 3, hopefully the best nature will come out on top. But it can go either way, which is what makes it so exciting. Right, next freeze coming in. Oh, that was a claw spec off prayer for Golf.
That's a disappointing claw robes right there. That is 20. That he truly deserved to get a lot more out of that.
Yeah, and now not only is obviously DDing important for trying to catch your opponent off prayer, not allowing them to know what you're going to do next. It's also good for if you take a bit of damage, you can DD underneath, safely heal yourself back up again, which uses ticks as you're losing momentum. But if you're just DD'd and no one's fighting back anyway, it's not a big deal. Claw spec coming in, maybe the fakie catches him out. 0 on robes, close.
If you are taking a lot of damage, I'd say that catching that freeze is monumental, because then you can use DD, kind of regain your composure and step right back into the fight with full HP, like fully potted everything.
I think right now, unfortunately for Golf, he's just missed so many freezes there, just keeps splashing and just can't get his himself back into the fight here. Now this next freeze is going to be absolutely crucial for him. Goes for a whip
he's been focusing a lot on the melee mage here, and it's not really doing him all that well. I'd say they're both barraging a lot with the D squares, and either of them are just hitting nothing. The bolts seem to be coming out on top here, honestly.
Oh, that's a big Opal bolt, 24 through his prayer, quite unfortunate because it was on tank as well. And again, I think just right now, Golf's just having a bit of a bad time. He's hitting his opponent on robes a bit as well and just still hitting zeros. Is he going to get caught here, or is he going to keep the momentum going? He's got that Mage's Book, so he does have the advantage in that respect. But the next freeze is going to be crucial, isn't it?
Even these barrages for Golf are rather tragic. Getting hit on robes there, taking a 0, lucky for Golf, but it does kind of look like Golf should be winning this.
Yeah, so far I'd have to agree with you. I think Sainsbury's does have a 1 claw spec left. I think Golf used both of his, but of course in these fights you do get spec back, don't you? If you use them early enough, you get 3 specs overall, right?
Yeah, I mean, in most fights we should be seeing people regenerating at least 50%, and in some cases we will see them getting a whole 2 claw specs back.
Oh, again, then that was a beautiful from Golf, stepping in, running in, and then doing the spec. Oh no!
Taking a claw spec off prey there.
Oh, and retaliating, both hitting zeros on the claw specs. Very unfortunate for both players there, but I mean, it's equal in that respect too. Next freeze coming in for Golf. Able to catch it, steps underneath, and now tries to get back into the fight. I'd still say, though, like, it's pretty even in terms of HP right now, even though I think...
Yeah, right now, I'd say they're both just dealing about 0 down. They're not doing a lot. It seems like the hits are kind of stale here. Not a lot is happening. I think that we're in for a long fight on this one, for sure.
Yeah, and that sometimes happens, but I mean, all it takes is like, a few consecutive good hits, hitting those 30s and 40s, and out of nowhere, you've dealt like, a quarter of your opponent's food supplies. So both players being frozen here, both trying to chuck on those tank shields, importantly as well. Golf getting hit, an Opal bolt on prayer, on tank, 21. That is so frustrating, isn't it?
He's got some insane bolts this fight, but still at the same time, they are both not dealing a lot of damage here.
No. The Mystic Boots as well, like the mage accuracy right now these guys have got is pretty huge with the Mage's Book too. I'm surprised they're not catching more freezes. Saying that though, Golf catches that freeze, finally gets the upper hand for a moment, gets the bolt on prayer, 19, and he's not having any damage being taken back. He's running circles around this guy right now, which is huge. You're getting those extra free hits.
He's getting a lot of free hits here. Yeah, Golf is getting a lot of free hits on these freezes, and it doesn't really look like Sainsbury's able to fight back right now as well. He's utilizing that momentum, trying to catch him on robes.
And one thing that Golf does really well, what I mentioned before, is and Poison Potion mentioned actually, is the movement. Skirting around, sliding around like a figure skater on ice, and beautifully just trying to get their opponent to misclick constantly. I think. Yeah.
So the Duel Arena isn't exactly that big, but obviously a lot of people are zooming in, they're zooming out. So when you're running far away from your opponent, it could catch them off guard in the sense that they could misclick, have to zoom out to be able to see you and stuff like that.
I mean, every little advantage you can get in these fights is really important. So it does add up if you can catch your opponent for a few extra hits here and there. 26 barrage for Golf, catching his opponent off prayer just a little bit more, and just constantly these switches, man, just constantly fake. Look at him go. The claw spec. He actually predicted it though.
Flying right now. He is flying with these switches.
I'm surprised the guy didn't get caught off prayer there, to be honest. It was a really good prey flick from Sainsbury's, getting the prey melee up just in time. Although Golf right now, the barrage on the right prayer, hitting nothing though, splashing. The whip hit, 29, that's big.
It does appear that Sainsbury's out of food here as well.
Oh my gosh!
He does go down.
That's what we mean. Out of nowhere, like the fight just can turn like that. You can hit like 30, and bam, you get a massive lead. And I think that was a deserved win for Golf there, wasn't it?
I mean, yeah, for sure. I'd say that Golf is definitely outplaying Sainsbury there. I do believe it's a best of 3, so Golf is 2-0 and he has gone through.
That is correct.
It definitely seems like Golf is the better player here.
Yeah, although saying that, all these guys that are in this bracket right now, like I said before, the EU bracket is incredibly well stacked. So that guy Cloud was disgustingly good too. It's just Golf was a little bit better. But yeah, good fights all around.
So Golf advancing to round 2 there, as like you said, very good fights. The amount of switching that is going on, I mean, it's hard to keep track of a lot of it. For those of you that don't notice, a lot of the time you'll see these players actually holding their toxic staff while in their range armor. That's basically they just attacked and they are putting that on for just a little bit more mage defense in case the other person would happen to be barraging so that they could possibly splash. And that is that amount of thinking in a couple of seconds is baffling to me. But anyways, like we said, Golf moving on to round 2. We're going to be going into another fight in a little bit here. That next fight going to be Curtis Jones versus Repalf, I believe his name is.
So Curtis Jones is the demon, Bellis OSRS, who used to be known as a really good PVMer, just like used to do all kinds of crazy stuff. Became a PKer, joined Blazers, and after like a year of PKing, I think he ended up being one of the better PKers in the game, and he's stunned everyone at how quickly he adapted and just how good he is now. As for King Harry or Repalf, do you know who that is, West Ham?
I'm not so sure if this is Frontline Harry. If it is Frontline Harry, we could be looking at a very good fight here. I'm not entirely sure though, so I'm not going to take my guesses on that one. But for Bellis, I mean, realistically, even if it is Harry, I do believe Bellis is going to take this home.
Really? Well, I mean, Frontline and Blazers, who's been represented by Bellis, those guys, teams don't get along that well, I'm guessing. There's a lot of feuds in different teams. So if it is, that's a pretty big one.
All right, we're going to be heading now into the next fight here.
All right, let's jump into it. Prediction, West Ham? What do you think? Who's going to win?
I think Bellis is going to come out on top. I think Bellis has got the experience in tournaments. He's done this before. He should be able to compose himself and perform at his peak. So
yeah, I see the Blazers boys in the Twitch chat right now wiggled on that lot, all saying demon, emphasizing my comment about Bellis and just how good he is. I think in the preliminary rounds, actually, before we got into this bracket a few days ago, Bellis went up against Manked, who is a previous DMN winner and known, all around the community as being one of the best PKers in the game and has the accolades to prove it. I'm pretty sure that Bellis beat him and knocked Manked out. So, Bellis is definitely one to watch the entire way through and could take the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, for Bellis, for example, I feel like both Manked and Bellis have won DMM tournaments before. They're extremely skilled at the game. I would say Bellis definitely does a better job at consistently keeping up with his innate skills, though. I think Manked takes a few breaks here and there. And from what I've seen from Bellis, he's been practicing, putting the work in, making sure that he's on top here.
Well, let's jump straight into it. And so Bellis is going to be Curtis Jones and King Harry is Repalf. So off the bat, looks like Bellis is being frozen and is not getting the upper hand. Gets the claw out, prey melee straight away. Looks like these guys are using Identity Hider, what it's called?
Entity Hider.
Oh, Entity Hider. Yeah. What do you think about that? Do you use it yourself?
So, yeah, I do use Entity Hider. It's extremely hard, especially in duel arena fights, since there's no objects that you can hide around or anything like that. So most people do rely on DDing under your opponent as opposed to hugging a tree or hugging a pillar. You kind of have to use that to be able to see what your opponent's going to do and try to predict it. Yeah,
definitely. So far, looks like pretty even. Neither player being able to use their claw specs. Both, pointless prey melee. Not worth going for a claw spec with the prey melee up. Of course, claws, you get 2 to 3 specs per fight, and they can hit 70 to 80 like I said before. So having that hit on robes potentially, but more importantly, just off prayer is so crucial.
Yeah, it does appear that Bellis is utilizing his Mage's Book yet again a bit more than King Harry is here, but so I'm not sure if you noticed, but getting caught while you're wearing your Mystic top with your Varrock skirt, that's pretty much a guaranteed free. So that's a crucial mistake that Bellis has just made there. Not equipping your K top just means you are very vulnerable. You are nearly guaranteed to get frozen. Coming in with a 41 bolt there into the claw. As well.
Damn. Yeah, when you get those 40 plus bolts, it's so hype, man. You get the momentum just like all over it, but unfortunately the claw spec, being hit on prayer, lost a little bit there. Catching this X freeze is going to be absolutely crucial. Gets the Mage Book on, catches the freeze. AGS versus the claws. So of course the AGS
that's a very interesting choice. I'd say for most people that would pick an AGS, I'd say it would be better to whack. I'm a big fan of AGS whacking as opposed to whipping with your tentacle. I like to prefer going for accuracy than speed, but
yeah,
I don't know. We might be seeing Harry do some of that.
Oh, that claw spec was off prayer. It was a 50 plus claw, which is pretty big. Not as big as it could have been, but it was decent. And next freeze coming in again. I'd say personally the AGS versus the claws. For me, AGS gives you more KO potential. It's a 1 tick, whereas claws hits over 2 game ticks. You can eat out of it. But of course, the AGS being slower, like you mentioned before, with the DD meta that you like to do as well, stepping underneath. If you do those, those 6 tick AGS swings versus a 5 tick weapon or whatever, then it's not a big deal because you're still doing 1-to-1. By stepping under each time.
Yeah,
All
exactly.
getting pre-melee up there. That was beautifully done by Bellis, forcing his opponent not to use the AGS spec, going in for it again, but running away as best he can just off the screen. Catch that freeze. Hopefully Bellis doesn't put the mage book on, but still manages to catch it and gets caught back potentially. Doesn't get caught back, gets to DD and gets a free hit with the whip as well.
So it does appear that Bellis is getting a decent amount of free hits this fight. Getting caught right there, though.
Oh, the one tick, but he does get the pre-melee, predicted it in time. I'm guessing, like, at this stage, all these guys are prediction bidding, right? They're just guessing what their opponent's going to put on, and what they're going to attack with, as opposed to trying to put the player on at the right time.
When it comes to when you're being DD'd, I'd say it's more of a knowing your opponent than actually being able to guess what they're going to do. Since if you're standing in, like, I don't know, a crossbow, for example, for these people, it's extremely easy to just one-tick the whip and step out and hit them. So you kind of have to know your opponent and try predict what they would do as opposed to what you're seeing.
Yeah, Bellis's bolts are going ham, although saying that, Rapalf got a nice 26 there to come back a little bit. Right now, I'm going to say it's pretty even. Another big
I'm
ball
definitely a bit torn here.
I think it could go either way, to be honest.
I'm not sure who's up. Bellis has got a few better specs in than what King Harry has here. I'm not sure if King Harry has used both of his specs. I do believe he's only used one. Bellis taking a bolt on robes.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. A 25 as well to match. Rapalf going to get this freeze in. One ticks it. Bart Bellis has got the prayer and just a bit too late. 29 barrage. That's big. 21 bolt to retaliate, though. Again, it's just back and forth constantly. I don't think either of these guys are really big on DDing from the looks of things either.
No, it kind of looks like they're both splashing a decent bit, so they're trying to utilize catching their opponent on robes. Bellis going in with a spec off prey, unfortunately hitting a 0.
He does get a 21 whip on prey because the guy was in robes, though, which is like almost a max hit whip in that gear. So that was pretty decent. Nice to come back a little bit. But yeah, hitting those 0 claws is really unfortunate, especially when it's off prayer as well. Bellis running away from the AGS there. Again, I mean, this guy that Bellis up against Rapalf, he needs to get that AGS like a 60, 70 to get back in this fight now. And that's what he's going for constantly. Just keeps missing it.
King Harry was he was doing a bit better just a second ago here, but it does look that Bellis is taking it back. I'm not sure if King Harry's out of food. I think he might be.
Yeah, I think so. And goes to the last minute AGS, but it's not enough. 115 HP, you can't hit that. And that's it. Bellis takes the first win in the best of 3.
Didn't appear that King Harry was even attempting to redemption. I didn't see a redemption prayer being thrown up.
Of course, there's a risk with redemption though, right? Like if you get it on the wrong game tick, you're gonna not have any overhead prayers up and end up dying. And I guess at that point, he probably just didn't feel like it was worthwhile.
Yeah, of course, it's all about predicting. It can go either way, honestly.
So that's, I think, Poison Potion, your microphone's muted, mate.
Indeed it was.
Got you, buddy.
Like I was saying, another great fight there. Like you guys said, in the fight, these players, while being DD'd, are using either an Entity Hider or Render Self, which, of course, is allowed in this tournament as Render Self. Not even a function of third-party clients like RuneLite, but rather it's actually built into the game. This allows them to see what gear switches their opponent is using, as opposed to just basically guessing whenever they get walked on top of.
Yeah, I do believe there's a difference between Entity Hider and Render Self. So if I remember correctly, I'm not sure if Jagex have updated this, but if you do the Render Self command in-game, it won't show your HP bar above your head, but if you use the RuneLite plugin Entity Hider, it will show your HP bar, which makes it a little bit more manageable to
and your
kind of
keep
keep
right?
track.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. It makes it a little bit more manageable just to like keep track of where you are and make sure that you're not missing something. Sometimes, I mean, you can lose track and you sit 20 HP without realizing.
Oh, 27 Staff Bash. Of course, the Staff of Light they're using right now is the same strength bonus, I think, as a Dragon Long, but it's a 4-tick weapon like a whip. So even if you do get a few staff whacks accidentally without piety on, even you can still hit like 30s, which is pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, if you Staff Bash with piety, it's not as bad as people think it is. I mean, realistically, if you're Staff Bashing someone and you have piety on and they're wearing robes, you should be hitting.
Yeah, maybe that's going to be a tactic later on. We'll see someone just Staff of Light whacking constantly. Oh, the claw spec off prey and on robes. Double claw spec. Mate, Bellis there, that was so smart, but unfortunately for him, both specs were pretty trash, unfortunately. And that's just how RNG goes so far. 25 on robes again. Rapalf needs to get his tank on right now, because without having it on, it's just, such a major disadvantage. Catching the freeze, Bellis again. Guy might have been brewed down, so called it a bit easier. Now the major level is a bit lowered. And again, DDing in this fight compared to the first one. I'd say that
Bellis is
just
Bellis
all
is
over
definitely doing a lot better here, getting a lot of free hits, making sure that he's utilizing the momentum that he got there at the start. Unfortunately for Bellis, though, he doesn't have any specs. So what King Harry can do here is risk his HP a little bit more, since he doesn't really have to worry about getting knocked out. I mean, as long as he's sitting 45 plus HP, there shouldn't really be a way for him to die.
Yeah, definitely. I was going to say as well, right now, Bellis doesn't look like not having that mage book switch all the time is really, making that much of a big difference. Maybe, being more confident with the freeways, if that's what he's used to, is more worthwhile than trying to switch the extra item.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say if you're not able to one-tick the four-way from what you're currently wearing, then just doing the one-tick freeway and catching them off prey is more beneficial. That Mage's Book can be utilized for those that are fast enough to use it, though, and it looks like Bellis here is actually getting a lot of free hits, making sure that he's utilizing that whip.
Yeah, he's up a couple 100 HP, and every time he uses that whip so far, this fight, I think, and the bolts too, are just going ham, just constant hits, catching off prayer left and right, although getting retaliated a little bit.
34 through prey?
I think I was on the right prayer. I don't think you can hit 34 with free prayer. Another one off prayer, 47 ball, he's back in the fight. Gets the DD,
just like that, two hits, and King Harry's just straight back into the fight.
And like you said before, he still has special, which is why Curtis Jones is keeping up his, or rather Bellis is keeping up his prayer melee as best he can, because, getting hit that 70 as well. 25 on prayer melee on robes, not the best. At least now his spec's going to recharge, so we'll get another spec before the end of the fight as well. Excuse me.
Yeah, Bellis is definitely doing a good job. He's, I'm not sure if you've noticed, but he's using his Mage's Book to bolt in at times where his opponent has already hit him, so he knows that he's not going to get bolted on the Mage's Book, but he's trying to utilize that, so the shield does actually give a little bit of negative range bonus, I believe, so bolting in the Mage's Book is better.
Yeah, definitely. Again, Bellis doing a really good job of catching these freezes and utilizing the DD compared to the first fight as well, where neither player could really get much advantage from the DD breeding. And as a result, Rapalf is really praying Mage a lot, knowing that Bellis is going for those freezes when he's unfrozen, and Bellis is able to get a few bolts off prayer, which, can stack those 40 pluses like we saw before.
Yeah, I mean, it appears right now neither of them are able to catch a freeze. Yeah, they're both just running around, hitting each other on roads.
It's the way it is sometimes, man. It's so frustrating. But Rapalf does catch it. Oh, the third claw spec from Bellis.
That is
a 0.
Yeah, so far Bellis has used 3 claw specs, and I think he's only totaled up to about 50 damage from all 3 being off prey. So that is really unfortunate from his side.
Despite that, I would argue that he's probably up food right now, since his bolts have been pretty good, his mage switches have been decent too, and again, getting underneath. The whip hits, man, it really catches opponent off guard. And again, it's all about the unpredictability of, like, if your opponent thinks you're doing a certain style constantly, then you're going to start praying against it a bit more. But Bellis is switching up his style depending on what his opponent is playing like, so...
Yeah, I mean, what Bellis is doing as well is he is taking... So when he's DD'd, he is taking a sidestep out of his fight, going down there as well, King Harry. So
that was far more one-sided, wasn't it, that fight?
Yeah, definitely. I think Bellis definitely did a lot better there. Bellis, even when he's DD'd, he's taking a lot of those sidesteps out to make it seem like he's going to bolt or barrage and then going straight in for the whip, playing a little bit of mind games here with King Harry.
The RNG that Bellis got there, like, it actually matched up. Like, it was much better than last time. And unfortunately, again, Rapalf just couldn't really catch those integral freezes and got caught on the wrong prayers quite a bit. And also, not using his AGS specs early enough and not hitting that great with them either was pretty frustrating for him too.
And that's exactly why we are
getting your first spec off is very crucial. Sorry, PP, go.
No, that's fine. That's exactly why we're doing these best of 3 sort of matches, and then as we get towards the finals, it's going to be more of best of 7s, because RNG does play a factor. If you get 3 claw specs off prayer, chances are you're going to be doing a lot of damage, but there's also chances that you don't do as much damage, but then maybe your RNG is better in the next fight, so that you can come back in that fight. But yeah, another good one, as that will now be... What was that? Bellis now going to be advancing onto round 2. Next fight we're going to be having up here is going to be...
Sorry to interrupt. Does that mean that from the first 2 fights, that means Golf is going to go up against Bellis this early on?
Yes,
I believe so.
Wow, that is going to be a tough fight. That could go either way, really.
And that's going to be, we've got another series coming up, and then that fight is going to be right after that series, so it won't be too far away now. Next fight is going to be Anvil versus, yours truly, West Ham.
Hey. And that means I am going to be briefly leaving.
All right, nice.
How do you wait
the entire time?
before you jump into this fight, how are you feeling about it? So do you want to tell us a bit about your opponent, Koru? Do you know much about him or how he PKs?
I genuinely have no idea who I'm going against. I don't feel particularly warmed up, but hopefully, if I play things right here, I should maybe win. I don't know how good my opponent is, so it's a complete like random card here, so we'll see.
Well, luckily for you, Sync has just raided, so the extra pressure on extra 150 viewers on your shoulders, mate. Good luck. Give him hell.
You're going to be commentating while you're fighting, right?
Yeah, I thought you were going to say in Discord, right?
Yeah, about that. I'm going to be briefly leaving.
All right. Well, looks like, Ian, you're going to have to run it solo on this one because I can't even keep up with you guys when it comes to this, so...
Well, good luck, West Ham. I wish you the best, mate. I shouldn't really be favouring any contestants, but I'll be rooting for you, man. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. Well, while he's getting ready, I guess we'll just sit back and kind of talk about what else we're going to be expecting the rest of this day, because we're thinking we've got quite a few matches going on here, and I think we've got still another more than likely 5 hours, a little more than that, of fights to come just for today. And of course, it's going to be happening once again tomorrow if we look at the brackets here. And we also have to take into account there's going to be the losers brackets on top of that. So there's going to be plenty of action going on the rest of this weekend, today and tomorrow. And then even the week after that, which will be then the U.S. I can't remember if it was U.S. West or East that was going to be going on next week. So definitely plenty of action to come here.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a quick rundown of all the contestants that are still in this bracket for day one. And in terms of other people to watch and look out for, I'm really looking forward to seeing a few of my friends compete. Solo Mission, content creator.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I look forward to seeing Dino as well, a streamer who's also a Method streamer too. And he's been really killing it lately on the PvP streams. Also, we've got Hamzori versus Ethan, both being like some of the best PKers in the game as well. That's going to be a really intense fight. We've got Robert as well today. Robert, not with his DDS though, so we'll see how that turns out for him. But we're jumping into the fight straight off the bat, so let's get into this. Looks like West Ham. I was talking to West Ham a bit earlier, and he was saying he's not that confident, but man, West Ham is an absolute beast, dude. Although saying that, being caught off the bat, and luckily for him, not getting hit too much damage, but the 31 barrage on the right prayer. He was saying before, he was like, oh, I know this guy is. I should be all right. But yeah, the double 32 as well. He's getting run a train on. Oh no, Casper. Well, I mean, like we said before in these fights, you can come back relatively easily if you get the good RNG. So he catches the freeze there, the 20, steps underneath, starts to gain a little bit of momentum back, gets a free hit as well. He still got claw specs, gets hit a claw spec off prayer, 45 damage, and gets frozen. No, doesn't get frozen. It was a splash from his opponent there. Koru is probably up in this fight, and West Ham desperately needs to catch the next freeze in order to come back as well. Now, West Ham is utilizing the freeway switches. He does have the Mages book as well, and I believe Koru is doing the same. Gets a claw spec off prayer, 52 damage there, I believe. A little bit better from West Ham's, 35 barrage too. Koru's Mages right now is absolutely killing it. He's just decimating West Ham, hitting right through his armor and everything.
Most of what's going on with this, when you have a bad start to the fight like that, and you have to end up eating a lot of combo food, there's so many ticks that your opponent has more damage to put onto you, and if you can't get the DD on, it's just going to run out of control. But thankfully, I think West Ham is starting to get his bearings here.
I think that he's actually just missed maybe 3-4 barrages in a row, getting caught there again, double clicking his prey, getting hit a 13. And now Koru is just the momentum that he's got right now is huge. A 35 bolt as well on Robes. Another bolt, got the right prayer up there for West Ham, luckily. A whip hit off prayer. West Ham desperately needs to catch this freeze. Doesn't even bother by using the Mages book there, just wants to go for it. It's a 30 spec on prayer, on Robes, on tank, sorry, and gets the DD as well. So West Ham's got a chance now to come back. He's used both his specs up, but he's got another one later on. Koru's used one spec so far. So it's going to be pretty interesting how Koru comes back with that one. Claw spec. He doesn't have claw spec yet. I don't know why he went for the claw scratch there. I'm trying to fake his opponent out to pray melee and not switching just in time. West Ham in his Robes being caught by the barrage. Nope, doesn't get caught. Another right prayer on. Whip for the whip. 19 through prayer. West Ham right now is honestly just getting some really bad RNG too, because the hits when he does get his prayer up on the right time, just getting destroyed. That was a 35 bolt on the right prayer on Robes. A whip hit off prayer again, 20-something. West Ham keeps going for those claws. He must have a claw spec there. Maybe I'm wrong and he does have a claw spec remaining. He catches the freeze, finally has a chance to come back. 34 Opal Ball E, gets the DD once again, goes for another bolt off prayer, hits a 0, goes for the claw spec, 30 damage, not bad. And he's slowly scratching back, inch by inch, trying to get back into the fight. And it's not over till it's over, right? We've seen other fights where all it takes is a bunch of 30s and a few 40s, a bit of good RNG to come back again. And if anyone can do it, West Ham's definitely capable. He's had the experience. But then again, I spoke too soon. 42 whip. He's out of food already. This has been the fastest fight so far, and he's out. That's it. Wow.
Maybe he should start commentating over his own fights. It might help him concentrate a little bit more.
Maybe he's psyched himself out, man. I mean, in general, we were on like 2 hours ago, like chatting, chilling, and hanging out when he probably should have been in the duel arena practicing and getting his clicks warmed up. Of course, it's February and it's cold in Europe. It's been pretty chilly, but hey, man.
That is true. In the pre, like when we were talking before the stream came on, he was trying to get a little bit of practice in, but it wasn't very much.
I mean, to be fair, like he did get very, very unlucky there as well. I mean, I do think still that Koru did outplay him and deserved to take the win, but equally, he got some crazy RNG and West Ham just couldn't get his foot back in the fight. To be honest, he just got decimated. So hey, it's a best of 3, of course. So first round does go to Koru. West Ham is a favourite to go far, and like we said before, it's double elimination tournament. So despite West Ham, even if he does lose the next one, he's still in the tournament. He's still got a chance to come back and
of course
pull himself out of it. It's not over.
This is why we also have the best of 3, of course, to make sure that if you get psyched out the first round, you lose because you're a little bit too hyper or whatever, then you have a chance to come back in the next one. And West Ham, of course, is now going to be able to hopefully redeem himself and come back in round 2 or match 2 here.
Yeah, well, if anyone can come back and, keep themselves composed and calm and like, reset their mind to get back into it. West Ham's someone that's had the experience and has been PKing for long enough that he can just come back into this. And he knows it's not over yet. He could come back, win this next fight, and then in a best of 3, he could still go through. So, yeah, I believe in him. I believe he can do it if he catches this first freeze. Oh, whip hit off the start. I've not seen that yet. 0 for a 0, a bolt as well off prayer. Both players not hitting much. A 24 whip on prayer there for West Ham.
There it is.
Luckily, he does go for the barrage though. Gets the DD and realizes he's got to take advantage of this fight. 41 bolt off prayer. That was beautiful from West Ham. And claw spec off prayer too on tank. Only a 17 damage. 29 bolt off prayer. He's getting him off prayer quite a lot right now, and it's really helping. Koru catching a few hits off prayer too, but not really getting much damage now. Tables have turned. Koru goes for the DD as well. Will he get frozen back? Goes for a claw spec. West Ham does predict it, gets the prey melee up in time. 0 spec, really big for him. Gets the freeze, comes in. Oh, that was a beautiful play from Koru. He expects him to come one step away and got a 70 claw spec, a max claw spec pretty much on West Ham, which has brought him back into the fight. Now, both players beside each other have to remember that there are 3 attack styles, so not just having to switch between range and mage, but also the melee as well. West Ham opting for a lot of melee prey, just camping it. And yeah, that 43 bolt, huge, isn't it? When those come in.
He is good. The whip hits are coming through. Unfortunately, his claw specs, he did one on prayer, but it was on robes, and it still went for his 0s. But the whip hits are definitely following through on West Ham's end.
Yeah, and he's also utilizing the Mage's Book, unlike some of his opponents have done, also other people have done the tournament so far. 29 bolt for Koru, catches him a 32 again, underneath, gets the freeze off prayer 2, a 13, catches him off prayer of the whip, a 0 unfortunately, and now West Ham's back in the fight, gets hit a 0, and the next freeze is going to be really important for him. 33 off prayer, staff bash, he's going for the tactic we spoke about earlier, like a D-long, trying to get his 30s in. Catches the pen off the guard. Oh, 40 from Koru again. Koru's RNG is just insane, but to be fair, he is catching Casper off prayer quite a bit right now. Right, West Ham catches the freeze, goes for the DD again potentially, and gets a free hit in. Oh, never mind, he's been frozen a couple squares away. And Koru now staying calm, getting his HP nice and full again. West Ham has used 2 specs. He will recharge another one before the end of the fight. We'll be able to use that. Koru still has, I think, 2 specs left though. He only used 1 at the start, which is why West Ham's already praying melee a lot. And as a result, he's getting annihilated, getting it 30s through his tank gear. Next freeze coming in for Koru, catches, goes for the DD, catches them off prayer as well. Koru gets a bolt, hits a 0, and just, you know, spinning back and forth. One thing that Koru is doing really well as well is keeping his Mystic Robe bottoms on when he goes for his mage defense. And West Ham's really trying to catch those freezes, but can't hit them because, you know, against the Carol's top, it's just too much mage defense bonus. And hit a 4 through prayers. I think it's not a 3 through prayer, but a big Opal spec from Koru there. Going for the DD. West Ham needs to really hit something big here to come back, but it feels like it's just a bit too far behind now in terms of supplies. I think he's probably out of food here. Goes for a last-minute claw attempt. 45 spec. Wasn't too bad. And gets frozen, though, which stops his momentum in its tracks. Koru can now heal up to full HP again, relax a little bit, compose himself. Goes for a barrage, hits it, and West Ham going for some whips, but gets hit by a free hit there. Oh man, the bolts, the barrages, Koru's just hitting everything right now, and West Ham can't seem to retaliate at all, really. All right, both players unfrozen, going for the freeze next once again. West Ham looking for some space here. Neither player managed to catch any freezes at the moment. Going for bolts instead, because both players know they want to catch those freezes and then catch each other off prayer. Claw spec for Koru. West Ham just about gets away. Opal spec only hit a 13, unfortunately. Goes for the freeze as well. Again, catches it for once. A bolt as well. 3 hit, 0 on the right prayer there. Steps out. Another bolt, 14 Opal spec on the right prayer. 0 whip. I mean, West Ham's getting some good hits in here now. He just can't hit the RNG that he's looking for. And I think he might be out of food. But I mean, it's times like this where you're out of food that you feel like the fight's over, that you can really concentrate and just, you know, try and come back. And your opponent might be lulled into a false sense of security, thinking that the fight's already over. That's a big ball, I think, there from Koru. And I think West Ham might be almost out.
Oh, damn.
He is out of food. Unlucky, Casper, mate. You got some pretty bad RNG, man.
I actually wasn't out of food there. That's I was not expecting that bolt at the end.
Oh,
No, I had 3 anglers, unfortunately. I didn't expect that bolt.
Bro.
ooh.
How much food do you have left? 3 anglers, you said.
Yeah, so damage dealt there was 394 versus 523.
What were the prayers? Correct prayers?
70% my side, 62% his side. First fight was 67 versus 71.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thought your
that's
RNG
what I
was
was going to. That's what I was going to mention earlier. I wish we could see every single fight, those percentages, because that's kind of what it comes down to most of the time. Is what percentage of prayer did you get? What percentage of the time did you get hit off prayer, and what percentage of the time did you hit them off prayer? That kind of decides on who deserved to win the fight more.
So I mean, first fight was extremely one-sided. He definitely beat me in that one. That was 67% prayers versus 71. Second fight was 70% my side versus 62% his side.
I'll be honest, mate. I think you got just really unlucky yourself the freezes. You were splashing left and right despite utilizing the Mage's Book as well. And your claw specs as well were like mostly off prayer, but you just couldn't seem to get the momentum that you were looking for compared to Koru, who just...
Yeah, I mean, my opponent was really good. I didn't
man,
expect that. That man came out of nowhere. I've never heard his name before, and he smoked me, let's be honest.
Who did you say you thought it might be? The guy from Frontline? King Harry?
Yeah, no, that was last fight, not this.
Sorry. Oh, you don't know who Koru was? Oh, yeah. God,
Yeah,
who knows?
never-
And before he goes through and wins the whole tournament, no one knows who he is.
I mean, he did really well, I'll be honest, with skills like that. I mean, I'm sure he can actually get far, honestly.
Yeah, the guy was a beast, but you're not out of the tournament yet, mate. It's a double elimination bracket. You've still got a chance to come back and, you know, go through. How are you feeling about that?
I mean, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It is what it is. I mean, that guy, he performed really well. He definitely beat me first fight. Second fight was a little bit more even. But ultimately, he's gone through. And I'm in the losing bracket.
It looks like we're going to be heading into now a round 2 match. But before we do that, why don't we head on in and check out the Method community team by typing !community in the chat, if I can speak here. Signing up and becoming a member of the community team offers all kinds of perks, such as access to exclusive content and opportunities and giveaways. Also, we provide help to aspiring and up-and-coming streamers to grow their channels through a number of different initiatives. I think in West Ham's fight there, that was just kind of a demonstration as to how important it is to get the freeze and how hard it is to get out of a situation like that, because the one counter to DDing is to, well, just freeze the other person if they're DDing you, but it is so hard to catch that freeze because you have such a small window to catch it because they're going in and out, in and out. It's like one tick that you have a chance. So you're just clicking back and forth, on your barrage and onto them. And the entire time you're in robes, they can hit you with melee, they can hit you with range, and you're gonna have no defense, and they're just gonna keep stacking you out.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness to my opponent, he did actually cast a lot more barrages. I mean, if we look at the first fight, for example, he casted 24 versus my 15. I'm not surprised to see he caught a lot more freezes, but he definitely did really, really well.
Do you feel like there's anything you could have done better to maybe like when moving forwards, going into the next fight, or do you feel like it was just a case of he was just played really well and you just got a little bit unlucky?
I'd say second fight was definitely where I performed better. First fight, I choked heavy once that snowballing started going for him. I mean, there's always tons you can do better. Don't really know at the moment.
I believe in you, mate. I think you can come back and go through the losers brackets. I think you played really well, and it was a really exciting fight to see. To be honest, I think so far it was the really neck and neck to watch, and just the train that he ran on you though, like when he got that RNG and caught you off prayer a couple of times, it was crazy, man.
I mean, yeah, it's a perfect demonstration. It's a perfect demonstration of snowballing, right? I mean, once you get that big start and like you're able to snowball on that momentum, it just keeps going and going. Because I mean, if I'm brewed down, his barrages are going to be a lot more accurate and stuff like that. So him utilizing that snowball, it's massive. It's massive for him.
Yeah, well played, Cora.
Well, it looks like our next match here is going to be Golf or Harchi versus Bellis, or otherwise known as Curtis Jones. And it looks like you guys were looking forward to this match.
Oh, this is a big one. Like, both these guys are good friends too, I think. And they're both, some of the biggest names in the NH scene. Both content creators too. They both stream and, well, Bellis doesn't, he makes videos sometimes. But yeah, both sick PKers. If you had to choose one, West Ham, who would it be?
Sorry. What did you say? I was
regarding. No, you're right. We're watching Golf and Bellis. Regarding these two, both titans of the NH scene. If you had to choose one, who would you put your money on?
I think Golf and Bellis have completely different playstyles, so it will be interesting to see how they perform. I know Golf is a little bit more freestyle. He definitely utilizes his movement a lot more. I'd say Bellis is a lot more calm and collected, like kind of utilizing DDing, whilst Golf is more of a move around type person. So it depends on which one of them can handle their opponent's style the better, in my opinion.
And for those in the Twitch chat that are watching, Harchi is Golf and Curtis Jones is Bellis. For those wondering, both members both used a claw spec right off the bat, both hitting like 20 or so, wasn't the biggest one. So we've got claw specs left. Looks like Golf is currently catching the freeze, going for the DDs, trying to catch him off prayer. Bellis trying to go back with the freeze, retaliate, specs him a 36 through prayer on robes though, not the biggest, but it is a nice little momentum that he gets to carry cross. 26 bolt there as well, trying to catch another freeze, and looks like Bellis does retaliate back with another freeze and manages to hold his ground and gets back into the fight a little bit.
Bellis is definitely taking more damage here. He's doing his best to keep up. It does appear that Golf had PID, which granted him a few free hits on that DD. But I think Bellis can pull through. He's played a lot of DMM tournaments. He's got the composure, going in for that claw as well, attempting to catch him off robes. Golf being who he is, I mean, he's fast with the reactions. He's able to run away.
Oh, 25 bolt there, which was huge.
Unlucky splash for Bellis as well, catching that on robes, but still not getting it.
Getting hit at 24 on the right prayer there as well. Trying to go for that claw space, trying to get some to get back into the fight a little bit. But Golf is just running circles around Bellis right now with this DD. Bellis desperately trying to catch that freeze. Catches it at 28, I think that was. Goes to the claw space as well.
That's a massive claw.
That was a big little combo there. That was like 56
I mean, this might be where Bellis turns it around, honestly. He's getting a couple free hits, unfortunately, all being zeros.
Yeah, and then getting retaliated by Golf's 20 bolt there through prayer.
Ripping a zero on robes as well. I mean, even if you do have the right protection prayer on, Golf getting whipped on robes there, I mean, honestly, that should have been a hit for Bellis. 100% it should have.
Yeah, definitely. Next freeze is going to be imperative to getting control of the fight once again. 38 bolt right there for Bellis. Beautiful. Getting back to the fight. Catches a 19 barrage 2. Decent bit of damage. Both players having to eat up now, though, as well. Bellis not deciding to eat, just sitting down. I guess he's utilizing his bruise quite nicely. He doesn't lose any hits, and it's working for him really beautifully. Flicking on that mage prayer and the right game ticks there. But getting hit a bolt off prayer.
21.
21.
I mean,
Could be
he's
worse.
like, he's lucky it's not worse. That's for
Oh,
sure. That's a
exchange
good
for 41
trade.
whip. Yeah,
That's a
41
very
whip off
good
Prayer
trade.
for a 0 barrage, and then catches the freeze as well, goes to the DD. Bellis has really brought this one back right now. I believe spec-wise, they both use 2 specs. Goes to another one, 16 damage, I think, through Prayer on tank. Not the best for Bellis. Golf has 1 spec left now. Let's hope that he hopes that he'll be able to hit a bit more than that one. But still, Bellis controlling the fight a little bit, catching those DDs, but getting frozen back by
This
Golf.
might
So
be where it
momentum
turns.
switched over. Yeah, definitely.
Oh no, he catches that straight away.
Pretty lucky and well played. Big bolt through Prayer, on the right Prayer, sorry, 31 Opal Bolt spec. Another bolt through the robes. Unfortunate though, doesn't really catch too much momentum from that. Another 0 on robes through on the right Prayer, and a whip on the right Prayer again. Bellis is just getting everything right here, but he's not really hitting so much damage. Getting frozen from Golf, who's now going to go for the DD, gets a free hit as well. And now we see it being switched across.
Yeah, I mean, this is just where it all turns. It does look like Golf had pitted. I don't know. I'm not sure if Bellis is just not bolting him or like attempting to. But
Yeah, Golf does have PID right now, which is a big advantage as well, of
44
course.
bolt, that.
Wow, that's so unfortunate. And of course, in the duel arena, PID doesn't change, does it?
No, I don't think it does.
So it's a pretty big advantage to have that in these fights.
I'm not sure if Bellis is intentionally flicking redemption there, but Bellis might be out of food here. That little bit of momentum that Golf got at the end, that 44 bolt followed by the 16 barrage, I mean, it's turned the whole fight around.
I will say, if Bellis is out of food here, I don't think Golf is that far behind in terms of supplies. He might be out as well, or very close to being so. And Golf still has a claw spec, I believe. I don't think Bellis does yet. Trying to catch that freeze, keeping some distance, knowing he's got the claw spec. Not, getting most of his prayers, correct here. And Bellis just about in it. He's got about 10 HP
Yeah, they're both
left.
doing a
Get the
really good
redemption.
job here.
Of course, under, 20%? Or no, 10% health, your redemption, I think it's 10%.
Yeah,
your
any
redemption
hit
goes
from
off,
it, he
and
should redemption from that if Golf hits. No.
Yeah.
I'd
And of
say
course-
right now, Bellis is his best bet is getting that redemption off.
Oh,
no
he
matter
caught
what,
it!
getting it there on the 12.
Beautiful, and he's straight back up again. Of course, PVM Bellis has got a lot of experience in using that redemption for Aeron. I don't know what the boss is called, but a claw spec 0!
claw prey.
Oh, and he's now back down to HP where he can actually get redemption. The reason why they're using barrage is because it can only hit if it does splash. It usually doesn't hit a 0, which doesn't cause the an 8! That's the second one in a row now. Bellis is
I'd be
doing
right
so well
now.
here,
Bellis
dude.
is doing a great job with that redemption. He
Yeah.
might be able to turn this
A
around.
third
It does
one.
appear that
Oh,
Golf is out of food.
Maybe?
If
he
Golf
gets
just
hit.
barrages here, he should get this
Yeah.
win.
Oh,
Yeah, Bellis goes
it
down.
really came down to the wire there at the end, though. It could have gone either way, and I think both players there really performed amazingly, and it was a really interesting watch the entire way through.
I mean, Bellis did a really good job keeping that redemption up. I mean, that's just true skill display right there. Just flicking that redemption, getting it right on prey every single time. I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
Yeah, really good fight. Enjoyed that a lot.
So for those in chat that don't really know, there is a possibility of using the redemption prey or using the protection prayer and then going into the redemption prey to take the reduced damage from the mage attack, and then on top of that, have a higher chance of getting a redemption. If they just camped redemption at say 15 HP, then more than likely they're going to get stacked out. But if they have the protection prayer up, it's going to be lower damage, which means there's a much higher chance of the redemption popping off in the first place.
Yeah, so with projectiles as well, like by the time it hits you, you've got a quick tick where you can switch to redemption to actually get it off in time perfectly. And again, like I said before, Bellis using that PVM knowledge and his experience to, if he did 3 in a row there, the redemption, it would have been spectacular. And if he actually came back and won that fight, but I think it could go either way. It's a best of 3, of course. So jumping to the next one shortly.
Yeah, I mean, judging
no
by how
idea
even
who
that
won.
fight was, it can definitely go either way. I reckon Bellis could pull this back. Bellis is a very calm and collected person. I haven't seen him really choke or start like making mistakes. He's remaining very collected here, and I think that could be to his advantage.
Definitely. Jumping into this one, both players going for the freeze, never
Does
mind.
look like Bellis caught it straight away, going straight for that DD, I believe.
And catches it. Unfortunately for Golf, he can't catch a freeze back, and he's getting hit. A lot of free hits here, not really doing anything back again. But predicting the whip there, getting the prey melee up in time. Not the second time, though. Again, just missing all of his freezes on Bellis, and Bellis is just... Those bolts...
Bellis
through
is doing a
prairie,
really good job as flicking his mage's book there to get that extra mage defense to make sure that Golf doesn't catch him. Unfortunately, Golf has, but he's doing his very best to make sure he doesn't.
Yeah, I mean that little bit of gaming there. He got up like 70, 80 HP. Although saying that, that's not too much in the grand scheme of things. Getting hit back about 50 damage right there from Golf. Going for the claw spec. Oh, the retaliation!
Massive claw.
That was a chance.
Yeah, unfortunately for Bellis, it took his melee prey off there right at the last tick, so he did actually get chanced.
Yeah, he was on like 60-something HP, got hit like a 50 or so, and almost died.
Yeah,
You can't
getting
get
hit
70
at
plus.
53
So,
right there.
yeah, that was quite lucky for Bellis, and Golf probably kicking himself because he could have finished up this this first matchup right then and there, 2-0. Another claw spec off prayer. I'm not too sure what that one was, but I think it was like a 60 or so. So again, both specs for Golf being huge. Bellis still has one spec left.
Yeah, Bellis has one claw spec to try to utilize here. If he gets lucky, he can pull that off and maybe get it back into the fight. But right now, Golf is just pantsy coming in with that 42 bolt as well. It seems like Golf is up at probably 150 HP.
Saying that though, at the start, Bellis was up about 70 or 80, so it might be a bit closer than we think. And there we go, a 41 bolt.
And he's bringing it back.
Oh! That could have been it, man. If he hit like
a 40 HP.
Yeah. That's unfortunate.
They've both got a chance there.
And he reminds his opponent he has been chanced, indeed. The classic in PvP, a bit of toxic competitive talking. Goes in for the whip as well. Next freeze is going to be really important. I'd say right now it's very even. 30 barrage.
Yeah, I think Bellis has pulled us back. It wouldn't surprise me if Bellis is up by a little bit here.
Yeah. Right, staying calm, getting his HP back up.
I think they're both just eating to full HP here, making sure that they're both potted.
But they're not going to get chanced again. Pretty much. Probably getting like the mass pokes on TeamSpeak right now. Yo, keep your HP higher. What are you doing? Don't die to a KO. It's an Outlast fight. Right, next freeze coming in. Both players
Bellis
just
attempting to bolt his opponent on robes there.
Yeah, that's the thing. When both players are unfrozen, usually you'd go in for the freeze, right? And if your opponent's praying mage constantly, getting those bolts on robes, it's huge, right? If you time it on the same game tick as they go for the freeze.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's I'd say, honestly, it's a bit 50-50 whether or not it's worth. I mean, if you can remain unfrozen and catch your opponent on robes, bolt and off prey, because they will probably assume that you're going to try to go for that refreeze, it could be worth it. With this type of mage bonus, though, I'd say getting that freeze is it's too easy.
Yeah, you want to focus on getting that first. Both players freeze each other next to each other, which means they've got to be prepared for all three.
Golf getting a 40 staff bash there as well.
I want to see some 30+ staff bashes and just someone in game just start screaming like, what the hell? That's a magic stick. What are you doing? Oh, claw spec. Not the biggest hits, though, for Bellis. Unfortunately, that was his last claw spec. They both have one more for the end of the fight if the spec does recharge. They both used 2 now, I believe.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Golf intended to poke that.
There it is.
Getting chanced again.
Yeah, that could have been. If that was a 70 claw spec, a max spec, it definitely could have killed Bellis there, but luckily for Bellis, it wasn't. Catches the freeze and goes for the DD2. Doesn't have his prayer up for there. Probably a little bit shaken up from that massive RNG that Golf output onto him. Gets the DD, or goes for a step under. And
yes, I mean, from what we've seen so far, I do believe Golf has gotten 3 really good claw specs.
Yeah, his RNG on the claws have been huge, and obviously Golf currently leading this series, being 1-0 on Bellis. Bellis really needs to get 1 claw spec back and bring it back again. But saying that, he's done very well to stay in the fight so far. I think he's out of food. I saw him flick up Redemption briefly there. Looks like it's another case of hoping that the Redemption pays off, but I think because of the claw specs, he's just down a little bit too much HP. I'd say Golf probably has maybe a couple food extra if he's not out, and he's got a claw spec 2. That's going to be scary. Catch the DD now.
I do think Golf is up at least like 50 HP here, and Bellis really has to get these redemptions off, otherwise he is completely out.
He got pretty lucky there. It was only a free barrage, like
3 barrage on prey.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Golf, but quite lucky for Bellis. Goes for the DD, and look at that. Looks like they're both very low HP. I think you're right.
Bellis can utilize the DD here.
He's got a bit of food left. He's going to have to really get some good RNG, but gets frozen away from him. He can get another redemption. Oh, he misclicked. Oh, and he misclicked again. It could happen twice.
If Golf barrages here, I think Bellis is out. It looks like he's 1 HP.
Yeah.
I think he's out no matter what. Bellis goes down.
I mean, to be fair, I would say that the Golf with the specs there did deserve to take that one, but equally it could have gone either way. Both those guys, as I said before, titans of the PvP NH community, very well-known players. So hey,
yeah, I mean,
both of them.
Golf did get 3 very big specs. I do believe all of them were off prey. I think Bellis had a 2-to-1 ratio. I think Bellis got 2 claws off prey and 1 claw off prey. I mean on prey, sorry.
Yeah, it was pretty close. Yeah, really enjoyed that fight. That was really fun. It's one of the bigger two names that everyone knows going at it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Battle of the Titans right there. We're going to be seeing a few of those, but I do think that is probably one of the most anticipated fights in this tournament.
So Bella's moving down into the losers bracket. Golf going on to round 3 now, as our next match going to let's see where we're at here. Next match is going to be actually Anvil versus Mist. So Koro versus Emblem Arena. What are we thinking for this match?
Do you know these guys? I don't know. Cash or Mist.
I'm trying to think if Emblem Area could be Jimmy from Falls, maybe?
Oh, the Finnish Warriors are still around and still PKing despite their clan disbanding, right?
That's sick. I do believe Did a Bit of plays that account, and it's either Jimmy or Sanzo. I'm not entirely sure, but either way, it should be someone really good on that account.
Nice, and of course, you being beaten by Koro, I'm guessing you want Koro to keep going forward, so you don't feel as bad about losing.
I mean, from what I saw versus Koro, he's definitely really skilled. I definitely he blew my expectations. That's for sure. So I think he's got a really good chance here.
I've actually got a question for we've got a question for West Ham here. Somebody asking, when you're Bridding, do you typically prioritize order of prayers / gear for attacking or defending? Or, so for example, if your opponent switches to range pray with range gear on, do you try to counter your defensive prayers or switch to attack style first?
I'd say in these tournaments, I definitely focus a lot on my tank gear, making sure that I don't get hit on robes. Prayer usually comes second, since, in my opinion, getting the right tank gear on is more important than getting the prayer.
We're jumping into the fight. We have Anvil versus Mist, as we mentioned before. Anvil did take out West Ham 2 fights ago and progressed through. Mist,
already having a very good start here. I think Koro's already up by 50 HP, getting that 24 Opal bulk spec and trading those 16 barrages. I mean, Koro's going in right now. With those barrages, already another 60 damage just from those 2 hits.
What do you think about the decision to keep the Mystic Ray bottoms on for the mage defense rather than putting on the Verak tank every time?
So, I mean, it depends, right? I'd say...
Does it help a lot? Or...
Yeah, I mean, putting on your Mystic robes and praying range is definitely a good choice if you can predict that your opponent is going to either mage or range you. If they're unfrozen, I definitely would not. Koro again, a close spec off pray there, trading one with Emblem Area as well.
Was off prayer as well, the perfect game take, hit a 0 on like 40 HP.
Those are some really disappointing claws right there.
Yeah. Next freeze going to be really important as always. Emblem going for the bolts actually and being retaliated by a bolt as well in the wrong style. Can he catch the freeze? He's using the Mage's Book. Gets hit a 1 on robes by the whip. That's unlucky for Koro.
Koro's absolutely pummeling right now by the looks of things. Yeah. He is up at least 150 damage here.
So Mist has a chance now to come back into the fight though, catching that freeze, healing up, recomposing himself, and probably going to pot himself up to go for his claw spec as well. Hitting a 41 bolt on Koro. That's big and he needed that. Although straight away, Koro eating back up again and taking a few zeros, getting the prayers right. A lovely one tick, 4 ways from Emblem as well. To be fair, this guy is a machine too.
Yeah, Koro, I mean, just like we saw in the fight versus me and Koro's definitely utilizing his mage a lot more than what I, for example, would, and it's turning out in his favor. Staff bashing at 16.
Hey, the 16, we take those, man. We take those. It is what it is, Just a little bit more DPS, getting the freeze, going back to full HP once again, hoping not to get chanced like we've seen in previous fights from the claw specs. Looks like Emblem is taking the lead a little bit here with a few extra hits off prayer, but both hitting zeros. The RNG just not in their favor, either person.
Yeah, both just running around attempting. It does seem like Koro's attempting to get a few hits on robes here while he's attempting to catch the freeze.
And it works out for him, a 27 when his opponent thought he was going to go for the mage since he was frozen. And looks like Emblem is making use of the DD mechanics there, but getting frozen away from Koro, who's now going to try and
what do you think? Do
back.
You reckon Emblem could bring this back, or is Koro used up too much? Because, I mean, I'd predict that Koro's probably up 200 damage right now.
I think Koro's up a lot, especially considering the fact that his claw spec early on wasn't that great either. He got pretty bad RNG, but keeping that in mind, Mist or Emblem does have claw specs left, which if he uses at the right time or in general just puts the pressure on Koro to pray melee at the wrong times, he definitely could come back. It's gonna be close. It's near the end of the fight now. I'd say they probably use a lot of supplies.
Yeah,
But,
it does look like they're just trading hits. Throughout the fight, we haven't really seen anyone gather like that much momentum.
No.
It's been fairly even. They've both been trading hits, and Koru has been doing better by the looks of things.
I think both players are extremely good as well of like getting the right gear, the right tank gear on at the right time to not allow their opponent to get that momentum and not panic in a situation where they're getting hit a lot of damage when it does happen. A zero bolt.
Definitely. Emblemary are taking bolts off.
Oh! Nice claw.
Is he out? I think he's completely out of food. Oh,
what a
Koru's
combo.
bringing that home.
Nice.
That's a massive claw right there, bringing it complete. That's a one-sided fight.
He was just waiting to be unfrozen there, and then, the second he was able to get a little bit of distance, opponent didn't expect the claw spec to come out of nowhere. I think right here on the replay, Koru chucks in a bolt, runs towards him, one ticks the spec at the perfect distance away, and then goes to the bolt as well when his opponent was praying the heart prayer. And yeah, really nice combo from Koru, and yeah, deserved the win there, I think.
Yeah, he's doing really well. I mean, by the looks of things, he should win the next fight as well.
How quickly some of these fights can be decided. You see 0, 0, 0, and then all of a sudden you see, an 80 damage stack, and you're thinking, where the hell did that come from?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the inventories that people have, you need around like 500 to 600 damage throughout one of these fights to win, right? And you can get like 40 whips in a row, and you just bring the fight completely in your favor.
All right.
Well,
So it looks like we will be. Looks like that's 1-0, and we'll be heading to the next match here. As obviously, these are best of threes, and we will be having the next fight coming up in just a few seconds.
He's ready to chat here. Someone says, "Can someone get poison potion to do his top button, please?" Not very professional.
Well, you got a camera on. You can't judge. You're not even wearing pants, are you?
Hey, I wore the button up. What are you talking?
That is as buttoned up as it goes.
I tried to fix the collar because it was all messed up, but I mean, it was on a hanger, so at least it's not that wrinkly.
Nah, respect to you, Poison Potion. It was 8 in the morning when you jumped on Discord to get ready for this event, and you're wearing a shirt. You've got jeans on as well. I'm sitting here at like 3 p.m. when we were.
It was probably the earliest It was probably the earliest I've taken a shower since I was 5. So yeah, it was not a good time. Somebody was saying in the chat here that I thought was interesting. I've tested in irregular NH setups. Mystic Bottoms is a 3% decrease to your opponent's mage accuracy over tank legs, but a 16% increase in their range accuracy.
Oh, that's a pretty big trade-off then. I guess if you're confident enough that you can predict what they're doing, it's worth it, but I don't think I'd personally go for that. I'd probably stick with the Verax plates. Although saying that, those freezes are so important, aren't they? To gain momentum.
It really depends, doesn't it? I mean, look at that, hearing those stats. I'm not sure how true that is, but if it is true, maybe I'm just not the most calculated person.
I mean, that's why people choose Verax, right, over like Torrags and Darox and stuff, because Verax is known to have the best,
the
worst magic defense.
Going in for round 2. Both of them going for the freeze straight away. I do believe they both splash. No, Koru's Emblemary are catching that freeze straight away, but being unable to DD.
Does get a 39 bolt off though, and then gets the DD afterwards, which is really nice. And a 40 bolt as well. Dude, that's 80 damage right there, which in these fights is a big portion. Oh, the claw spec off prayer. I wouldn't have predicted that myself from Koru, but unfortunately it was a 0 noodling away.
Those all 0 specs are truly depressing to see.
Really nice barrage there, though, getting a free hit off as well from the DD. A claw spec back again.
I do believe Koru hasn't dumped a single spec yet, and Emblemary has done both, and he's not gotten. I think he's got 2 damage out of both of those specs.
Yeah, that's really unlucky. At least his spec is going to recharge at some point. Claw spec off prayer, but only a 1 as well. And another claw spec, 0.
It seems like we're in for a long fight here.
Yeah, they both hit nothing on both their claw specs, so I have to wait until that opens up for another one. They recharge. Koru again going with Mystic Bottoms, catching a nice bolt on robes, twice on robes off prayer, and of course it's going to hit a 39. That's why we said before it's crucial, imperative that you've got the tank robe on, the tank gear on at the right time there. Looks like both opponents just trying to, fake you out there.
Koru, again, utilizing his mage a lot more than what his opponents have.
Nice freeze there for Mist. Going for the freeze again. Catches the DD. Maybe. No, just a bit too early there. Gets a ball off prey 2, though. Only hits a 1.
Yeah, on the Mage's book without the tank shield, unfortunately, only being a 1. I do believe that's another bolt off prey on Robes, and it's a 0. I mean, right now, Emblemary is definitely getting very unlucky.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. Koru now trying to stay composed. Obviously, this guy's a machine. He won the first round, and we saw, obviously, he beat you as well, 2-0. So he's feeling a bit more confident, I guess, than Imblem might be. Although Imblem still catching the freeze there, getting the DD, trading a few hits, both hitting on prayer.
Yeah, I mean, if we were to see the PvP tracker, I definitely think it would be very even between the two. Koru utilizes his mage a lot, which is... you have a little bit more accuracy, but like a way less maxi. I think what you max in this setup is a 35 barrage compared to a 45 whip or a 53 bolt.
You can hit 50 plus bolts in this gear. My God, I want to see some of those at some point. We've seen a lot of 40s so far. Both trading on prayer, 10 for 10, zeros. And now Imblem managed to catch the freeze, stepping underneath. And just chipping away at the opponent's HP. A 23 on road. That was nice.
Both trading hits here.
Yeah, it's pretty even so far, I'd say. And I would reckon in the next minute or two, they will get their spec back if they've not almost got it back already. 37 bolt for Imblem there. That's huge. Catching the freeze too? No, splashing. Koru catch that freeze, so he's able to, even though he's on 15 HP there.
I mean, as long as Imblem can keep trading the hits with him, even when he is frozen, I definitely think Imblem has this.
Imblem, again, going for the DD, catching him off prayer, but not really trading much damage at all there. Claw spec for claw spec.
Going for a claw.
Oh, that's the first claw spec we've seen that's actually hit. I think.
Were they both off prayer? I couldn't really tell. I think they.
I think they were. I think Koru though, as his third 0 claw spec now, and a 40 bolt as well. Koru's really getting hit a lot of damage here, and looks like he's going to have to catch this freeze to get back into the fight. But he's having to eat up, which means that Imblem gets the momentum.
Yeah, he's getting the snowballing right now.
I mean, once you're brewing as well, of course, your mage defense is going down. That's why even through prayer, the constant 20 barrages of it's just tunneling.
Just like you said, Koru right now is obviously brewing down a lot, trying to get his HP up, and Emblem's utilizing that, making sure that he's barraging. It seems like Koru's out of food.
Yep. And I don't think that Emblem's anywhere near out of food. He's got at least a couple of angles left.
I think he's got at least 150 HP worth of heals in his inventory right now.
And of course, both players don't have spec anymore, so it's going to be, really close in terms of if Koru was able to bring it back again, he's going to need so much RNG here to really win it. But, the 12...
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing we've never seen before.
That's true. Especially with the redemptions, like we saw from Bellis earlier, catching 2 in a row almost free. Trying to catch this last ball here, but getting hit at 29 and getting barrage.
He's getting a bit of RNG here. He blood blitzing to try and get some of that HP back. And he goes down to that 32 bolt, unfortunately.
Man. It's just too little too late at that point when you've been hit, those constant 20 barrages when you're trying to heal yourself up again. That's the worst time in order for your opponent to get some really good RNG is when you're already down to 20 hit points and you've just got to keep eating because you can't do any damage back again. So it's just free hits for them and they get a lot of extra hits compared to you in the entire fight. But
yeah, I mean, especially when you have to focus on both dealing damage and making sure you like tank as much as you can, and at the same time try flick that redemption.
My God, 5 gifted subs from Jay Lassie in the chat. Sorry, I'm going to streamer mode. Can we get some love in the chat? Jay Lassie, welcome our new subbies in.
Nice.
Yo, did I get one?
I don't think so.
I didn't get one.
Unlucky, mate.
Scam.
That was great fight there. I think I thought Koru was going to take that honestly, and then the second that Imblem got all that RNG and those constant 20s, it was kind of over.
Yeah, I mean, both of them got really unlucky, unfortunately. I'd say with those claw specs, up until the end where Imblem managed to get that 60, they were both really unlucky, but just hitting 0-0 straight around.
It's going to be interesting to see if we have any fights that are decided on that redemption. Somebody being able to redemption off of, get some HP back and is able to win the fight. We almost saw one a few fights ago, but hasn't happened quite yet. I think we will see it at some point here.
Yeah, so this is going to be the deciding fight with both the score right now being 1-1 between the two. Imblem catching that freeze straight away, doing about 40 damage with those barrages.
So, question is, are these claw specs going to hit zeros again? No, we see
Imblem dumping that straight away. So, one thing that we're going to see a lot in this tourney is people dumping their spec very early on, and it's very important that you are first to dump your spec so that you can regenerate faster than your opponent. If Emblem can play this right and make sure that his opponent doesn't spec him, he can guarantee himself one more spec than his opponent.
Yeah, although he does get caught off prayer by Koru retaliating.
Koru getting another zero.
Another claw spec from Emblem as well. He's had all his claw spec up there. I think he actually could have taken him down. Unfortunately, though, for him, he didn't hit too big on the claw spec. Koru going for another one, but being taken by the Wizards of Yanil. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, it appears we have lost our contestants.
A little bit of technical difficulties. Bear with us for a moment, and we should be jumping back in again. Just got to let Benji move across so we can see the fight, or perhaps the fight's ended suddenly. I'm not too sure about that one. Oh, they're still in it. Oh my god, it's still going on.
The DMM fog.
DMM pushing both players out. Oh, the 40 bolt, and then he gets a claw spec hitting a 0. Unfortunate for...
Unfortunately, we missed part of that fight, but if I were to guess, it still seems like Emblem area is up a decent amount here, getting a little bit more RNG than Koru. He's been getting those claw specs off prey. Koru right now getting a few free hits, taking that bolt on robe, 0 for a 26. That is really unlucky for Emblem.
I think we can assume that both players have used both their claw specs now, as well, which means they obviously use them both very early on, so they will recharge them at some point in the near future. Emblem managing to catch the freeze, but Koru retaliating, getting the freeze back again, and now it's a lot of exchanging of hits, 20s for 20s, but a 35 bolt to give Emblem the RNG that he needs to come back into it. And a 34 whip. Not bad, and an 18 as well. I don't know. Who do you think's up right now? I really can't tell, to be honest. It's been so neck and neck.
I would guess that Emblem is up. Obviously, we missed a little bit of the fight. Emblem still... He's getting a lot of those bolts in.
30 and a 20, yeah.
Off prey, on prey. I mean, no matter what, those bolts are just hitting for Emblem right now, and he is utilizing them, just camping that bolt, not even using his whip at all.
Next freeze going to be important.
What we're seeing right now as well is Emblem, instead of trying to go for the freeze, he's utilizing the bolts to just continue to bolt his opponent on robes rather than going for a freeze, and
he realizes
should be doing him well.
He's using, Mage Prey quite a lot, so that's why he's able to do so. Koru coming back into the fight now, 39 whip on the right prayer. That is huge, and obviously being a 4-tick weapon, not 5-tick as well, he gets an extra free hit, and 27 as well to carry through. Trying to go for the freeze as well to keep its momentum. Misses it twice.
Might be pulling through here.
It
seems like he's bringing it back.
Yeah, definitely. Getting a DD as well, unfortunately, not making too much off it right now. Going for the staff swipe, hitting a 0. Claw spec for claw spec, 0 or 16. Not too big.
Unfortunately, we can't see one day regenerate, but Emblem should have gotten his claw spec before there.
He did pull out his claws straight away, so it looked like he was going to try and go for it, but then decided against it in the last second. Having that claw spec so good as well, because it means your opponent's got to pray melee a lot, as you can see from Koru right now, praying melee, flicking it up.
I mean, the tables are just turning right now. Koru's just dealing so much damage with those barrages. 33 straight away.
Done. And he got the prey melee up as well for Emblem's final claw spec too, which was so important for him. And looks like Emblem's out of food. We originally thought that Emblem was actually in the lead now, but Koru's sitting at 100 HP, and he just needs one more hit here to finish it, unless his opponent manages to catch
Koru has a little bit of food left, but Emblem is actually turning it back.
Yeah, I know, right? That was like 70 damage in a couple hits. Can he catch the freeze? Oh, the redemption! No way! Emblem's still in the game. And again, double redemption.
Is that a second redemption?
Yeah, it was. No way. The back to that was some really quick clicking there from him to manage to get that up twice in a row. Right? Both players being pretty much out right now.
Yeah, I think we're looking at what, like 25 HP versus 50 or 60?
Something like that. Coronis gets freeze here, but doesn't manage to catch it, which means he's being DD'd upon from Emblem.
Emblem does have the DD advantage right now, whipping him on roads with a 0. That is really unlucky from Emblem.
So close. Emblem's really turning this around right now. Catch the freeze off prayer. 30. That's massive for him. This is one crazy comeback. If he can catch this freeze here, goes for a whip, gets caught. Oh, can he get the third in the row?
Like
can he get the third one? Oh, so close. Well,
I mean, honestly, right at the end there, that's really unlucky for for Emblem. I'd say that's just 50-50. Koru's taking a bolt on robes, getting hit at 0, but managing to deal that 7 damage back and knocking out Emblem.
Yeah.
Realistically, I do think we should have seen a double death there.
Yeah, and fair play to him for, staying calm. Like, that's one of the hardest things to do when it's like you feel like you've lost, you're down 100 and something HP, 200 HP, and yet still you manage to, perfectly flick those redemptions, not once, not twice, but 3 times in a row.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw the RNG tables turn there, so it kind of looked like Emblem had the first half of the fight, and then Corey just turned the table and managed to snowball.
Emblem just one tick off that last redemption there. If he would have got that, he could have turned it around and won the fight. But probably our closest fight so far. By the way, the reason for the technical difficulties there, we're using an Oculus orb, and unfortunately, if they go all the way to the other side of the arena, just like in game, if you're too far away from somebody, you do lose sight of them. So that was the reason for that. But another good fight, as Anvil or Koru will now be moving on to round 3 against Golf or Archie.
Oh wow! So, like we said before, Golf was one of the favorites to watch in this tournament, but so was West Ham, and Koru beat West Ham. So again, I feel like it really. I know we keep saying this, but it's just so true. We just don't know who's gonna really go through. It's just a toss up between RNG and how these guys perform in the fight, and how their claw specs hit especially.
I mean, it's RuneScape, right? You never know how things are gonna go. It could go either way. Ultimately, we are playing an RNG game. Sometimes you can be the better player and still lose, and we could maybe see. I mean, we don't know, but if I were to bet here, I do think Golf would win.
Well, only one way to find out, and I guess we're gonna see that tomorrow, I believe, right?
Yeah, we're gonna be taking a short break here, around 6 minutes, and then we're gonna head into another fight, which I believe is going to be Series 5 here. So that will be a fight of One Freeze Job versus Pure Doomed, or Jaggy Svensk versus Mike LMFAO.
Do you know these guys, West Ham?
Yeah, so I do know both. I do know both of them. They're both really skilled players. I'm gonna have to root for the person from my country here and hope that the Swedish boy managed to bring it home. But we'll see. We'll see. I think both of them are really skilled. It should be a fairly even fight.
Nice. That's what I look forward to then after the break we're gonna have.
Yep, we'll be heading to the break, and we'll be right back after that. Stay tuned for more of this PvP action.
there it is, a beautiful double kill. 2-0 for West Ham, progressing through to the next round.
Auto block, camping that tank very well, not taking too much damage. Lemon Lime just took a bolt off prayer.
Look at this, he's completely taking control of it. The third. There's another redemption from I'm So Happy. He still has 3 doses of restore as well. He can still keep this in. Goes for the claw, 25 damage coming in. Both players use a redemption, and I'm So Happy's gonna take it at the end.
Very good here for Morrow. This is a... Wow, look at this. In 3 hits. 40, 30, 30.
All right, and welcome back to the EU qualifiers for the Method Mayhem tournament, PvP tournament. We are going to be going into another fight here shortly, as that fight will be Jag E Svensk, or One Freeze Job, going up against Mike LMFAO, or Pure Doomed.
So I think...
go ahead.
I was going to say, I think West Ham said a minute ago that he knows Svensk. He knows both of these guys, but Svensk is also a Swedish dude, of course, so he's rooting for his homeboy. I don't know either of these guys, but from what West Ham said, it's going to be quite a close one. What do you reckon, Casper?
I do know both of them. I think they're both really good at the game, and I'm not really sure who would be the better person here, so I think we're looking at a really even fight. I think RNG will determine who wins.
Why don't we go over, while we're waiting here, we were talking so much about how they, people in these fights, these are Outlast fights, they're using their specs early, they're making sure they maximize their accuracy, which is kind of a trend for fights like this. If you were going into a PvP world, it's mostly KOs. You want the max hits, you don't really care about accuracy. Exact opposite in a fight like this. You want to not use your specs later on. You want to use them right away. I mean, it is still very important to get them off prey. However, to make sure that you get that third spec in is pretty crucial and could turn the tide of a fight.
Yeah, I mean, it could go either ways. If your opponent, for example, dumps both of his specs and you still have both, you can maybe utilize that, the fact that you still have both, to make your opponent think that you're going to dump your special attacks and keep him on that prey melee, and you just keep bolting him or barraging him, for example. So it's style of play. Sometimes you just have to think in the moment, because the situations could vary a lot.
The amount of fakies that go on is unreal. Most of the time, if somebody comes in with a claw spec, at least from my experience in LMS, if you go into claw spec, it's 99% of the time they're going into a bolt right after that. But you're seeing people going for a claw spec, switch to the crossbow for a fakie, then go back into another claw spec. It's for me, it's very hard to keep up with that, but it's also very impressive to see the skill level that some of these guys are at.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, what we're looking at is probably the most stacked bracket that we're ever going to see in a tournament. So there's not a lot of bad players in it.
I mean, we have so bolts and both bolts and barrage both have 5 tick between each next attack in speed. So you've got a couple game ticks there where you can literally, these guys being as good as they are, can just switch between range, melee, and then do mage again. Like in the space they've got between attacks, it's actually mad.
It does seem... Did he get frozen? I couldn't tell if Mike just got a freeze on Jag Svensk, but then ran away, so it cancelled it.
It looks like both players are frozen now. It looks like Pure is... Doomed, is that? Or Mike is absolutely getting some crazy RNG of the bolts, constant 20s, but getting retaliated. A claw spec jumping in for that, a 34. He managed to get himself prayer up just in the nick of time.
I think both of them are using this, this time to kind of get back into the fight, heal up.
That was another claw spec from Doomed. He's done both his claw specs now, both hitting reasonably well, both being off prayer.
We are seeing a lot of damage here, and I can't tell who's actually winning right now. That 31 Opal bulk spec off prey as well.
And running in for the claw spec from a little bit too far away there, deciding not to go for it, going for the DD here. Doomed is standing underneath, getting himself back up to full HP again. I think both players have actually used both their claw specs. No, It looks like
I think they're both
Mike
used
still
one
has-
so far.
Okay, oh, now he's used both of his claw specs, hitting a 0 there on Prey Melee on tank as he steps out. Another claw spec, boom! All right, 32, not too bad. But
I
the
mean,
27
right
as well
now,
afterwards.
what we're seeing
Dude.
is just constant damage compared to the other fights where we've seen a lot of zeros. I mean, both of them are dealing non-stop damage to each other here. I do believe Svenskana needs to eat up, heal up a little bit, and get back into the fight after.
Staying in his robes quite a lot as well, and he is utilizing that Mage's Book too. I also respect the Fury Ornament Kit fashion scheme. Big respect for that. Next freeze is going to be really important here for both players. Looks like Pure does manage to catch it, maybe. Yep, catches it. DD's underneath, gets a free hit, free bolt. It was a 0, and now gains control of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, who would you think is up right now? It does kind of look like Pure
Honestly,
Doom is up a little bit.
Based on the RNG though off the start, like these guys have both been hitting 20 and 30 bolt hits constantly. So I mean, like just there, Doomed gets hit a 38 bolt off prayer. So it could go either way still, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean,
Next.
right now we're seeing a really even fight. They're both unable to catch a freeze. It's going to be interesting to see if they're both going to continue to barrage. Pure Doom catching the freeze there.
I think they're both really, trying to go for those freezes. Neither player's going for that many bolts. When both players are unfrozen, they both realize just how important these freezes are, despite, missing a freeze 3-4 times in a row. And there you go, Doom, making full use of that, hitting a 35 whip, getting like 3-4 free hits in there.
0 bolt on robes off prey. That is really unlucky on Doom's part, but yet again, just utilizing that DD, trying to get those free hits in to make sure that you kind of overpower your opponent.
Yeah. Well, saying that though, Doomed, got a few free hits in there, but now he's getting hit a couple free hits as well. And the tables have turned. A bolt on off prayer there, but it was on Anna Robes, but it was a 0, unfortunately for him. All right, both players being unfrozen. Are they both going to go for constant barrages here? Looks like they are, going for the barrage spam and both catching freezes within.
Yeah, then now
one
they're
step of each
just
other.
having a 1v1 right next to each other. It's all going to come down to the right prayers here.
Would you say in a situation like this, praying melee is probably like the go-to, or is it? Well, I mean, praying melee there definitely paid off from a 0 claw spec.
I'm sure someone in chat would know. I do believe that in this setup, bolts are probably the most accurate. It's either bolts or mage. Obviously, mage does not have the highest max hit. However, you can max a 35 as compared to a 53 or a 45 whip. So
both players right now, dude. I don't know who's in the lead. 44 bolt. All right, Doom's in the lead. He's definitely in the lead.
I did not see that coming. Trading another 44 bolt.
Under 15. Doomed is got a bit of food left now, but it looks like his opponent doesn't have any.
Is it? Oh yeah, they're both already.
Yeah,
they might be both out
he's got
already.
a spec. He's gonna just run into it as fast as he can. Just wants to get it off. But if he uses that claw spec and doesn't hit enough, the redemption might proc. A 0 off prayer.
Claw off prey.
What? That's so unlucky. But is he gonna go for the redemption on like 1 HP? Maybe. He got it off. Another 0. What?
I did not think Pure Doomed had this much food left. I mean, Svensk right now is in... he's in a position where he has to focus on so many things at the same time here.
He's got to... Oh, I was going to say he's got to try and predict the
whip.
prayers, but also put the redemption up. But all it takes is one big hit and he's out of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's an example of a fight where the RNG for both of them is just pulling through. They're doing constant damage to each other. As opposed to a fight being 5 minutes, maybe I felt like that one went very fast. I think we're looking at like a 2 to 3 minute fight.
Svensk did really well though to come back there. I felt like he was on the back burner for a lot of that. Pretty unfortunate that he couldn't just kind of clutch it back at the end. But hey, it's a best of 3. It can still go either way. That's 1-0 to Doomed.
That's right. And we saw again there just the importance of all the skating around that these guys do in these fights. One time, I think it was Doom trying to go in for a claw spec. However, since Svensk here since he was moving around so much, it did not allow him to land that claw spec, which is another reason as to why moving around is such a important aspect of these sorts of PvP fights.
Yeah, I mean, like we said earlier, for example, if you can utilize that movement to make sure that your opponent can't melee you or never gets within melee range, and maybe get lucky with the freezes, I mean, that could be a game changer. I mean, you could make it so your opponent just can't claw spec you and never manage to dump it for that regeneration.
I wonder if these guys are going to both commit to catching freezes, because as we saw in the first fight, they're both just going for the freezes constantly, and they can lose a lot of potential free bolts off prayer. Yeah,
so I mean, when your opponent is going for a freeze, right now, for example, Pure Doom is catching so many free hits that sometimes getting the freeze is more important than bolting your opponent on robes or something like that, for example.
It's definitely paid off for him. And the second just before he knew his opponent was unfrozen, he actually ran away, getting a claw spec off prayer there. He needs to hit big there to get back into the fight. But looks like Mike is able to get his prayer up just in time for the claw spec again. Now it looks like Svensk has no claw specs left, and Mike still has 2, which is going to force his opponent to pray melee quite a lot, as you can see here. And actually switches it off for a second and gets hit a 40 spec, double spec. Oh, that was a 37 and a 40, so that's got him right back into the fight again, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, right now what we're looking at, I think Doom is up a lot of HP here. He's definitely winning this fight as so far. If he can keep getting those free hits and those DDs, I mean, I think he's got it in the bag. His RNG right now is just pulling through.
I want to say both players again here committing to catching the freezes, realizing how important it is. The 38 whip on tank, that was huge. Unfortunately, getting frozen by next one, but a 34 barrage to follow as well. Looks like Doomed or Mike is doing pretty well here to stay in this fight after being taken a bit too much damage at the start.
Yeah, I mean, it really does look like Pure Doomed will win this. It could obviously turn back at any point.
I mean, there it is.
Yeah.
45 on robes. Every time you say that, man, something happens, legit.
I mean, I'm just gonna, whenever I want someone to win, I'm just gonna start talking, bro. It clearly helps.
Another 32 barrage for Doomed, a 12 whip as well on robes. Looks like he's dragging it back again.
I think it might have been.
Potentially. Svensk right now catching the freeze, going for the DD, and trying to turn it around a little bit. Now, interestingly, Doomed isn't actually opting for the freeze here. He's trying to go for the bolts quite a lot, although switching in now. Both players are unfrozen, both realizing those freezes are very important. Who's going to catch the first freeze?
When you are DD'd, it's sometimes you just can't go for that freeze if you don't have the food. I do believe that Pure Doomed is up a decent amount of bit here, but just risking it, getting hit on robes, it's not worth it.
Both players used both their claw specs early on, so I think we should see a claw spec coming back in again very shortly.
Doom with the fakies as well. I mean, yeah, he is popping off. He knows he's got this in the bag. He's making sure that he can just play around a little bit.
Dude, you just said that and he got hit a 26 freeze there on the melee again. Although it's not going to phase him. He managed to catch the freeze, doesn't manage to step under in time, and gets caught back from Svensk. Svensk is very low HP right now, getting hit at 20. I think he's out, is he? Already? Well, looks like he's going to have to hope that his claw spec comes back any second now, but Doom doing a really good job to just keep Prey melee up. He realizes he's up 100 plus HP. Actually gets caught, I think, on prayer there, so only a 36 damage, a 30 bolt.
Svensk is doing a lot of damage here, but I don't know if it's enough for him to bring it back, unfortunately.
With the redemption, maybe, but he's getting DD'd under, and looks like...
Yeah, we have seen it before, you never know.
It looks like Doom just decided to use his last claw spec. 0! Unlucky, and he's eaten up to full HP there after using the DD meta, deciding to get underneath, but getting frozen just before he can go for the whip.
I mean, it looks like Doom has used up all of his RNG. He is hitting nothing but zeros constantly now.
And I think he's out of food as well, or almost out of food after just eating, as I said that. Sitting on 100 HP still. Oh my god, a redemption again from Svensk. That's the second one he's got there. A third one in a row! Another one?
Will he get it again? Oh, the fourth!
He doesn't have to have resource to keep doing this, surely. Can we go for 5? Go on, son. Alright, looks like Mike here.
We might see one of the biggest comebacks we've ever seen.
I mean, it would be pretty insane. The guy's down like probably 200 HP right now. Neither player has any spec left.
I can't imagine he has a lot of restore sips left here.
I mean, he's underneath, he's DDing, he's going for it. Svensk is actually coming back pretty well. No, Doom still has food. He's still at 100 hit points.
How much food does Doomed have? I couldn't possibly have predicted it.
Dude, Svensk right now doing a great job, though, of DDing underneath, catching off prayer a few times, and still running a train, getting some great RNG. A 7 on the wrong prayer there. This next freeze is going to be so important for Svensk. He caught it.
I think he's completely
out. Was that redemption?
No, he's out of prayer, unfortunately.
Whoa, smoked. God, the disrespect.
Oh, no, that was Svensk saying that to his opponent.
Okay. It's such a shame there for him, bless him, he didn't have any more restores. I think at the end there, if he had one more restore, he would have been able to catch that like 5th redemption in that fight and somehow hang on for a little bit longer.
I mean, Pure Doom completely dominated that fight. I think he got really confident at the end there, showing off his switches, just utilizing that speed that he has.
I don't know if Svensk was bringing that or was bringing in full full Sarah brews there. But yeah, the difference in food, the amount of times he landed that redemption, it should have put him right back in there. And I think at the very end there, Doom was out of food finally. But yeah, like you guys were saying during the fight, the guy just kept eating.
Yeah, I mean, I'll see if I can get the tracker here from either one of them.
I'm honestly really surprised that it was like such a big advantage at the end for Doomed. I thought, throughout it seemed a bit closer, but it was like a 200 HP plus deficit there. And when you're down that much, you just can't really come back unless you
have just gotten the tracker.
Hi guys, just quickly, there's been a change to the bracket. Anvil was suspected of AHKing and couldn't produce a recording, so instead has been moved down to the losers bracket later today.
West Ham
will be missed versus Gulf in Group A of tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So
good to hear that.
When you're taking part, make sure to record.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a requirement. It was a requirement that every every person in this tournament had to record their screen, which included a task manager next to their client. So if they could not produce that, there's really not much we can do for you. So in this instance, I guess West Ham would be moving on then.
No, I do believe I'm still in the losers bracket then. I'm not sure, but I mean, we will see. But either way,
if you are in the losers bracket still, and you're fighting Koro again in the losers bracket, I hope you get the revenge that you deserve if he was indeed cheating.
Yeah, we will see. But looking at the tracker from the fights that we saw versus Pure Doomed and Svensk, Pure Doomed actually outperformed his opponent a decent bit. We're looking at 55% prayers on the first fight versus 47% prayers. The first one being Pure Doomed and the second one being Svensk. And on the last fight, 55 yet again versus 38 this time. Pure Doomed having 14 more hits than his opponent.
Oh man, that's why he had that 200 HP lead, I guess. Like those 14 hits can easily add up to at least 100. So
usually in a fight, you're looking at around maybe a disparity of 2 to 3 hits between the players, but 14 is massive.
Yeah, I mean, I truly think that Pure Doom deserved to win that. He clearly displayed a little bit better skill. But obviously, snowballing sometimes, I mean, it can make your opponent choke. It's really hard to pull back when you know that you're in a position to lose. You kind of have to remain calm and collected.
Yeah, that's right. Well, it looks like the next match is going to be Bubzer going up against PKR1232, otherwise known as Teggy Maney.
I don't know these guys. Casper, do you want to fill us in with some info?
See, I've lost the bracket here.
Bubzer and PKO1232.
So I do believe Bubzer is a guy called Dol Panino, who I believe, I'm not so sure, is a really good NH taker. He's been in a few tournaments, done really well for himself.
Okay.
I've gotten a little bit of information. Apparently, PK1232 is Bill Jetty.
Oh, he's sick, isn't he? I've heard that name before.
Yeah, Bill Jetty has performed really well in tournaments before. I think if I were to put my money on anyone, I think I would put it on Bill Jetty.
Darn, this bracket, like this EU weekend, is just full of absolute, like, insane hybrids. Everyone's so darn good.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, it's one of the most stacked brackets I've ever seen going in here to the first round. I do believe Bubzer is trying to catch the free straight away. They're both just splashing on each other. Bubzer going for that bolt 0 on robes off prey.
My dude, Bubzer's not using his... Oh, he is now. And he's also trying to catch in a Carol's top. He wasn't using his shield off the bat. I was thinking, oh, is he just going to stick with the Mage's Book? But it looks like he's a freeway switcher. He's not going for two-way. He's not really going for the Mage's Book very much. And he's opting instead just to choose a shield, stick with it, and then just not incorporate it into his switches as much.
Yeah, I mean, like we said before, right? I mean, typically in these NH taking tournaments, you see people having a Blessed Spirit shield, so you have 3-ways instead of 4-ways, and going for that extra switch might throw people off since they've been so accustomed to doing 3-ways that they might not be used to doing the 4-ways.
Yeah.
I mean,
before.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
I was gonna say, we were saying before that we thought that PK1232 or Bill Jetty was insane, but off the bat. Unfortunately for him, he's down quite a lot of HP, and Bubs has really taken control of the fight. 29 whip on the right.
I believe you're looking at the opposite.
Well,
right now, Bill,
wrong then.
Yeah, I think Bill Jetty is winning this fight quite a lot.
Oh, so was I looking at? Sorry, the names are quite small on my screen. Apologies. Well, I mean, you say that, but Bob's managing to catch the freeze there and going for the DD again and getting quite a bit of DPS.
Bolt through prey though.
10 on the tank, switching whip for whip. I'd say it's still pretty even though in terms of like what I've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, both of them are really skilled. I do think Bill Jetty's utilizing his Mage's Book a bit more. Catching a 45 whip on ropes, that is massive.
Is that a max?
I think it might be the max, yeah.
And Bubza hit a 0 claw there as well, which is quite unfortunate for him. That was the last claw spec as well that he's got. Bubza, though, managed to get the command of the fight by catching that freeze, going for the DDs as well. And doesn't look like Bill Jetty's already going for freeze to try and catch him back. Although saying that, as I say that, he does go for it. It's
another 40 whip. Jesus Christ.
God, those really add up in a fight where you only got like, what, they said before, like 600 HP or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if you can get 5 of those in a row, you've gone through almost half your opponent's food.
I think he's noticed that his opponent is praying mage quite a lot, Bubza, and isn't really putting on pray melee very much. So as a result, Bill Jetty's going for those whip hits and managing to hit those big 40s that gives him the lead. Bubza catching the freeze, they're going for the DD and trying to step under. And trying to get back into the fight, get some HP back as well, sit on full so he's not able to be clawed out either. Right, next freeze coming in for both players. And again, Bill Jetty doesn't really go for those freezes as much.
I mean,
he goes for the bolts and trying to get that free bit of damage.
Looking at Bubza as well, he is really camping that Mage's Book at times to try and make sure that he doesn't get frozen. Because if you equip that shield, I mean, you have a way bigger chance of being frozen with that on.
Yeah, that's a good point. And that's why, again, Bill Jetty's going for those crossbow hits, because he knows his opponent is in a little bit less range defense bonus.
Someone mentioned in the chat, why does he have a different staff? So the Toxic Staff doesn't actually get you more mage bonus than a regular Staff of Light or Staff of the Dead, for example, unless you have scales in. And from what I can tell by Bill Jetty's staff, he doesn't have scales in, so it's the same.
Yeah, same bonuses. Right, catching a freeze here, going for the DD, but getting hit the bolt, the 28.
The double opal bolt.
Darn, it wasn't too much damage there, unfortunately.
Yeah,
the second one to be 11.
Unlucky for Bubza. I think he actually chanced Bill Jetty there with that second opal bolt.
Oh, if it was like a 50 plus, that would be a long shot. That would be crazy, though, to lose to the first fight to that.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It has happened before. I mean, it's sick to see when it happens to you, but when you get bolted, I mean,
it must be so frustrating,
it's straight depression.
Yeah. Both players being frozen next to each other. Here go for the claw spec off prayer, only a 28 for Bubza, and being retaliated by another claw spec, only like an 18 or something. So both claw specs pretty low, and that might be the last claw spec these guys have for this fight, because it should be almost near the end right now. I think they've both done a lot of damage. I'll say Bubza might be out of food, actually, sitting on about 40 HP, and might be the same for Bill Jetty. Why is he not sitting higher? Or is he going to decide to eat to 100 HP now?
I think he has eaten up. Well, he's not full HP. I'm not sure if he's completely out of food, but right now, Bill Jetty's definitely up a decent bit. Bubza has been camping that Mage's Book a lot this fight. I'm not sure if that is getting taken out by that 36 whip.
Dude, I was going to say right at the end there, he just couldn't seem to catch that freeze and get back to the fight, and that's like really what it comes down to, like, you know, staying composed, like we said before, and trying to remain calm. And he just couldn't get the freeze. He got hit quite a few free hits. There's a bolt there, an 8. I think another barrage here, 16. Couldn't hit back. Was starting to panic a little bit. And at this point, he just was down too much HP, and then that 36 whip is all it takes to finish him off.
Yeah, exactly.
In robes, of course.
When you keep seeing those 52 XP drops, sometimes you just have to ask yourself, is it worth me continuing to try catch this freeze, or should I just be fighting my opponent back and both being unfrozen? Yeah.
So Bubs are taking the first fight, or Bubs are falling there in the first fight, as I think Maney is able to get the win. What's Bubs got to do differently here in this next fight to bring it back?
I'm not so sure, honestly. I think, in my opinion, I think he's camping the Mage's Book a bit too much. I'm not exactly sure if that's benefiting him or not. It seems like, because of how Bill Jetty is playing right now with the bolts and the whips, it seems like Bubs are not using that shield as much. It's making him take a lot more damage than he should.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. At the start of the fight, it like really helped him, Bubza, and he wasn't getting frozen very much and being able to control the fight a lot more. But Bill Jetty, being like, you know, the decent PKer that he is and the experienced PKer, he caught onto that and he started utilizing his whip loads and got a bunch of 40 whips and 45 whips. And I think that's what really made him win the fight overall, because right at the end it was really close. But getting a few of those whips on robes and on the mage's book with a low melee defense, it made the difference.
I have a comment here from the Twitch chat saying old West Ham would have beat AHKers SMH. West Ham, you got anything to say about that?
I mean, man, I've been getting flamed for the past month saying old West Ham would have done this, would have done that, but I'm just 20, man. I'm not that old.
You did great, man. That was a hard fight that you had the first round. We're back into this with Bubza off the bat, taking the lead. Quite a big lead too. Yeah, catching that freeze there was huge. Now he's actually using, again, the Mage's Book so we can't get frozen, and camping it a little bit more, and keeping his range prep as well, so that despite that being in like a bit less range and melee defense, he's still going to reduce damage as best he can. Vegeti tried to catch a claw spec there on the run, but wasn't able to, and got frozen away from Bubza. And Bubza doing a really good job now of staying high HP and just remaining calm and keeping some distance.
It does look like Bubza has taken our advice and he's using his shield a lot more than what he was before.
Not only that, but as well, I think he's learned from the first fight, knowing that his opponent likes to use the whip a bit more, and having to, pay attention to that third attack style and switch between the three means that he feels like he's more in his element when he's able to just, switch between the range and mage. And right now it's really working for him. Bubza's up like 100 HP at this point, I'd say, off the start of the fight. Both players still have their claw specs, both of them, and they're both going to probably want to try and use them off the bat. There we go. There's one being used, but
oh no way! He's knocked out.
No!
Oh my god! I mean, that's a sick play by Bill Jedi right there.
So the first claw spec, Bubza predicted it, very well done so, and then during the second one, he dropped his prayer off, expecting his opponent to go for a mage here. I think he put Pray Mage up, but sitting so low there, he was on like 40-something HP, and he had a big robe top on as well, and getting hit a 60 claw spec on that hit points, whatever it was, a 55 is all it takes. That's so unlucky because he was ahead like 100 HP, 150 hit points, wasn't he?
Yeah, definitely very unfortunate for Bubza there, going straight out of the tournament.
Yeah.
And we were just talking about, well, at least I mentioned that a little bit ago, using the claw spec and then switching to a full mage right back into another claw spec. That is something you just don't expect. At least most players won't expect, and Bubza are certainly not expecting it there.
Yeah, again, it's to do with the movement as well, the way that he stepped in, ran out, and then slid back in again perfectly and seamlessly. It was a really good play, and he knew he had to pull something off like that. He knew that his opponent would probably pray melee on that first spec, but still went for it, knowing that his opponent wouldn't pray melee for the second. So really well played there from Buljetti, and he's through to the next round 2-0.
I can't tell you how annoying it is to be praying melee or for however many ticks, and then for one tick you switch it back to range, and the second you do that, then they come in with the claw spec. So not really unlucky, just really well played there from PKR 1232 or Tegi, or I'm just going to call him Maney, as he's going to be moving on into round 2 now. So while we are moving into round 2, or right before we go to our next fight, I'm going to let you know about the Method Mayhem, or Method merch rather. If you want to show support to Method, you can type !merch in the chat to get your hands on some of the hottest new Method merch. Some pretty nice shirts there. I do actually have that sweater, or not sweater, that sweatshirt. I got one of those.
Has everyone got one but me? Ben, get on their job, man. Chop. Jesus Christ, give me a hoodie.
Oh, it's a great hoodie. I really enjoy it. Especially it's -10 right now in Wisconsin, so I've been getting some use out of it.
Yeah, I really rate the hoodies, honestly. Those are definitely my favorite.
Mm-hmm. Very nice. But anyways, this next fight here, let's see, it's going to be Esso Deldry versus _T_he_o.
Theo. Oh, that's West Ham's boy, right?
Yeah, that is my boy right there. I think he's got it, honestly. He's been practicing. He's definitely been doing a very good job. He's beating me a fair amount of times, so I think he's got it.
Is Theo the guy that you came to RuneFest with?
That would be true, yeah.
Yeah, he's a lovely guy. I remember he was... I'm going to embarrass him now in front of everyone. He was a little bit intoxicated and was going around Just being really nice. And you know, when people think about PvPers in the clanning scene online, they're like, oh man, these guys are full of, you know, really toxic individuals. But Theo was such a lovely bloke, man. He just had a big smile on his face, walking around with a beer in hand. And like you said before, he's a good guy. So good luck to him here. Who's Deldry again?
Hopefully he's not intoxicated now, because he's going to have every single bit of concentration as he can get. So
Who was
SO and Theo
Deldry?
going at it in just a few seconds here.
Who's his opponent? Sorry, West Ham.
Deldry, yep.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if this is Ezo from, I believe, Wolves or Solid Tag. I know he's been in Wolves previously. I'm not so sure what his current clanning situation is, but in the past, I remember him as a really good Tribrid. Not entirely sure what he's been up to lately, so we could be seeing Theo beat him here.
I mean, earlier on, we had a few names that we weren't too sure who they were, and they ended up being absolute beasts, so we could be, you know, pleasantly surprised here as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I remember him as a very good Tribrid in the past. I'm not sure how he's kept up with, like, the current metas and improving and making sure that he's, like, warmed up. But I mean, we'll see.
One thing we've not mentioned as well is that, you know, before this top 32 that we're streaming today and tomorrow, there was like a preliminary round, right, that was done off stream. So everyone that's got this far, you know, is a very competent hybrid that's been able to beat everyone else that entered it initially.
Yeah.
Taking a look at the brackets, with this fight obviously happening next, and then the fight after that will be a round 2 fight, and that will be Mike LMFAO or Pure Doomed going up against Adam. I'm just going to say Adam. I don't know the other one. So.
Oh, wait. Adam got beat Fool's Justice. Darn. That's going to be an interesting one.
Oh, wow.
Going into round 1 here of Ezo versus Theo as well.
So in terms of Theo's playstyle, what's he good at, and what's his weaknesses? Would you say, as one of your friends, someone you've PK'd against quite a lot?
I'd say Theo's playstyle is very similar to, like, for example, Bellis or Reese. They're very calm, very collected. They're not like the most insane, like, speedy people, but they're very, very good at just keeping that momentum, making sure they're utilizing their DDing and stuff like that.
I mean, straight away there, you know, making full use of the fact that his opponent was trying to freeze him and keep Prey Mage up. Theo went for a bolt, hit like a 38, caught the freeze, and then, like you said, stays calm, walks underneath, catches the 14 barrage again. Gets Claw Spec, though, on Prey range. That was pretty lucky for him, only a 26 Claw Spec. And Iso probably kicking himself for not hitting higher there. Claw Spec to return from Theo, not the biggest again, getting Prey melee up too, so they're now neck and neck with the Claw Specs. Another one on Robes!
On Robes.
Oh, that was like a 52 claw as well there.
Yeah, that was a quite big claw.
So Theo's not opting. Oh, never mind. He is opting to use the Mage's Book quite a bit. He wasn't initially. And they're frozen beside each other. So it looks like Theo still has a Claw Spec, doesn't he? So he's going to be able to put the pressure on his opponent to Prey melee a little bit. Whereas ESO has used both his Claw Specs up.
Yeah, of course, depending on the situation, if your opponent is in position to hit you at the same time as you want to go for that barrage, it is better to camp the D-square shield. However, if they have just done a hit, you are free to use a Mage's Book, since that person won't be able to hit you on Robes anyway. But right now, it seems that Theo is just not catching these freezes. He's not getting the RNG, and Iso is pummeling. He is getting that snowballing right now. He's getting the momentum, making sure that he keeps up with it. Iso bolting without his K-top there, getting frozen straight away as he should. Maybe we can see Theo pull it back.
Prayer. I don't know, man. Like, right there, Theo was praying Mage quite a lot, trying to get frozen, and ESO was managing to just, you know, constantly hit those 30 bolts and such, and that's what gave him that advantage there. Theo tried for a Claw Spec to bring back into the fight, but he hits like a 10 or a 20, so they've had one more Claw Spec later on once their spec recharges the next minute or two, but Theo really needs to get some good RNG here and switch across this momentum in order to stay in this first battle.
Yeah, from what we've seen so far, I believe Theo needs to get like at least probably 200 or so-ish damage in order to pull it back to an even fight. But like we said before, we've seen this in the past. We've seen people get very good RNG at the start, and then their opponent is able to take that back and get the snowballing at the end and be able to win. Yeah.
So both players being frozen away from each other here, both sitting on full HP and trying to get back into the fight and figure out what the next strategy is going to be. Are they going to go for the DD? Are they going to go for some whip hits, or what's it going to be? Theo, unfortunately, just getting hit by a bit of RNG, getting the prayers right, just getting, you know, his HP chipped away at the 10 here and the 15 here. ESO going for a whip hit and trying to catch this next freeze now to keep this momentum up. And he manages to catch it straight away. First freeze, gets the DD. And now again, that must be so annoying and frustrating for Theo, who's already down quite a bit of HP and needs to bring it back.
Yeah, right now, I'm not sure what's going on. If they just... Oh, it seems like ESO's just pulled it with a 41 whip. I mean, right now, Theo is in a very bad position. He's not able to catch it. He's not able to catch. He's not getting any free hits in. ESO punching him right there.
The disrespect! he's so far up in HP, just thinking he can go for it.
I mean, that claw was off prey, getting him a 39. Yeah. Not the biggest of claws. Take that any day, though, I'd say.
Yeah, he's getting a little bit of DPS back here and doing a little bit of damage. Those, 10s and 20s do add up. Oh, the claw spec off prayer, but hitting a 0, and then he gets the 32 into the 25.
Maybe this is Theo's time to shine. Yeah, maybe it's his time to shine.
You're always saying, before we were saying how, we say something and the opposite happens. Oh no, Theo's definitely out of this now. He's not going to bring it back. Before just turn around, starts hitting 50s constantly.
Interestingly enough, Theo's actually the first opponent we've seen so far grab DH legs instead of Varric.
Oh, interesting. So they've got higher range defense bonus, but lower mage defense. So I'm assuming the reason for that. 41.
We need to stop talking, man. I think Theo might be completely out of food here. Yeah, and he gets taken out by 7 barrage.
I mean he was just down too much at one point, like 200 HP.
They were both doing really well. Theo making a few mistakes, but the RNG just wasn't in his favor, clearly.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you can't really do much when you're down several hundred hit points. That 40 just closed it up for him. Yeah, and the 25 whip. To be fair, ESO played that really well, I think. And he did deserve to win that one.
So ESO taking the first fight there, as it looks like he was going to run away with it at the beginning there, but Theo able to bring it back a little bit. What's Theo got to change up here for this next fight, though?
I mean, I'm not sure. Theo was making a few mistakes, like barraging with his DH legs on at times, but it wasn't enough. I wouldn't say that that's the reason that he lost. He made a few mistakes, so did ESO. I think it was just a matter of RNG. Theo was getting hit 45 whips, stuff like that. So it's very hard to pull back once you are being snowballed.
I was going to say, I think Theo should use his melee more. I'm not seeing it being used very much. Maybe he was, and I just didn't get the RNG. I remember ESO hitting some 40s there, and that's what really made a big difference early on.
Definitely.
When you're getting into PKing and these Outlast sort of fights, one of the things that I've noticed that's the hardest is making sure to get those melee hits in, or getting regular melee hits in. Most of the time, I'm just bolting or barraging, and I have to remind myself to, time to time, bring in that whip hit every now and then.
Yeah, it's definitely very depressing as well. What we saw from Theo in the last fight was he was unable to catch the freezes, and when ESO already has the momentum on him, if he can't catch that freeze and heal up and repot and stuff like that, it's hard for him to bring it back.
Off the bat there, Theo was able to catch the freeze and went for the DD, but unfortunately he was frozen back by ESO. And ESO with this 1-0 lead is probably feeling very confident and is just going to remain calm as well here. But as you said before, Theo is a very calm PKer, so being 1-0 down isn't the end of the world for him. He knows, if he gets some good RNG, he can bring it back. But the 34 spec, it was on prayer.
ESO dumping both of his specs there, though.
The second spec could have, really given him a huge lead there, but luckily for Theo, it was only a small one.
Yeah, right now I think we're seeing Theo use his range and mage a lot, and ESO's kind of opting for the bolt to melee tactic. Unfortunately for Theo, the mage is just not doing enough DPS. Catching him off prey there with a 50-ish claw.
Yeah, that 50 was really important for him.
Yeah, Theo still has one claw.
Two.
If I was Theo here, I would just opt to not use the second claw. Try kind of fakey that claw spec so he can make his opponent camp pray melee in DD situations.
Yeah, and again, stay close to him so he's forced to pray that melee or put it up a couple times and get it wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Here, can we catch the freeze?
Oh, a 34 barrage
as
well.
That's nice. Missed the Mystic Robe lengths there and hit a 0 off prayer. 0 spec, only hitting a 14. That was off prayer too, followed by the 15 whip.
Seeing a bolt do more damage than the claw off prey, but that's just what happens sometimes. We're playing RuneScape at the end of the day.
Gets a bolt on robes there on ESO, and again, just not really hitting much. I was going to say, Theo's playing really well right now and doing most things right, but just not getting the RNG that he needs. ESO trying to catch this freeze here and get control of the fight once again, but not able to do much. Going for a whip hit, getting hit a 35 bolt by Theo, who then capitalizes, gets the DD.
He's getting a few free hits in right here.
And of course, those add up in a fight where, you know, you're averaging 60, 70 hits right in total.
Unfortunately for Theo, though, it does seem that every time he pulls out that whip, well, okay, I was just about to say, it only hit zeros. Maybe I should keep
it up, your boy, yeah. If you want him to win. Right, ESO managing to catch the freeze, though, and trying to switch the momentum around here, trying to get some big hits in here. Hitting a 15, going for the barrage off press. 17, he's bringing it back slowly but surely, but then the staff swipe. A little misclick there. Unfortunate for him. Now Theo does catch the freeze, steps away, gets a free ball on the right prayer. 23, not bad either.
Yeah,
and
definitely
gets frozen
seems
right
like
to his opponent.
It definitely seems like Theo's down a little bit. It's a lot more of an even fight than what it was. Okay, I need to stop, bro. Like, there's no point. I just say a word, bruv, and they get bolted at 35, whipped to 45. Like, what's the point?
I'd say it's still really, really even right now. There's been times where Theo's been, you know, managed to get that momentum, and then times where ESO brings it back. We had 22 there. A claw spec off prayer, 50 HP. That was a chance onto Theo. Luckily for Theo, he had tank on, and the RNG wasn't in ESO's favor.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really unlucky claw. I will say, though, like, clawing someone on tank, obviously that is not optimal. Claw specs are very, very accurate, so most of the time they do hit, but it's a bit of a 50-50.
Theo managed to get a 35 barrage there and is doing really well. He should have a claw spec back soon as well. I believe that ESO used both his claw specs off the bat. There it is. It's only a 36. It was on tank again. At least it was, you know, not a 0 like his opponent got, so we can't be too mad about that one. Trying to go for the freeze, but ESO doing a great job of putting on his Carol's top and his Mystic Row bottoms, but still getting caught at 29, getting caught back at 8.
Unfortunately for Theo not being able to DD there in time. It looks like ESO is out of food. Theo might have this one.
That might be both of them being very low HP, though. You know, Theo's sitting on about 50 there. Luckily for ESO, he managed to catch that redemption just on time, and he's now at 20 HP. Next tick here, he will to put the redemption up once again. Is Theo going to go for the barrages constantly, or is he going for a whip hit? 0. Unlucky. That was definitely a chance again. Goes to the barrage.
Could play this right as well, with that. If he does get millied, he can just put the redemption up instantly. If Theo barrages anything here,
then it'll be a 1-1. But the 0 whip. That's so unfortunate. Yeah, he shouldn't have whipped it there. And then now ESO's back in the fight, hits a 20 into a 0 bolt on the right prayer. You know, desperately Theo's just trying to do that last bit of damage.
Here as well, yeah. This is about as even as it's going to get, unfortunately.
Catching that freeze was so important, though. And 29 bolt.
Oh, that's...
No.
Wait.
Wait. Looks like Theo got the redemption up after hitting a 29, get down to 1 HP.
If he just barrages anything here, he just needs to barrage.
No way, he has still got the redemption off as well. 18, one more. He can get another one off here. Oh my gosh, that was so close.
In fairness, that last hit definitely should have hit for Theo. Wow. He whipped him on robes.
Well, there it is. Theo 1-1 now, and in a best of 3, they've got 1 fight left. But oh my god, the amount of redemptions there, just the skill of being able to pick that up perfectly.
Crazy amount of redemptions. We need a redemption counter, honestly.
I mean, I know we've said this a lot that it can go either way, but like that is just a pure example of just how close these fights can end up being. Well played to both players there for sticking in it and, you know, not making mistakes right at the end.
Yeah, we're looking at a 1-1 right now.
Well, 1-1, and I'd be very interested to see the statistics of that fight. It seemed like Theo was getting a little bit more lucky on the hits in that one.
Yeah, I'll try to get the tracker for the last fight so we can kind of analyze that at the end.
If you'd excuse me real quick, let's go to the bathroom really quickly. I'll be back.
Unacceptable. We're not getting paid.
I'm sorry.
Take him off the clock.
Going to the bathroom on work time, respectable.
Yeah. I usually did that when I worked at the station.
I do believe we have the track. So the tracker for that fight was 52 prayers on Theo's side with 1 extra hit versus ESO's 53%, so only a 1% difference with 74 hits. So Theo did get 1 extra hit in. His deserved damage is actually a little bit more, only plus 12. I think that was about as even as it can possibly get. I mean, they both played it really well. I think that was just a fight on RNG. They both played it exactly the same. Even their freeze RNG being 73% versus 70.
Well, I think both of them definitely dropped the ball with the not using their barrages at the end of the fight there, because both of them, for those that don't know, if you barrage and it splashes and you're praying redemption, it doesn't proc the redemption. But if you do a bolt or a whip and it hits a 0, that does proc the redemption, which is why you want to usually barrage.
Yeah, so making sure that you barrage when your opponent is on extremely low health. I mean, for example, if your opponent is 1 HP, if you barrage, there's no way you can proc the redemption. So any time that you do hit, it's going to be the kill.
Right, exactly. Unless there is a possibility that the barrage is for a 0.
Yeah, it is rare, but I mean, it does happen sometimes.
It's very triggering too when it does happen.
Sorry about that. How close was the PvP tracker, Casper?
That was about as close as you can get. Theo had 75 hits versus 74. 52% prey is correct on Theo's side versus 53 on ESO's.
Oh, wow.
And Mage RNG being exactly the same. They caught 12 out of 29 from Theo, and ESO caught 12 out of 29 as well.
Oh my god,
I mean,
it really was. Yeah, that doesn't get closer than that,
Yeah, that is quite literally a 50-50.
So basically, for both of these guys, in order to turn the tides of the fight for this next round here, they're going to have to be a little bit better at redemption if they're both this dead even.
Yeah, I mean, that fight, it all came down to the redemption skill. I think Theo could have potentially been up a little bit on the tracker if he managed to kill him straight away, but yeah, again, ESO got a few more redemptions off than Theo at the end, so I think that's what brought the fight so close as well.
Yeah.
All right, well, we will be heading into the deciding fight here in just a couple of moments, as currently it is 1-1 between Theo and ESO.
And we are looking at the deciding round here as well.
Best of 3.
Yeah.
And the winner of this is going to go against the previous winner that we just saw.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Bill Jetty, wasn't it? Yeah.
No, he'll be going against Maney.
Yeah. Bill
Jetty, yeah. So that'll be a really big one too.
Going into the final round, deciding who's going to go through. It looks like Theo's gone for the free. Oh, wait, no, he did not go for the free. Sorry, ESO went for the free straight away. Theo catching it anyway, though. He did hit a 0 on Robes, which is really unfortunate for Theo.
Oh, he went for the claw spec there, but on the right prayer, but just got the DD just in time. Theo doing a good job here of really getting ahead, getting a few free hits in as well. Going for the DD under as well, not getting claw spec. Deciding not to step out there diagonally and having a chance to be spec'd. Oh, the 0 spec from ESO. That's going to be really frustrating for him. But catches the freeze back again. Opal spec on the right prayer, 36. Can he capitalize, get a DD?
I think that has to be the max. I mean, 36 through prayer, that has to be a 53, right?
Something like that, yeah. 40% reduction.
Oh, there's 0 off prey from Theo there. That is really depressing to see. I mean, ESO was in his tank, but he did not have his shield on, so that claw spec was definitely in favor of him to hit, if anything.
He had a really good start as well.
Trading the claw spec. I did
54, I think that was.
Did one of them just get chanced?
I think it was a chance, yeah, and that was Theo that got chanced actually. Deciding to get DD'd on now as well. Looks like ESO's really taking control of the fight. Unfortunately for Theo, who had a really good start, like we just said a minute ago. So many free hits here for ESO, and a 24
trading
bolt as well.
Hits there as well. ESO staff bashing, I mean.
0 for a 0, trying to catch that freeze again and stay with the DD mechanics. I think ESO really performs quite well when he gets the DDs. Oh, a 40 bolt though, being hit on Theo. Unfortunately, another bolt. Oh, another spec.
Theo is just being pummeled with those Opal bolt specs. I believe that's the 3rd Opal bolt spec that ESO's gotten in about less than a minute, probably.
Yeah, getting hit a damage off prayer there, and now Theo's going for the barrage hit again off prayer, but just not doing anything really. No big hits, just 0s, a bolt off prayer again, another 0.
Yeah,
Theo
very
really
small
can't
hits
hit,
being traded here.
All right, he's going for the freeze, gets the blitz because he's been brewing up. Another one!
A
51!
My god, I mean, those bolts that ESO's got, I want them, mate, honestly.
RNG
I need those in my life.
Yeah, that's like the 3rd or 4th one now this fight. And the 50s, that's the first 50 we've seen, which is just a bit ridiculous. And a 34 bolt from ESO again. He's just bolting 24/7, and Theo keeps putting up Prey Mage when he's unfrozen, thinking his opponent's going to go for those freezes.
Unfortunately for Theo, he's not able to catch these freezes, and when he finally does, he gets frozen straight away, so he's not even able to utilize that DD advantage.
Yeah, his luck's not been the best, although saying that last fight, you know, he did come back and it came down to the wire, so we could have a repeat. Barrage off prayer 11. ESO's definitely outplaying Theo right now and getting some better hits off prayer, but the 26 to return.
Yeah, whipping with the with the Dragon Square Shield. Not sure if it's a good
30
shot.
max blitz, man. Mad. Another barrage off prey. A 0 though. Theo is needing to get himself back into the game here. Catch that freeze. Splashes again. I think both players probably do have claw spec up now as well. Or
Yeah, they should have
their
regenerated
final one.
50% by now for sure. It's just down to whoever's going to use it first, and maybe. Oh, there it is.
There
Getting
it is.
around a 50
just
claw.
reset that.
Unfortunately, not the best.
I
But
mean,
a
used to call
50
him off prayer,
will
right?
take it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
I'd take that.
Yeah, Theo catches the freeze, goes to the DD. Unfortunately, gets hit a 39 bolt. ESO's bolts are just mad right now, is he?
Yeah.
He snuck in some kind of... Whoa,
And that
42 spec
claw.
as well. Again, off
Followed
prayer,
by 28 bolt. I think Theo's out of food
Oh,
here.
man.
Yep,
20 barrage.
Theo
The
does go
RNG
down.
of ESO, man. And the lack of RNG from Theo there was just very one-sided. Yeah, unlucky for him.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Theo, those bolts were just popping off, and there was not much he could do there. I mean, even prey in range, when he got bolted a 36 through prey, which I believe is the max.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just crazy. That fight was indeed very one-sided.
All right, well, it looks like ESO here going on to round 2. He'll be fighting up against PKR 1232 or Teggy Mani, and that is now Theo going into the losers bracket.
Who have we got next up?
That is the fight of the century. We got Solo Mission versus Hoog.
No, I don't know if wait, is Solo Mission up after?
I believe he is. Is he?
I think it's actually Doomed versus Adam.
Oh, well,
Oh, yeah,
okay.
it will
I'm
be.
just going to go throw myself down the bin.
Yeah, we were mentioning a
know.
minute ago, actually. This Adam guy, he actually beat Fool's Justice 2-0. What happened there?
I'm not
That-
sure
that
if he
fight
got
wasn't streamed.
I got a free round because Justice didn't turn up or anything like that.
Oh, potentially. Maybe we'll get some feedback about that in a second. Do you know who this guy is? This man, Adam?
I
Hola,
unfortunately
Lordessa.
don't. I've seen him in World 25 hybriding a lot, so I think he's very skilled in terms of hybriding. I'm not sure how he's going to perform tribriding. What we have seen in the past is that hybrids are very good at tribriding as well, though. It wouldn't surprise me. Very often you see people that are good at hybriding are also extremely good at tribriding.
Yeah, it's translatable, right?
Oh, okay. Apparently it's Beirut, so we should be seeing a good fight here.
Have you fought this
I got
guy
another-
before?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Beirut, although I haven't seen him in that many tournaments, I know he's a very skilled player, and it wouldn't surprise me to see him do extremely well here.
Another comment from the chat here saying, Old West Ham was such a good PKer. Shame now that he's over 30 and also over the hill. The next wiggled, if you will. West Ham, your thoughts?
Is this just a roast West Ham
Yeah,
session?
no, okay, so I haven't quite reached the stage where I'm at Wiggled's level. Wiggled is currently dying to 18 staff bashes in his videos, but maybe give it a few years and I'll get
Play
there.
him off, dude. Wiggle's a hero. He's a legend of old school RuneScape and in general, like RuneScape PKing, man. An innovator. Been around for years. You wish you were as much of a legend as Wiggled was. Get out of there.
All right, well, you talking about going to the toilet kind of got me. I mean, I gotta go. 1 minute.
All right, buddy. Well, there goes
Toilet
West Ham
peer
with
pressure?
his head held low after that comment about
yeah,
his
he's
age.
got to take a break. We'll probably see him in about another hour
I mean,
or so.
you know, I get it, man. The older you get, you know, sometimes you got to go to the bathroom a little bit more frequently. It's fine. It's
And his
fine.
poor man, being middle-aged, I hear, is pretty hard, so he must be really be suffering at this point.
Bless him. So we are watching. Oh, we're straight into it. We have Adam versus Mike. Now, Mike, Doomed was doing really well that fight beforehand, but this guy that he's up against apparently is an absolute beast. So this should be pretty interesting. Mike gets the DD off the bat and managed to pray correctly really well, getting a free freeze here as well. 15. Starting to get some momentum, but not really turning into too much. Both players just translating zeros for zeros, and now Adam managed to catch that freeze back again and switch over the momentum. Getting that DD, really important. Catching him off prayer with a 7 bolt, not the best. Another bolt off prayer on robes, I think that was, 20 as well. And now Adam just, you know, bolting constantly, but he hasn't got the DPS of ESO that we saw last fight, unfortunately for him. Freeze coming in for Doomed, and a spec. That's the first spec we've seen so far. 0 on Prey Melee. Trying to retaliate. That was off Prey, only a 23. Both players have used their specs now, so they will regenerate through the fight. Oh, what you got, West Ham? Is he hit back?
Correct, a cold one.
I just
Oh, wait, no, it is past 5.
I know,
never mind.
on the drinks already. You've still got
Yeah.
the losers bracket to go through. Oh, a 40 bolt
Ooh.
from Adam there. That was pretty big. And a 21 as well. And a claw spec just gets the prayer up back in time there.
Yeah,
Mike,
catching
you're
that on
doomed as
tank and
well.
on prayer.
Yeah, pretty lucky.
How's it going?
Sorry, that was my bad. I pressed my foot pedal.
You're all good, man. Right, the freeze coming in, catching a splash there though. Doomed, hitting a 0. And a 22. Lots of big bolts, man. I've not seen many whip hits that have been decent in quite a while now.
Yeah,
was
so
on
I do
Robes.
believe that with the Dragon Crossbow being
Yeah.
released and the Dragon Stone bolts, it's changed the meta a lot. I think bolts are a lot more accurate and more damage dealing now than what melee has been. So it doesn't really surprise me to see that bolts are this overpowered.
I guess with Mystic as well, you've not got like, you know, the Ancestral and stuff like that you see in Deep Wilderness where Mage is like the best DPS, right?
Yeah, I mean, without the maximum mage gear, mage is very rarely the best DPS. Although
I'd say
in
right now this fight is really neck and neck. I really don't know if either of them in the lead, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, in this setup, we do have a lot of mage bonus, which does kind of sacrifice melee bonus, unfortunately. So melee doesn't hit nearly as high as range does, for example, but it definitely does overpower mage if you can catch your opponent on robes.
Yeah, both players opting to go between melee and range a lot more, especially Doomed here, Mike. He loves those bolts and he's looking for that ESO RNG once again. Adam, not even trying to catch the freeze there, being DD'd under, just trying to retaliate with some more bolts as well. Both players unfrozen. Will they go for the freezes? Oh, that's a big bolt.
Oh,
25 only. I was ready for the 50. Man,
yeah,
after your
honestly,
expression.
that on robes and off prey, I was expecting a massive hit there, but I mean, it's the factor of RNG.
I think both players do have specs right now as well. Another 30 bolt coming in from Adam there.
Yeah,
being frozen though.
Pure Doom getting that what's it called, that free straight away. Might be able to get a
bolt through prayer. Nah, it can't have been.
Yeah, no, I think it was. Oh my. Yeah, again, those opal bolt specs. I mean,
ooh, a claw spec to retaliate though. Unfortunately for Adam, it wasn't the biggest one there.
yeah, unfortunately for Pure Doomed, he wasn't able to utilize that freeze he got to get any free hits either. So he was just straight eating food there, coming in with a claw poke. Unfortunately.
Yeah, that's
misclicking his
scratch.
spec.
He was almost going to go for it there. A good thing he didn't though, because I think his opponent did get prey melee up in time, so it wouldn't have been the biggest DPS.
Yeah, I mean,
There's the spec. Well, either way, it's a 0 anyway.
I was just
on the
about to
tank.
jinx that anyway.
They've neither player has any spec right now, so again, it's just a case of trading some hits and hoping for those big bolts again. Looks like Mike does manage to get frozen there, so it looks like Adam will go for a couple whips, a few bolts as well. Again, we've just not seen that much mage from either player. They're only using it as a utility.
Yeah, we've
to
seen
try
a
and
few.
catch each other out.
We've seen a few opponents use mage a lot, but for most part, it doesn't actually do that much damage, so people aren't really using it all that much.
Yeah.
One common thing I've noticed in these tournaments is that if you're from distance and you manage to catch a freeze running up to your opponent as if you're about to DD them, almost every time they either prey range or melee. So casting another barrage like Richie is right now. I mean,
Sorry to interrupt, mate.
He is
yeah,
pummeling with those those barrages. Another 31!
Dude, he's like 30, 30, 30, then a couple zeros, then another 30, another 30. Is he going to get the DD in a second once he's unfrozen? Another hit off prayer, 34!
34! I mean, just as I need to start talking more like about.
Yeah, I know. We were
bad
just saying how
RNG.
no one mages, so they're not praying mage. But the thing is, if your opponent's not really praying mage much, of course, even though the barrage isn't as maybe usually as much DPS as a bolt, if they're not praying right, you're going to hit, really decently. And if you get,
I mean, if you can
get
get multiple in a row, I mean, it can just build up to big damage like what we're seeing right now. I mean, another 19 barrage free prey, I believe that was.
Looks like Pure Doomed might be out of food though, despite having this really nice little comeback towards the end. He's down on 30 HP and he's needing to get a couple more of those 30 barrages to come back here.
Yeah, I'm
Adam
not sure if he's just risking his HP or not.
I think Adam might be out of food as well though, because it has been neck and neck. He's on 70 HP. Now Pure Doom, can he get the redemption? Potentially, if he prays mage and flicks at the right time. Looks like he's doing a great job of doing it though.
Yeah, I do believe if his opponent is barraging on that health through mage prayer, I think Richie's probably sitting on like 15, 16.
Yeah, it's quite unlucky actually. For Pure Doomed. Oh, that was
and
off
a
prayer as
0
well.
claw. Oh,
And then
does
a
he go down
31.
there? That's
Yeah, that was really unlucky because I mean the claw spec itself, like we just said there, that should have hit a lot higher despite it being on tank. But also like just being on that HP, it was like you said 15, 16. If he was just a couple HP lower, that redemption would have procced, and he would have been able to survive potentially that big old bolt right at the end. Both players out of food, though.
That
It was
claw
really
spec
close.
definitely could have been it, but unfortunately for him, it's just straight zeros.
Yep.
It would certainly be nice to, in another tourney here, to see some of these PvP statistics so that we can keep track of some of the RNG factors of the fights. I will say, though, that most of the time, if you win that prey percentage battle, you're going to be winning the fight, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say, so the way the tracker works, it calculates both your tank gear, your robes, and your prayers. So it doesn't really. Sometimes you can be catching more prayers, but be getting hit more on robes, which can mean that your opponent's deserved damage is higher than your own.
Mm-hmm.
Like looking at, so I've just got the tracker for that fight. What we're looking at right now is Pure Doomed or Richie having 54% prayers right versus 34, also having 97 hits versus 86, with 115 more deserved damage than his opponent, with 150 less actual damage.
It's just like your, well, it's 200 difference. Well, it's just like your fight earlier. I mean, you were meant to do, what was it, 450 or something? You literally did half of that. You did like 240 or something. So sometimes,
yeah,
RNG
my
is
first
really
fight
important.
was very interesting. I had
Really unlucky.
I had 241 damage on 452 deserved, unfortunately.
Yeah, maybe Doomed, if he's listening right now, maybe hearing this will give him the confidence that he needs, hopefully, to stay in the game. And since he did perform better this fight technically, maybe he can win it. But he just got bolted, like some crazy bolts. And I think that's the biggest difference, to be honest.
Looking at that tracker, definitely Pure Doomed should have won. But like we're gonna see a lot in this tournament. I mean, RuneScape is RNG, so for people flaming whenever people lose and stuff like that, sometimes the person that actually did lose didn't actually deserve to lose, and people like. I don't advise not flaming.
I'm saying right now, if this is the same exact fight, or if this statistically, if this next fight, if it's the same, Doomed is going to win it.
It's the claw specs, I think, is what it came down to. Like, he hit 3 claw specs, and all of them were absolute trash on the right prayer as well. Getting those big hits is so important.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the tracker from the last fight as well, Pure Doom definitely focused a lot more on barrage than what his opponent does, so maybe that will pull through. We'll see.
I mean, again here, I mean, you just said about the barrages. He's going for it again, Mr. Mike or Pure Doomed, but he just can't seem to catch one of the freezers. Saying that, he caught it there, gets the DD, but again, just exchanging zeros. Not that much RNG. A bolt off prayer as well for him, and he's just
trading a whip
not going
on prey versus off prey. So I mean, sometimes even though you do have the DD advantage, that doesn't necessarily mean that you are going to be the better player in that scenario.
Yeah. Really beautiful movement though there by Pure Doomed. Noticing his opponent was going to be unfrozen, he stepped away and still pulled off the 1-tick mage switch and got like a 20 out or something like that. But gets frozen by Adam, who now is able to get some free hits. There's 1 free hit. Doesn't get the second, and also both players splashing, getting the prey range up. 19 through prayer. It's not bad, is it? Can Pure Doomed catch the next freeze and come back a little bit? Claw spec on the robes!
45 through prayer. That is really unfortunate for Pure Doomed, and clawing them off prayer 0-0. I mean, that's just the difference, right? That's the difference between tank gear and like having it on prey sometimes. I mean, even though I would say prayers are very important, sometimes just catching the tank gear on can be a lot more important.
Darn, right there, the claw spec was on prey melee, it was on tank. Very unfortunate for Pure Doomed. He's used both his specs up now. I think Ola still has 1 spec, potentially, which is going to force Mike or Pure Doomed to prey melee quite a lot.
Yeah, again, we're seeing Mr. Olive Presser's like bolts just going in, hitting him at 39 there.
And because he's still got spec left, he's forcing Pure Doom to sit with the prey melee up a lot, so those bolts are able to do a lot more damage. The 33 barrage there, but Pure Doomed is unfrozen and now switches over to being able to DD underneath and get some free hits. Got to be careful though how he steps out here. We were mentioning earlier about the diagonal step outs, so he can't get claw specced. Ola
Yeah,
might go
and
for it now. Oh,
like I
he
said,
went
like
for
I
it.
said before, sometimes it's better to save that 50%
Yeah.
and still and wait until you get another 100 so that you can keep your opponent on edge and make sure that they can't sit like 50 HP and stuff like that. Because when you dump that last claw like he's just done there, now Pure Doomed can sit below 70 if he really wants and know that he can't get KO'd.
We've seen quite a few more whip hits being exchanged here in this fight compared to previous ones. A couple 30 for a 30 there. The big bolt from Ola as well. Is he going to go for the freeze or a bolt spec? 17 only. Lucky for Pure Doomed who caught the freeze there and is able to DD, get his HP back up again. I think in those situations there, when you've been hit quite a bit of damage and you're able to get that DD, if you're low hit points, it's so much better because then you're not, just having to eat aimlessly whilst getting dealt a load of damage. Oh, now Pure Doom's getting the big
I was just going to say that Pure Doom does look like he's down a decent bit, but he's pulling it through with a 32, 35, 37. That is a load of damage just in 3 hits.
And another one, even through prayer there, when Ola decided to step out briefly. Looks like Pure Doomed is probably up in this fight and catching a 31 barrage.
I mean, we might be seeing a comeback here, honestly. I don't guess that they're both even, if not Pure Doom being up food. Another 32 barrage from Pure Doom, catching him without the K-top on, which is crucial to not being able to get a barraged RNG there.
I think in the first fight, Pure Doomed was going for those barrage hits quite a lot, but just wasn't getting the RNG he was getting this fight.
The tables have turned. Pure Doomed is just absolutely shredding it right now.
Although saying that, Pure Doom just hit a 36 there and another 24 as well. So, Ola is clutching this back in briefly. Catches the freeze, a 21, and just like that, it's more neck and neck. The spec comes in off prayer. It's changing for another spec. Both hitting zeros. A 26 whip to follow from Pure Doomed. Going in for another hit. Both must be out of food almost here. Both
Yeah, it
about
does
20
appear
HP.
that both of them are out of food. I think Ola Press's RNG is a little bit better right now, though. I'm totally not you saying that, so I can jinx it again.
Steps out sideways, interesting play. Pure Doom is slightly ahead here, but Ola does have the advantage of being able to DD underneath after catching that freeze. Pure Doom now needs to catch the freeze, managed to catch it, a 4 through prayer.
And he now has the DD advantage
Yep.
with Olive Presser being completely out of food, around 40 or 30 HP, I believe. I mean, he can one-shot him at this point.
Yeah, it's really close, and having that DD advantage is huge as well. But, all it takes is a couple hits.
Oh, there it is, 39 bolt.
Beautiful. I mean, he was on ropes, so it was deserved, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'll see if I can get the tracker for that one as well.
Yeah, really close there. I think overall, Pure Doomed, even though it was so neck and neck towards the end, for the majority of the fight, I think Pure Doomed was playing better. And despite, the first fight, he was doing the same kind of thing, using Mage a lot more than Ola was, just wasn't getting the RNG. This fight, it really pulled through for him. And he got those, those big 30s that he needed. Although saying that, it was so close, regardless.
Similar to the last fight, Pure Doomed actually did do a lot better there. I say a lot, but it's not really a lot. We're looking at 57% prayers correct versus 63, the 57 being Pure Doomed, 507 deserved damage, and Pure Doom did have another 7 free hits.
7 extra hits, that's pretty big, and I think we saw again there, the claw specs there again, neither player really getting like those big 60s or 50 or 70s that we've seen in previous fights. Both doing a great job of keeping prey melee up.
I saw a couple of scratches coming in. Yeah, I saw a couple of scratches coming in from Adam, and the difference between Claws and AGS, I would say Claws overall is more accurate at doing damage, but that basic attack is not good, especially when you compare it to the AGS whack, which can still hit to about 52.
Yeah, I mean, one of my my own favorite playstyles in tournament in the past have been to AGS whack. Obviously, people learned that over time, started playing melee a lot more, but when you can DD and trade hits with your opponent and they're using a whip or bolt and you're AGS whacking them, I mean, it can be a massive difference. You're looking at a lot more accuracy, a lot bigger max hit, so I'd say sometimes it is worth it.
Are you going to stick with the claws, keeping that in mind, or are you going to maybe switch it up and do the AGS tactic?
For this tournament, I believe right now we are looking at a very mage range type of setup. Whips are good, but I'd say mage range is better DPS here, unless you can manage to catch your opponent on robes and stuff like that. So I'm not sure. I think I'll be sticking with the claws, because sometimes you can get some really good snowball momentum with the claws. Obviously, I think claws are 4 tick versus AGS is 7 tick or 6 tick.
6 tick, yeah. So it's quite a bit slower. Definitely worthwhile. Right, here it is. 1-1 currently, and the last fight was very neck and neck. So, Pure Doomed bringing it back after being down 1, catching the first freeze on Ola, and deciding to go
DD advantage here as well, going for another barrage. Unfortunately, hitting a 0, but it did actually catch.
chucking in the whip hits too, which is nice to see. We've not seen too much whips in the past, although being returned by a 42
whip for the claw scratch and a 0 spec.
Yeah, really unlucky there. It was on the right prayer. And then another spec from Adam. 18 right there. It's not too great, but it's not terrible either. Better than the 0.
36 damage right there. That is unfortunate for Pure Doomed.
Pure Doom catching the freeze though and going for the DD. Going for it's actually a step out straight away with a whip 20 through prayer. Nicely done. Stepping sideways to avoid the claw spec from Ola and getting a free hit too. And going for a claw spec after 36 through prayer.
Nearly maxing through prayer and tank there. Quite lucky.
Yeah, it's unlucky they didn't get it off prayer. Would have been like a 60-70, wouldn't it? Going in now for the freeze. Claw spec out of nowhere. 38
Another
from
big
Ola.
claw on prey.
Darn. Well, they're both out of specs now, right? They both use 2 up, I believe.
Yeah, I do believe they're both out of specs, so they can both be pretty cool mid. They don't really have to worry about getting KO'd, like we've said before. Sometimes wasting both of your specs at the start can be a disadvantage because keeping your opponent on edge, making sure that they have to sit like high HP in order to not have a chance of getting KO'd and stuff like that can be very crucial to win a fight.
Yeah, definitely. Now, Pure Doom catches that freeze again. His RNG's been a lot better in that first fight, actually catching the freezes and utilizing his mage a lot more than Adam is currently. Going for the DD, making sure he's staying above 100 HP at all times. And so when he does get that momentum, he can actually risk being a bit lower if he does get hit down a little bit. Again, though, sadly for him, hitting lots of zeros. Getting a bolt on the wrong prayer, but it was on robes, and catching the freeze, getting his opponent to run away towards him. That was well played, wasn't it?
I mean, his opponent was going for a whip there, which would have been on robes if he did splash, but he risked that, trying to get that freeze, and now he has the DD advantage.
Ola trying to catch the freeze twice.
Getting whipped on robes. A free off prey. That is really unlucky on Pure Doom side to roll that low of a hit.
Going for a freeze once again, getting hit on robes, a 9 through prayer, not the worst. Both getting the mage hits in here and catching it. Ola goes for the DD, misclicks and gets hit a 16 bolt off prayer. That must be very frustrating for him, making that little mistake. And again here, should be DD'd and healed up.
As well.
Yeah, and he's getting hit a 0. Lucky for him, but
yeah, I mean, RuneScape is RuneScape. At the end of the day, I think a lot of you, if you've tri-bridge staked before, you know how the walk here option works. Very often you will click walk here and it will put you right next to him. It can be really frustrating at times, that's for sure.
Exactly. Pure Doom getting a good bolt there, 27 I think that was, to get the lead, but deciding to stand at E for a little bit longer, going for a whip hit, a barrage, 21. Those are big barrages he's been waiting for again. I think the players have spec back now as well. Ola going for it and exchanging
for it. I do believe they hit just about the same there as well.
A 20 for a 20 or so free prayer on tank. Both players not having any KO potential now. They won't get another claw spec back this fight. Catching the freeze.
Of course, they get really bad RNG, both of them, and the fight drags on.
It could happen, yeah. Or they get like 17 redemption prayer flicks. Well, not 17, you know what I mean. Ola trying to go for the freeze here, but getting caught by Pure Doom. To again, these freezes he's had, his RNG this fight compared to the first one is great. You know, catching them is so important for his play style. Both trading 20 for a 20 and a 30 barrage.
The barrages again. I mean, we're looking at a really even fight here, I think. Honestly, it does really seem like they're both catching each other kind of 50-50. Taking a 44 whip, that I need to shut up, bro.
I was going to say that I think Pure Doom might be slightly in the lead here, but I mean, after that 44, I don't know, man. I think it is pretty neck and neck too. And also then getting hit a 13 to a 27 by Ola.
That's another 40 damage.
If it's not even now, it most definitely is. / maybe it's Ola's slight advantage there. But the overall spec being only a 13. That's pretty unfortunate. All right, Ola DDing, assessing the situation, getting a bit of HP back again, and trying to keep it some distance now, knowing he's unfrozen and his opponent's unfrozen.
Freeze, he can maybe get the DD advantage there. Yeah, catching a 32 barrage, like I said before. When you're running in, your opponent never expects you to barrage again, so that's a really good strat. That's a really good play by him.
The double barrage. I'm surprised he didn't actually keep that momentum going. For some reason, he decided to stay underneath and just sit down a little bit and relax. 26 bolt though. Pure Doom.
If Pure Doom wasn't up before, he definitely is now. That ultra spec taking him out. Jesus Christ, that's my boy.
30 again. My gosh. I mean, to be fair, I was saying before, I think Pure Doom was in the lead for a lot of that. So for him to end up winning that fight, I'm not surprised by.
I mean, I'm happy to see my boy win. I'll get the tracker here as well. This time, actually, Pure Doom did worse than Olive Presser prayer-wise, but was up on deserved damage. Like we've seen in the past, Pure Doom got a 15 extra hits on his opponent. 50,
Oh,
that
wow.
is massive. With
That's what makes it different,
32%
really.
prayers right versus 34, 519 deserved damage versus his opponent's 429. Both of them actually hit just about what they deserved. Olive Presser hit 25 more damage than what he deserved on the tracker, and Pure Doomed hit 40 extra damage than what he deserved.
How was Pure Doom's Mage RNG?
Mage RNG, we are looking at 16 out of 27 for Pure Doomed and 13 out of 28 for Olive Presser. Being a little bit more unlucky, we're looking at 110% versus 88.98%.
Yeah, definitely showed there. It's probably a game that had quite a good advantage, and those barrages were so nice throughout.
So looking like Pure Doom going on into round 3 now, round 3, as he's going to be going up against the winner of PKR 1232 and ESO. The next fight we've got up is going to be, is that Solo Mission's fight? I believe it. No, it actually is going to be the PKR 1232 up against ESO coming up right after this, and then we will be seeing the fight with Solo Mission. I am going to turn off my alarm.
Oh yeah, of course.
Look,
He was up at 8
it's
in the
just
morning,
me now.
wasn't it?
Hello, lads. How you doing?
Oh, what? Old man West Ham.
Yeah, I'm getting old. What am I looking at? Am I looking at fucking Gandalf West Ham? Jesus.
Oh, bless. Well, I'm excited to see this fight. As we said before, like ESO is the man with crazy RNG with the bolts. He just hits constant 40s and 50s. Oh, what was that? Sorry. Oh, I think Poison Potion's back.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, a little bit of technical difficulties here.
Oh, that's fine.
I believe the stream has been AGSG mold for everything.
There we go. We have the bracket back up again now. I was just saying, I think ESO, his bolt RNG throughout this tournament has been absolutely insane. But you were saying before, that guy PKR 1232 has pretty ridiculous RNG as well, right? Like he's a really good hybrid.
Yeah, definitely. Well, West Ham. Oh, it looks like mold, bruv.
Mold. Dude, I think you should grow the beard and the long hair. I think it suits you.
No, I can't grow a beard, man. I'm not that lucky.
What do you think, Twitch chat? Bill Jetty or ESO? I've heard Bill Jetty's insane, so I'm inclined to think that he'd probably.
I do believe that is two
here,
solid tag members going against each other.
Oh, so they're friends.
Yeah, I mean, right now looking at for clan representation.
Okay. I don't know if you guys can hear me, but my sound went out, so I'm gonna try and fix
can
that
hear
and let you guys go at it.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So as for clan representation, what we're looking at right here, we've seen a decent amount of solid tag, a good amount of Kanini members, Pure Doom being a Kanini member, Theo being a Kanini member, Golf, I believe, being the only one representing Frontline here. We got Pipsqueak later on representing Frontline as well. But we've seen a decent amount of Blazers, Kanini, not many Frontline yet, and a decent amount of solid tag. I do believe both Ezo and Bill Jetty are solid tag. So I think no matter which one of them wins, I think they'll be happy.
We're happy, yeah. Sweet, and whoever wins that one is going to be going up against Mike in the round 3 tomorrow. Pure Doomed, who we saw performing very well that last fight as well. Are we jumping in shortly? Oh, I think Poison Potion's just sorting out his microphone. Oh.
We can't hear you, PP. Hello, PP. Good.
A lot of people are asking for Dino as well, like when he's coming on, and I think we'll be seeing his fights very shortly too. Dino will be on.
Yeah, so I don't actually know who Dino is going against.
Hello.
Dino should be on in the next 10 minutes or so, actually. 10-20 minutes.
I think
He's still on.
I think Dino's first fight will I think Dino will win his first fight unless that person, just like we saw earlier, Mr. Koru, the underdog, actually turning out to be a really good player. I mean, we never know, but I think Dino will probably make the first round, and then second round, Dino truly has a battle of the titans. We have Hamza versus Ethan, who are both really, really good.
They're really competitive too, right? Like they hate each other. Not hate each other as people, but I mean like clans. There's like some competitiveness there, right? To like.
I mean, yeah, we're looking at solid tag versus Frontline, right? I think that's going to be a very anticipated fight.
I mean, I don't really follow much of the clan scene on Twitter, but it does pop onto my feed quite a bit, and it's always these these massive clans flaming each other out and stuff. So I'll probably be tweeting that later today. Right, here we go. We have Mike versus Adam. This is ESO versus... names at the top are wrong. It's ESO versus Teggy Maney. Teggy Maney being that guy, Bill Jetty, who said was absolutely insane. First of all, ESO catching the DD, and again going for those big bolt tactics where he's just going for the 50s constantly and switching to the whip as well. And he's actually catching his opponent off prayer quite a bit. A 38 there for him, but getting claw spec and a 16. Lucky for him, there's the 0 claw spec. Really,
yeah, I mean, right now it looks like ESO's really outplaying Bill Jetty here. I mean, Bill Jetty clawing that 0.
Dude, a
49 bolt ice! Oh, and another
one! 34!
Oh, 4.
Man, like I said, man, this guy's bolts are just like on. I don't know what's going on with his bolts, but they are so specially magically imbued. I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, every fight we've seen him do so far, his bolts have just been going so hard.
Bro, he's getting such insane RNG right now. I don't think
if he can keep this
damage.
Yeah, I mean, if he can keep this bolt RNG throughout the entire tournament, I'd be betting my money on him. Jesus Christ!
I know, right? He's also, he actually got to use 1 claw spec there, whereas his opponent used 2. His opponent used 2 specs, both hit 0s. His claw spec gave out 40 or so. So again, there, just around the board, he's getting some great RNG. Saying that, it's not over till it's over. Bill Jetty catches a freeze, gets a DD, hits a 49 bolt to return. There we go. Just like that, he's back in the fight. And using Mage quite a lot. His opponent's not really praying Mage too much, and he's catching off prayer a decent amount. Both players being unfrozen here. And the next freeze is going to decide the direction of this fight. ESO catches it, and again goes for those magic bolts, trying to hit some more 50s, but hits a couple 0s. There's a 10, not too bad. And again, the bolts, just constant bolts, man.
Yeah, it's just non-stop. I mean, his bolt RNG is just absolutely crazy. Off prey, on prey, robes, tank, doesn't matter, bro. Those bolts do not care.
Dude, he's bolting like almost every hit, and for some reason, he's actually getting them off prayer. For some reason, Bill Jetty's just... He keeps thinking
I mean, if I saw my bolts
times.
doing that hard, I mean, I wouldn't use anything else. Just camp it. Why not?
He's probably thinking, oh, he's bolted once. Okay, I won't pray range. He's not going to do it again. Oh, he's done it again. I won't pray again. Oh, wait, this is six times, 7 times? He's going to bolt 8 times in a row. What is this man doing? Right now, both players have been frozen away from each other, and looks like Bill Jetty is going for mostly mage-oriented hits, and actually ESO's changing up his strategy. He's realized that he's used a lot of range and decided to switch to mage a little bit more. Catching this freeze is going to be really important, but going for a bolt again, and it hits a 26 too. Why bother doing anything apart from bolting, man?
Yeah, I mean, you just give up the whip, drop it, there's no point. Just focus on getting that 1 freeze and then just bolting straight through. Like, there's no point using anything else. Have we even seen his whip do a single point of damage yet? I don't think
so. I mean, Bill Jetty's going for whip hits and trying to do what he can.
Getting a 24-25, trading that claw.
Okay, well, I mean, that's pretty even damage.
Yeah, I think we're looking at a 50 for a 60, something like that.
Yeah.
So, I'd say, yeah, fairly even. I mean, I do believe ESO got caught on robes, so, I mean, realistically, he should have lost that, and he did.
Catching a freeze, Bill J manages to DD underneath after hitting a 20 there, and is desperately trying to just like get some momentum to get back into this fight, because right now I would say that he's probably down quite a bit of HP. ESO, again, going for a freeze here. Doesn't catch it straight away. Gets hit a 50 bolt back.
Actually, I thought that was ESO again, but I mean,
yeah, I was going to double check the names that based on his RNG so far. But Bill J's, really clawing his back, quite well here. That 50 claw spec really helped.
Yeah,
too,
I mean, from what we can tell from Bill Jetty, he's just really calm, collected. He's faking a lot. Mm-hmm. He's really got those switches in, catching them off prey a lot here. Unfortunately, that bolt spec was not that high. I mean, I expected more. Another one for a 22.
It's like 3 almost. And a 27 whip as well. He's come back. That's it. He's actually going to come back completely now.
A 9 whip on robes as well. That is depressing.
That was like 100 and something, 200 damage just in the space of a few seconds right there. And now ESO desperately needs to... He needs to get some big bolts, I should say, again, to be able to claw his back. He's down to like, what, 20 HP?
I mean, it's insane to think, right? That even with those bolts, he might lose here. Oh,
he's got the redemption on the wrong tick there. What? He's missed the redemption like 2 or 3 times here.
Oh, there he goes to the 32 barrage.
That's
actually really interested. I'll see if I can get the tracker for that. I'm not so sure.
I was going to say, I think throughout almost the entire fight, ESO was up, especially the start. He got such a big amount of momentum with those big bolts. But Bill Jetty, I mean, this is what really separates the insane PKOs from the really good PKOs, is being able to not give up when he gets to that situation and keep fighting. And
Exactly,
he kept his cool and he got that RNG back again and just flipped the table completely and managed to win the fight. So
yeah, you're just keeping your composure, making sure that even if you are down a lot, there is always opportunity for you to come back, and not getting demoralized when you're down a lot. I mean, it's a big part of it.
So can you guys hear me now?
No.
Yo.
No.
I can hear you.
No.
No.
Well, I see West Ham got a more recent picture of himself.
Yeah, I mean, I grew a little bit old. It is what it is. Got 2 kids.
Yeah. And somebody was saying why, I saw somebody in the chat saying why the guy on the right doesn't have a webcam, but I don't know what they're talking about. I mean, you just got a really good poker face.
Yeah, I mean, I don't move my mouth a lot when I speak.
Yeah,
I
you can
like
be a great ventriloquist.
Yeah, I mean, I like Edgeville. Not sure why people are flaming. It's my home.
Yeah, right. You look like you've lived there for quite a while too.
Oh yeah, me and the wise old man are boys.
That's in Draenor.
What's the guy? Is it Evil Dave that lives with his mum? Old West Ham's moved in there as well for the past few years.
Bro,
who's the guy? Oziak? Oziak? He lives in Edgeville. You're probably best buds with him, right?
Nah, bro, his house is too small. Can't go there.
Oh yeah, that's right. He also overcharges. He's kind of a cheap ass.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, the Grand Exchange. But here we are going in for, I believe, the second fight?
Yeah, second. No, this is the second fight, and currently ESO is down by 1. Went for a claw spec there, goes for it again, 0 unfortunately for ESO, and isn't really off to a great start here. Bill Jetty has hit a 36 bolt.
I mean, rightfully so, catching him both off prey and on roads. That bolt is about as deserved as it can possibly get. ESO catching his breath here, making sure that he eats up the full, getting those repots in, sidestepping so his opponent can't whip him, just straight and bolted here, going in for that claw as well, only managing to get like 30-ish damage. Bill Jetty specking him off prey, I believe. Not entirely sure.
So imperative there. The claw spec I think that he got in return was about 30 or so it's pretty even, but ESO's really brought this back after a bit of a shaky start. 39 whip as well, stepping underneath, getting a free hit in, going for the freeze, but getting caught by Bill Jetty. Oh, I think my screen's frozen. Oh, never mind.
My screen's froze.
We've been raided by Tedious, that's why. Tedious is crashing the stream. Thank you, Tedious, with your bear. Love heart emotes. We're back.
Okay, we are indeed back. Seeing that 16 bolt as well, and it looked... Okay, we got a little bit of anime going on.
Looks like the freeze comes in for ESO, was that, I believe? Nope. ESO managed to catch the freeze and keep this upwards momentum going after, like I said before, not having the best start. But a 32 barrage, getting a free hit on Bill Jetty. Another barrage, only a 3, unfortunately, for him. Bill Jetty, again, like the last fight, is just not doing great at the start. But, I mean, we saw him come back before, so it definitely could happen again. Going for a freeze now, potentially both players being unfrozen. No, the ball exchange. ESO getting a big one, no ball spell. It being a 26. Exchange for a 22, though. Can he catch this freeze? No, he is frozen.
Actually surprised he caught that barrage. I mean, he barraged with a K-top on, so odds were not in his favor, but he did catch it.
Really needed that swap.
Trading at 28 for a 6, catching a 19 on prey there.
What do you think about the decision for Bill Jetty to sit so low HP there? I mean, he knows his opponent's unfrozen. Is there
So, in these fights, depending on what you have for your inventory, a lot of people, including myself, I bring Karumbons, for example, so I'm very confident sitting low HP, knowing that I can get that triple E in. But it also, you kind of have to pay a little bit more attention, because if your opponent still has spec, for example, you could still get knocked out, and making sure that you have that triple E ready at all times is crucial.
Bill Jetty right here is trying to come back. He's taken ESO's little strategy there and just bolting constantly, and it's actually paying off for him, and he's bringing the fight back quite well.
I'm not entirely sure what happened to ESO's claws there. He was holding him out as Bill Jetty was next to him, but still didn't manage to get him off.
Oh man, catch that freeze too. Bill Jetty has really brought this one back now. I think we just saw there about 100 damage or so. Another ball, another free hit as well. These free hits really do add up. Another whip hit, free hit. ESO needs to catch the freeze. Unable to a 30 bolt on him as well on the wrong prayer. It looks like, Bill Jetty's really turned this around just like the last fight.
I think Bill Jetty's got this in the bag. I mean, me saying that, I've probably jinxed him and cursed him, but it is what it is. Going in for a 33 bolt for a 12 opal bolt spec. I mean, Bill Jetty's just... I think he's got this. That's 12 claw on prey, on tank. 33 barrage as well. It looks like... Oh, he's out of food.
Jeez, man.
Just like that, ESO's out.
I really thought that ESO was gonna take that one there, or was gonna be much closer. But you know, the second that Bill Jetty gets that bit of momentum, he really makes it into something, and he gets so many hits off prayer, which just adds up. And yeah, like you said before, quite rightfully, that 33 bolt. Waits a second, gets the claw spec perfectly timed too. The second he pops out, and the 33 barrage into the 30 bolt, mate. He played that really, really well there. He deserved to win that.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to guess, I would say that Bill Jetty is the more skilled player, and seeing him win, I mean, I'm not really surprised. I do believe that would have been the outcome. So I'm not surprised to see he won. I think Bill Jetty's a very skilled player. It wouldn't surprise me if he takes home the whole tournament. Looking at the PvP tracker for that one, Bill Jetty on the first fight, looking at 61% prayers right versus 52 on ESO's side. Bill Jetty having 5 more hits, around the same mage damage as well, or catch luck rather. Second fight being a lot more one-sided. Bill Jetty with 58 hits, 72% prayers right, versus ESO's 52 hits and 54% prayers right. Being a little bit more lucky on that mage side. Bill Jetty having 105% mage RNG versus ESO 74. Although arguably I would say 25% mage catch rate wouldn't have been that different. I think Bill Jetty definitely outplayed his opponent a lot there.
Yeah, both hybrids, insane players. Like ESO did play really well there as well. But he's not out of the tournament yet. He is double elimination, so he's still got a chance to come back. Oh, you're muted, Potion.
Looks like Bill Jetty moving on to round 3 here as that ESO now dropping down into the loser's bracket. Our next fight gonna be solo. Or wait, no, is it solo? It looks like solo already advanced. Oh, it was a forfeit. Okay, so solo mission going on to round 2 off of a forfeit. He'll be taking on 99 Streetscape or School Zing. So let me go a little bit farther ahead in the matches.
Does that mean that Dino also had his opponent forfeit too?
That could be, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it. So unfortunately, we'll have to wait a little bit longer to see Dino's fight. But he's made it to round 2 as well.
I was going to point it out.
Is all getting very excited about seeing Dino. See all his little emotes in the chat. It's really cute.
I will say PP. It is 99 strength cape as opposed to street.
What?
He said 99 street cape, I think.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Give him a break, man. He's up. It's like 6 in the morning for him.
Yeah, well, it was. It's now later, but yeah, it was pretty early in the morning. I didn't even get when you told me, but I'm trying to get through all the series since there's like 3 forfeits now. It's gonna be Cringe versus Pipsqueak.
No.
Yeah.
Would you want to take the wave?
I mean, you know these guys better than everyone, but we mentioned before, I'll just quickly introduction this. So Ethan is from Frontline. He's well known as one of the better hybrids in the game, like one of the top guys. And is he like on their council or one of their leaders, I think?
I do believe he's a rank. I do not believe that he's a leader, though.
Okay.
I think he's got.
He's one of the guys that you'd see in, if you're getting hit up at the I don't know, Black Chin spot, and someone's on you in Max Mage and they're destroying you. That's probably going to be Ethan or one of his friends. And then Hamzori Cringe is the leader of a rival clan, right? Solid Tag, I think you said.
Yeah, exactly. And Hamza, I will say both of these people are really good. I would say we're looking at yet again a kind of like fast and like more movement style player versus a very composed and like chilled out PK. As I say that, he's your star spec.
Oh no, he says okay in game as well. That's so frustrating in a fight like this. And I was about to say before as well, obviously there's $1,500 on the line for this weekend's event, not including the prize pool for the finals as well. But even more importantly than that for these guys is the reputation and be able to to beat their opponents and say, like, you know, we've won and all that. I mean, to be fair, the staff of light there actually saved him 13 HP there because he got whipped, and keeping the staff on
for a minute,
reduced damage for 50%. So
for a whole minute now, Hamza can't really melee him all that much. So
why is Cringe going for these specs? I don't understand. He's going for specs on the Staff of the Dead with the spec up, which is a bit strange. It's a 0 as well. I would have personally waited until the staff spec would have expired after a minute.
Yeah, I think I would agree there, because I mean,
he's going through it again.
I don't know. It seems like he's just wasted both of his specs
maybe,
there, and I think
maybe he's
Ethan
saying,
is pulling through here.
Maybe he's saying, you know what, you misclicked, all right? I'll chuck my specs. I'm still going to beat you. I don't need my claw specs to win. Maybe that's what's going on here. Or
maybe if they were friends, but I think we're looking at two people that hate each other here, so I don't think that's very likely.
Oh dear. Right now, I'd say it's still neck and neck. I don't think either party is up that much HP, and Pipsqueak managed to catch the freeze, DD, and going for some whip hits, getting staff bashed back. Tell you what, Cringe is misclicking quite a bit right now, but he's going to stay composed, eat back up to full HP, and again, we're seeing a lot of bolts come out here. Like we have in the previous fights, they're both hoping for some like 40s and 50s, hoping they pray major bit. 28 whip coming in for Cringe there. Another whip, a 0, unfortunately for him, going for the freeze, doesn't catch it. Pipsqueak misclicks, steps away, gets hit by a whip on the right prayer. Pipsqueak going for the freeze, doesn't catch it again, and gets caught. The fakey claw into another barrage, 18 through the prayer.
Yeah,
both players
I'm not
are a few
exactly
steps away.
sure who's up here. Hamza's actually getting a lot of good barrages here through prayer. He's looking at probably 80 damage out and 4 hits right there, all on prey.
Yeah, Hamzori or Cringe is doing pretty well here to minimize the damage he's taking as well, getting a lot of the prayers right, going for a couple whips, which we've not seen very much in this tournament, trying to catch the freeze, but being caught by Pipsqueak. Luckily for him, catching him back against the whippy unfrozen at the exact same time. And now it's a retaliation of bolts, both hoping for those big 50s, but unfortunately, not the best RNG from either player.
No, I mean, right now, it does seem that Hamza is getting the better RNG here. Pipsqueak they're both just exchanging bolts and barrages, and Pipsqueak is dealing absolutely no damage at all. It looks like he's got 50% again, pulling out those claws for a mere tick. Might be giving it away a little bit, so I definitely think it will be hard for him to catch him off prey here if he doesn't just decide to save it.
I mean, he's shown that he's got the spec now, which is a little bit unfortunate for him not going to utilize. His opponent's going to know to prey melee quite a bit more. But at the same time, quite luckily though, you know, he accidentally used his staff spec early on, which he's up all his special attack. But his
getting a
opponent hit zeros
27
anyway.
opal bolt spec off prey there into the 10 claw.
Darn, that's unfortunate that neither hit there. Cringe now going for a freeze back, but getting frozen in position. Pipsqueak deciding to DD and make the best use of those free hits, but getting frozen straight away next to each other. And a 51
bolt. That is so close to the max hit. I mean, that's just really unlucky for Ethan, unfortunately. Maybe we will still see him pull through here, but that's a table turner right there.
We're seeing a lot more whips than in previous fights as well, and it looks like they're actually, you know, utilizing them and making good use of them too. They're actually hitting, you know, 40s and 20s here and there, which is making a big difference. Going for the freeze now. Pipsqueak needs to catch it, but instead opting for a couple whip hits. But Ethan
getting bowled on robes there. Hamza just got bowled on robes off prey, getting hit a 0. That is very lucky from him. Trading in for a 10 whip right there on tank with a 16 whip on prey on tank.
Oh, 42!
42!
At this point, he gets so many free hits, but he's decided to misclick a little bit there and delay it a little bit much. And Pipsqueak can't
Ethan
really
has done right there
as fast as he can.
Yeah, I mean, what Ethan has done right there is actually really clever. He's taken a sidestep to make his opponent believe that he's going for a bolt, but instead opting for the whip. Hamza might be out of food here.
It looks like he's sitting on 20 HP, so I imagine so. He might have a couple brews left, which he's trying to use. But if he is out of food, Pipsqueak's probably up 2. A big bolt spec, only a 9. That was off prayer.
Hamza did eat a little bit. It seems like they are both out of food. Pipsqueak being in the lead by about 10 HP. It is neck and neck right now with 10 HP each.
Dude, those redemption
that bolt might be it.
But no, the 29! Couldn't get the redemption off in time. So Pipsqueak goes out for the first round. And that's a 1-0 to Hamza.
Let's see if Ethan can pull off the reverse sweep and get a 2-0 here. Not 2-0, sorry. A 2-1. But right now, Hamza definitely is in the lead. And I mean, by the looks of things, that was really even.
I think what cost the fight there for Pipsqueak, as we remember at the start of it, he used the Star for Light spec, he misclicked unfortunately, and having those 2 extra specs, that would have won the fight, pretty much.
Oh yeah,
So
definitely.
he must be kicking himself. That's just so unfortunate.
It.
Yeah, and in a tournament like this as well, when like so much is on the line, I mean, mistakes happen, right? But that is like one of the most costly mistakes you can make, using up all your spec, which can potentially hit your opponent for 150 damage, just like that. So,
really close fight there. So now I believe it's 1-1. What's the one got to do to the other to get that next edge and get on to the next round?
Oh, it's 1-1 now.
Or what? That might have been just 1-0.
That one's a 1-0.
Okay.
Depends what they got to do. Not staff spec.
Yeah, that's pretty big, probably. Yeah. No, I was seeing some people in chat because I thought that when you take off the Staff of the Dead, you lose the effect of it. But it turns out that if you have it equipped,
they changed that.
Working.
Yeah. You have to switch back to the staff. It lasts for 1 minute, and that's like not 1 minute of you holding it. That's just 1 minute from when you set off the spec. So if you switch back onto it again, you do get that remainder of that minute for those hits that you got the staff on for. So it didn't really make much difference, though. I think his opponent realized that the staff spec wasn't the best. Right, here we go. Cringe starting the fight by catching
Could be the deciding
freeze.
round here if Hamza wins again as well.
Yeah. Cringe getting hit quite a lot of damage here by Pipsqueak. Pipsqueak needs to keep calm here and keep going for those fakies. All these switches, man, constantly going from like mage to range to mage to whip to crazy. Pipsqueak in the lead now, about 50 HP. Both players having specs. A big one from Cringe coming in. What was that? Like 60 something damage, I think, coming straight back into the fight there. Second spec, hitting a 22 for Cringe, and then catching the freeze as well, getting a good bit of momentum on Pipsqueak. Right, goes underneath and gets a free hit off as well, as opponents having to brew a 24 through the prayer. Cringe is just going nuclear right now. He just, his opponent just can't keep up at the moment.
Ethan definitely needs a freeze here in order to catch his breath. It does seem that he's been able to brew and potion again, so he might be able to pull it back.
Yeah. Cringe or Hamza right now is really doing a great amount of work. A big 30 whip as well as opponent gets away.
Traded for a 0 bolt on robes there as well.
Lucky for Pipsqueak though, he's managed to catch the freeze, so we can potentially turn the fight around and gets a bolt in here. A 43, that was a big one.
41 for a 34, that is a really good trade.
Unfortunately for him though, he does get frozen again from Hamza, and Hamza now gets the DD advantage, being able to switch that momentum back into his favor. Waiting a moment to heal back up to full HP, make sure they cannot be KO'd by any claw specs.
Oh,
there's a claw spec.
I mean, it's not a terrible claw, I will say. That second claw, though, definitely. Yeah. I mean, Hamza did have his Pre-Melee on, he had his tank on. I'm not surprised to see that didn't hit nothing at all. So
it was a bit predictable, unfortunately for him. Although at the same time, the element of unpredictability is potentially doing things that are the predictable things, because most good PKers don't expect it. Cringe, Hamza getting the freeze.
From what we've seen with skilled players, sometimes not faking can be in your favor, because sometimes when you're fighting someone that you expect to be really good, you kind of just you see them wearing something and you do the opposite because you're expecting them to do that. But just keeping with it, like equip the robes and then just barrage it, it could work sometimes.
Definitely. I'd still say right now that Cringe Hamza is in the lead, although those back-to-back 25s there have really helped.
Yeah, Hamza losing about 60 damage there.
Saying that though, Hamza does get the freeze and does try to turn it around a little bit, switching between his whip and his range to then switch Fakey into the mage. Doesn't hit anything though. Pipsqueak going for a bolt, hitting a 0.
Who would you say is up right now? It's really hard to tell. 44.
I think Hamza Cringe was up a little bit, but now Pipsqueak has really brought it back. That 40 into the 28 there as well. Now gaining momentum, being able to DD.
This is what we were talking about earlier as well with the momentum. I mean, Ethan's really like just pouncing on this momentum that he's got right now, throwing in those barrages. I think he just got. I think he clawed him on prey, if I'm not wrong.
It wasn't a big one then. Going for the DD. 35 bolt from Pipsqueak here. Oh my gosh, he's really turned it around. He was down quite a deficit at the start to Hamza Cringe, but Cringe has unfortunately got hit quite a lot of damage, and I think it's pretty neck and neck now.
Yeah, I mean, I think we might be looking at a 1-1 here.
Yeah. Hamza utilizing the DD, 21 bolt on robes through prayer. Another bolt on the right prayer. Doesn't get hit though. 15 barrage. Pipsqueak misclicks here. Staff bashes as well, and just about gets DD'd. I think they're both out of food.
Pipsqueak getting a free hit there versus Hamza's Tentacle. I'm not sure if Hamza is going to try whip again. No. Switching to the bolt last second there. Pipsqueak going for a barrage off prey, trading with one on prey with Hamza, both dealing just about the same amount of damage.
Hamza now about to die.
That might be 37!
Wow. The open E.
I mean, we keep seeing this over and over again. It's not surprising. Yeah. There always is that like aspect of when you're up 1-0, you get a little bit more comfortable, and sometimes like it's just not a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, Pipsqueak must be so happy about that, considering that, you know, a second ago he used his star for the light spec right at the start of the last fight, or Gothic spec, what it's called. And
yeah, I mean, if I were to guess,
the fight so narrowly.
If I were to guess, it definitely is an even fight. I'll see if I can get hold of the trackers here.
Yeah, that was really close.
Said it was going to be 1-1. I just did a prediction, really.
Well predicted. Yeah, man. Like, dude, like I said before, we just don't know who's going to take these fights. It's these two guys in particular are some of the top level hybrids in the game, and they've been PKing for many years. And like every day they go out with their clans and such. So it's not just the money that's on the line; it's the
yeah. I mean, it's a
and such. Right?
It's a battle of the Titans, and both of them. I mean, this is a bit of an ego fight. They obviously want to win versus each other. They both don't like each other, so it's a hit to the ego to lose. 100% it is.
Yeah. So it's currently 1-1. As a result,
both really evenly matched right here. Before we get to the deciding fight, I'm going to bring your attention to. Oh, and here we go.
We're straight back into it, actually. Right. Here we go then. Hamza taking the first fight.
And then Ethan coming back. Deciding round right here. I think Ethan just got frozen. No, getting bolted at 22 though. Very lucky, only to get bolted that off prey. Maybe Ethan will be able to. Yeah, might be able to bring it back here if he can get some free hits on Hamza. Missing that sidestep.
That's unfortunate. And Hamza getting those whip hits in as well off prayer to really, increase his lead just a little bit. A big bolt, maybe. Zero spec from Hamza. Unlucky there. It was on the right prayer as well. And another spec on the wrong press. Now, Hamza or Cringe in game, they no longer has any spec left. And Pipsqueak still has all of their specs. They can really put on the pressure to force their opponent to stay full HP and to pray melee.
Ethan is frozen? It didn't appear that he was frozen, but I mean, he definitely is now. Hamza's definitely getting that barrage RNG in, getting about 50 damage there just from 2 barrages. Ethan still having both of his specs, maybe being able to pounce on the fact that Hamza does kind of have to pray melee. Missing that claw spec, flicking him on, bolting him on ropes though for a 39. I mean, this is what I mean, right? Like, when you have those 2 claw specs and your opponent really anticipates you...
Was that a 40 bolt as well? I think I just missed it there.
Yeah, I couldn't tell, but it looked like a 4 something.
Barrage too. Yeah, I think Hamza right now, Cringe, is so far in the lead. Now, obviously, he doesn't have any spec left, and Ethan Pipsqueak does, but coming back, I think he's down like 200 hit points, maybe even towards like 300 at this point. It's going to take, a bit of a miracle, or at the very least, an opening of that claw spec.
Yeah, I mean, those claw specs could be the turnaround. Clawing him on prey, tank, 0, yeah. I mean, you can't expect much else. Hamza did everything right there. 40 bolt.
That was on tank as well, I think, and a 30 barrage to follow. Hamza is just completely obliterating Ethan right now.
Yeah, Hamza has definitely got the lead here. If he loses
28 whip as well. I mean,
it truly does need a miracle.
Yeah, at this point, it's going to be so difficult to come back. It's not just going to take, insane RNG, but hey, there's a 30. We spoke too soon. A 17 through prayer as well. DDing another barrage, a 10. We're slowly but surely seeing a little bit of damage coming back for Ethan here. Question is it too little, too late?
Yeah, I mean, I've been in similar scenarios. I remember for one of the tournaments I did, it was 1-0 to me, and I was getting obliterated in the second fight, and then I got that 50%, and I knocked my opponent out with claws. So maybe we can see something similar here with Ethan. I mean, Hamza should be generating his 50% fairly soon here. Maybe Ethan can do something to combat that.
He's even taken off the armor. He's saying, you know what? This is all over with now. I'm going to take this win.
Hamza truly
the disrespect,
is, confident.
Man. Are these guys, would you say, quite toxic and, quite competitive, like big-mouthed clan fighters? Are they the kind of people to do this kind of thing? Or is it just the, the nemesis that they've got, the rivalry?
I'd say Ethan is a fairly he is in frontline. They are in rival clans. I would say that Ethan is very like a bit of a silent killer. You never really see him speak. You don't see much about him.
Yeah.
But from what I've seen, I mean, a year ago, from what I know, he was completely undefeated in PvP. Had never died hybriding. It truly is an achievement.
Well, I mean, it's not over yet. And to be fair, Pipsqueak, he's coming back quite well here. He's getting the 30 bolt again. I just don't know if it's too little too late. He's still got a spec left as well, and he's keeping that the entire time to try and force his opponent, Hamza, to pray melee a little bit sometimes. But I think Pipsqueak is out of food now, so...
Yeah, so I just noticed
I don't know.
Someone in the chat you said as well, why is Hamza taking off his boots? And he is not taking off his boots. He's got Mystic Dusk.
Oh,
so
yeah.
It might look like he doesn't have any on, but he does.
Pipsqueak tried to spec there to come back, but he didn't really hit too much there. Question is, has he done enough damage? Oh, 39!
Oh!
24!
Oh, he's got whip chance!
That was a chance! That was a, big chance. 39 into the 40.
Maybe Ethan can actually pull this back.
Disrespect, dude. Even though he's down so much HP, he's like, well, you could have died there, to be fair.
No, Wait, I mean, looking at the HPs right now, I think it might be even. Does Ethan have a claw spec? Oh my god!
No way! What? Oh, I'm so surprised. Yo, Hamza had that in the bag. He was up like 200 plus hit points.
No way!
I'm so excited that it's just stopped working. Oh, there we go. I'm back.
I mean, Ethan has just turned the table. Hamza getting confident, taking off his robes and everything, just flexing as much as he possibly could. And yet again, we have seen a dose of karma being dealt.
Did he drop an easy or something at the end? No, he didn't. I was going to say that the respect, despite, I think what happens there is Hamza thought he was so far in the lead. He thought, you know what? Let me take my robes off. I'm going to win this, no problem. I'm going to disrespect this clan. And his opponent, Ethan, just stayed calm. And I mean, he showed him what's what. So I mean, at the end of the day,
that was the RuneScape edition of the rabbit versus the hare and the tortoise right there.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be real. You should never flame until it's over, man. Never be too early to start flexing and flame on your opponent, because you never know when the RNG is going to turn, and we've just seen Ethan completely turn him on his head.
Yeah. And that
is unreal. I did not expect that.
I think the Twitch chat loved that as well. Throughout that entire fight, I saw like solid tag members and then frontline members maybe, or fans like going at each other saying, "Oh, this guy's gonna win easily," and wow, that was intense right at the end. That was fantastic.
Yeah, that's insane. Honestly, I could not have guessed. I was thinking Hamza was up like 300 HP versus Ethan, and Ethan just completely turned it back. I mean, even whip chancing him right before that claw.
I gotta tell you, there is no better feeling than somebody trash talking you, and then you end up beating them, and you just lay the line. I'm surprised we didn't see the sit. I'm surprised we didn't see it.
Yeah, me too.
I wouldn't have even belted the guy. Pipsqueak moving on, round 2. Cringe going down the loser's cringe bracket.
Oh bless. It was rather cringe what he just performed there. How he just performed there. I was gonna say. A lot of people in the chat are still asking for Dino and putting his emotes in the chat. Dino got a free round at the start because his opponent didn't show up. So now that guy there, we just saw Ethan, who's an absolute machine and just beat Hamza so closely. Dino is up against that guy. So
yeah, and I do have the trackers here.
Oh.
So looking at the first fight, we have Hamza with 52% prayers, 90 hits versus Ethan's 46% prayers and 82 hits. So Hamza getting 8 free hits there. Freeze RNG being a little more on Ethan's side. Second fight as well, we have a very even fight actually. We have 58% prayers right on Hamza's side, 57 on Ethan's. Hamza did get 11 free hits though, which is massive.
That's a lot. Yeah. Hamza makes some he makes videos, doesn't he, as well?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the
shout out to the YouTube, go check it out.
Looking at the final fight as well, yet again quite even. Although Ethan missing a decent amount of hits, we have 58% prayers right on Hamza's side, 73 hits versus Ethan's 52% and 63 hits.
Darn.
I would say though, I'm not surprised to see that Ethan did get a lot less hits on that final fight. I mean, considering that momentum that Hamza had going.
Oh yeah. Dude, at the start, we both just sat there like, right, what do we say here? It's one of those situations when you're casting where you're like, are we still really hyped? We know it's over. Like, it is over,
yeah,
right?
Exactly. You think it's over before it's over.
We're both so wrong. It was, oh man, what a comeback. Insane.
Well, that's why comebacks are so exciting. Well, we are going to be going on to the next fight in just a moment here. But before that, I'm going to bring your attention to the Method community team. Yeah, you can check out the Method community team by typing in !community in the chat. Signing up and becoming a member of the community team offers all kinds of perks, such as access to exclusive content, opportunities, giveaways, and we are providing to help aspiring up-and-coming streamers to grow their channels. As well as that, you can get the Method merch. If you want to show some support for Method, you can type !merch in the chat to get your hands on some of that hottest new merch, and I will attest for the hoodie that I have myself, and it is a very nice hoodie. It's looking like the next game is going to be Series 29, which is going to be finally seeing Solo Mission going up against School Zing, or 99 Strength Cape, not 99 Streetscape or whatever I said.
Do you know this guy?
99 Street. 99 Strength Cape, actually, he's been competing in a lot of tournaments lately. I haven't really seen him outside of NH staking, but from what I've seen in his NH staking capabilities, he has been an absolute demon. I've seen him win tourneys, go against some of the best people and come out on top.
Really?
I definitely think he puts the hours in to remain on top there. Not so sure if Solo Mission is going to be able to win this, but
well, I mean, to be fair,
it'll be interesting.
Off the bat, he's probably down 100-something HP to School. I was watching him perform there as you were describing his past and a little bit about himself. A 0 claw spec for Solo Mission. He's really good. The DD as well, 21. Solo steps out. Solo's got some really nice fashion scape on though. I rate that. Respect for that one. What is that stuff called? Robes of Darkness or something, right? Is it the same as Mystics?
Also known in the PKN community as the Rambo V1 robe.
Solo Mission just can't seem to catch a freeze right now. He's being caught in his robes quite a bit too. So School's getting those big whip hits, the 33 on robes, the 20 ball on robes. And again, Solo just needs to catch this freeze. Goes to the claw, but is not able to do it as School steps out a little bit further. 34 whip. Solo's down several hundred hit points right now. But as we saw from the last fight, it's not over just yet. Gets clawed on 60 HP. That's a big chance for School, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it's hard to tell whether or not those type of claws are chances, since Solo most likely could have eaten there if he really wanted to.
True. Both players are frozen right now.
Yeah, right now it's definitely 99 Strength Cape's favor. It'd be interesting to see Solo Mission's point of view. I'm not sure if he's learnt much since DMM, but I mean, we've all seen the clip of him tanking Did a bit, haven't we?
Oh, dude, the man he's a great gamer. Like, he's got some insane Iron Men. He's maxed on one, and or that count now, I think he de-ironed it. And he's got like Infernal Cape on Pures. And as for PvP, he's come a long way from the early days. Although right now, maybe not enough versus this guy School, who is a seasoned professional gaming athlete and is just up so much hit points. Although Solo slightly coming back here with the barrage.
He's managing to come back a little bit here. Solo's actually doing a lot better than I expected. I mean, he's showing that he has improved, that he's able to compete here.
Oh, right now he is frozen side by side. I think Solo does have a claw spec at the ready, but he's getting hit at 41
whip on tank. That is really depressing for Solo Mission.
And I think he's really sitting in his robes just a little bit too much. Now, Solo is a seasoned, gamer, like I said before, but he's played a lot of DMM. He's done a lot of Last Man Standing as well. He's had a lot of practice. He's in Blazers too. So
very versatile PK. He's played DMM, done really well in those. He's not doing too bad here either. And I mean, he's the GOAT Tuber King.
Yeah, Tuber King. It's quite unfortunate though. He's just sitting in his robes a little bit too much, and obviously everyone gets caught in their robes from time to time. But currently he's getting caught off prey in the robes, and every time it happens, it's like a 40 or a 30. And it's so hard to come back from that when School is just so good at sitting in tank and knowing, predicting his opponent and what he's going to use.
Yeah, it's all about the one ticks and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Even two ticking something like this can be crucial because you can get hit on robes, but maybe like you were trying to switch to tank, but you were a little bit too slow, so only the K-top equips and stuff like that. Yeah. Right now, we've seen a lot of one tick barrages to 99 Strength Cape as well.
I think Solo's also a big brain player in terms of like he looks at the chance of hitting stuff and predicts like what's the best kind of style to use in fights like this, and he puts his huge brain to work. So I think he's going for mostly bolting, looking at his PK style right now. And as a result, School is, catching on to that really quickly, unfortunately for Solo, and he ends up praying range a lot.
I'm not sure if Solo did just get chance there. I really can't tell. Is he out of food?
It was like a 14 spec, double claw spec. He's completely out right now, and he's down several hundred hit points. Joel
and
is probably
99
lost
strength
the
cape
fight.
has been hit by the fog. He's gone.
Solo does get the redemption on there. That's that PVM ability that I talked about, but unfortunately it's too little too late, and he's out. That's a 1-0 for 99 strength cape.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I'm that surprised. I know 99 strength cape is a really good opponent for Solo. Solo, although having put the practice in, I mean, going against one of these people right at the bat, it's unlucky. I'm not surprised to see that 99 took that home.
It's unfortunate. Again, like I said before, I think Solo's strategy, knowing and probably watching this tournament so far, he knows that bolts are really powerful, so he's trying to fake his opponent out and to try and make them pray something other than range and just get those massive bolts. But his opponent was like on top of that and realized, and he just couldn't really get any bolts off prayer, and as a result, he got left behind in the dust.
Yeah.
Well, looks like schooling solo mission for that first round there. Look in solo mission, hopefully can bring things back around in the next round. Like you guys said, I really liked his fashionscape. What was that again? That was dark.
Robes of Darkness, yeah, with the Samurai Max cape.
Do they have a prayer bonus?
I don't know, honestly.
I was wondering that in the fight. I know they're the same as Mystics, but I was wondering if they had a prayer bonus or not.
Hey, man.
No, I do believe that they are just about the same.
Joel is known far and wide for his swag, and he doesn't disappoint today either, even though it's a competitive PvP tournament. He's looking good doing it, and that's what really matters. So.
Very true. Very true.
Chat confirming as well that it's the same stats.
It's just Mystics. Fair.
It's just okay.
Going in for round 2 here, which could be the final round if 99 strength cape manages to owe him. Oh, coming in hot with 55 damage straight off the bat, 15 barrage to a 40 whip.
Again, it's just being caught in those robes. When that happens to Joel, it's always getting hit like 40s and another hit off robes. At least he gets the spec off prayer, which is nice. Little 40, a little bit of a comeback here. Catching the freeze here is really important. Catch the 20, gets the DD, and for the first time, I think we're seeing Joel really take control of the fight off to a really good start. So it's not over just yet.
Oh, catching him off prey again.
Another 20.
Not getting that big of a claw, but I mean, 40 damage will take those.
Yeah, it's better than nothing for sure.
Yeah, unfortunately for Solo there, stepping out without his K-top on and his full tank on again, barrage at 29. Not surprised to see that. 99 strength cape hitting a 0 claw on his tank off prey.
And now Joel is really committing to catching that freeze again and sitting in his robes a little bit too long. He's using the mage book too though, and catching it does pay off with the Verax plate skirt. Lucky for him. Gets the DD.
It's all about reading your opponent here.
Yeah.
Solo mission sometimes makes the mistake of instead of equipping his tank and waiting for his opponent to hit him and then equipping his mage to barrage him, he's going straight for the barrage, getting hit on robes, which is crucial to not taking damage.
That's a big 37 there. I was going to say that Solo's definitely mixed up his strategy a little bit more here. He's using mage and melee from time to time too, which forces his opponent to pray something other than range. So when he does go for the range hits, he's actually getting the RNG that he's looking for. And I would say right now that Joel might be leading by a slight amount. A big bolt spec potentially through prayer 20. Yeah, we'll take those. Goes to the freeze again, number 12, slowly but surely chipping away his opponent's HP. And maybe going to try and get some distance here, actually, knowing that his opponent does like to use the whip quite a lot. Nope, Joel's chasing him. Goes to the bolt, big bolt spec.
Another bolt spec. Oh, that's... I mean, hitting that on robes off prey, that is definitely depressing to see. I would not be happy with a 28, but those bolt specs are popping off. He's not hitting a lot, but it's at least damage.
Yeah, definitely. And getting hit back at 24. Through his prayer too, which is a little bit unfortunate right now. Joel sitting a bit too low. Oh, that's off prayer. 32 bolt spec. At least he's managed to eat up. Claw spec into that. 0 on the right prayer. Unlucky for his opponent on that strength cape. But now Joel...
I mean... Oh, sorry, go on.
No, I was just saying now he's got to just stay calm, and it looks like he's pretty low HP. That was a chance, dude. On
robes there on like 35 HP. That is... Oof. That could have been the end right there. I mean, what was... So... I would say that tank is a lot more crucial than getting the prayers correct, because although prayers does reduce damage, I would say making sure that you have a better chance of getting hit a 0 as opposed to getting hit anything is more important than reducing your opponent's damage in these fights.
I mean, if you're in robes and someone's bolting you and meleeing you, they're going to hit quite consistently. If you're in tank, you could hit, even if you've not got the right prayers on, you can still hit 0s for like days and never really hit much. So, School has definitely got the advantage in that respect. being a little bit better at putting his tank gear on at the right time. I'd say right now he's probably come back a little bit too, but it's still pretty neck and neck. That 34 barrage for Solo Mission is huge. Unfortunately for him, School does manage to DD
there as well, but 99 Strength Cape doing the smart thing and doing a sidestep to make sure that his opponent can't melee him, and he gets another free hit on Solo Mission.
Wow. He gets frozen straight away though, and a 16 bolt through prayer as well. Claw Spec 30 through prayer and getting dealt with 30 barrage.
Yeah, trading just about the same damage there. Unfortunately for Solo Mission, that Claw Spec has not paid off at all. Getting barrage, another 32. I think Solo Mission might be out of food. Getting clawed on 0.
Wow, that could have been a chance there. I think he could have actually died on about 30 HP even through his prayer there. So just about staying in the fight.
Oh yeah, definitely.
He's managed to catch the freeze, which is really important, and now he's going to be able to DD as well and maybe turn the tide of this fight, getting a free hit in. Question is it a bit too late after the big stacks that Skull's had? Another bolt spec, 28 through the prayer. These bolts finally doing some damage after the last fight. They just weren't doing much.
Yeah, although I would say Solo Mission's down right now. It does look like he's pulling back with that 40 whip and a 32!
Hey, 40 for 32!
Has he knocked him out?
I think he's knocked him out.
I'll see if I can get the tracker for that. I'm not so sure though.
No way. That RNG turnaround was insane. The bolt spec 28 through the prayer into, I think, was it a 40 here?
Yeah, I mean,
a 0 first, and then it was the 40. And
it's
then
a really good
away,
play by Solo Mission, just keeping on that whip, making sure that he can get that chance to KO him. I mean, I'm not sure if Solo Mission was out, but it definitely looked like it.
I mean, again, he was using range so much in that first fight, and in general, using range quite heavily. So his opponent was kind of, trying to predict that he was going to use range again, and played range and just took 2 melee hits. And with the whip speed as well, being a 4-tick weapon, a little bit faster than the bolts and the barrage, it allowed him to, get that the opening that he needed to close out the fight like that. So that's a 1-1 now for Solo Mission. And
yeah, I mean, the GoTuber King has taken it, so we will see in the deciding round coming up very shortly.
99 Street Cape, or 99 Strength Cape. I still can't get that out of my head. 99 Strength Cape there, getting a little bit cocky probably and deciding not to eat in that, or was it just the damage coming through so quickly? I mean, I think he was sitting around 70 HP. The 40 comes in, he's on 30 HP, still doesn't eat. And then, well, the rest is history there.
Was he out of food in West Ham? Do you know?
I'm attempting to get the trackers, but it might. I'm not so sure if both of them are concentrating on Discord, TeamSpeak, whatever.
Oh yeah, because they're both.
Yeah, they're probably both trying not to get distracted, making sure that they got that kind of focus. I should be able to get the trackers here off of 99 Strength Cape though, so give me just a second and maybe we can look at those.
A chime in from C Engineer in the chat. Solo Mission is pretending to play this tournament when in reality he's playing on his PvP Hardcore Iron Man. I'm very surprised he didn't add on the end of that, but not for very long.
Brilliant. Right, off the bat then, back into the last fight of this little round. It is currently 1-1 Solo Mission versus School, and Solo Mission's off to a nice lead. Up about 30 HP, catching him to the opponent off prayer quite a bit. Getting clawed and DD'd under for a 30 and a whip 16 on his robes again. Being caught in the robes is so terrible for him.
I truly do believe if Solo Mission can focus a little bit more on that tank, he actually can bring this home. He's getting whipped and bolted a decent amount on his robes. If he didn't catch that freeze there, that could have been it as well.
Yeah, really lucky he caught the freeze, especially after a 33 barrage. That would have been a huge stack for School there, and I don't think Solo would have got his prey melee up in time, potentially. But he's still in the fight. It's a big 24 here, and I believe it's pretty neck and neck right now, despite School's little comeback there. Both players having full spec, I believe, as well. So we're going to see a bit of KO potential coming in. And here Joel opting for the bolts, and his opponent praying range again, even though he's been caught in robes, not getting hit much damage. Joel taking the claws.
For that claw, unfortunately hitting 0. He's pulling through with a second claw, dealing 52 damage right there.
Yeah, decent. Definitely unexpected doing the back-to-back claw spec on the run. And
99 Strength Cape actually predicting that second barrage. That is very rare to see, I mean, most of the time when someone goes for a barrage, runs in, and then barrages again, you never see people praying mage, but 99 Strength Cape actually predicted that.
I'd say right now it's pretty even, although catching that freeze for School is huge. And a claw spec off prayer, only a 30 though. It was
catching
on tank,
it on tank though, yeah. So.
Oh, big bolt, 31 spec. That was on the right prayer too,
Might be a little bit now in 99 Strength Cape's favor here. Yeah,
24 again. Yeah, I think he's probably up a tiny bit right now. But hey, man, Joel got the freeze. So now it's his turn to do a bit of damage. But getting frozen next to him for 26. Never
Still
mind, it wasn't
yeah,
frozen.
still unfrozen though with that
Nice.
freeze immunity. So for those of you that don't know, if you do get barraged straight after you're unfrozen, you have, I believe,
seconds.
4 or 5 seconds of freeze
But-
immunity before you can get frozen again.
Unfortunately, he does get frozen again a couple squares away, and now Skull is unfrozen, so we can keep this tide of constant damage. A nice
Whipping
whip
him
there
on
from Joel.
robe, yeah, really
Yeah.
nice whip there. Whipping him on robes off prey for a 28. Probably deserved a little bit higher than that even.
Yeah, definitely. The side steps now being utilized by Skull. Oh, that was a
Solar
whip
Mission
on
getting
robes.
Yeah.
A little bit unfortunate for his opponent there, not hitting very much. Skull now being DD'd upon. Solo Mission trying to take the lead again. Sitting a little bit low though, down on 40 hit points, trying to make the best of his momentum that he's got. But Skull, remaining really calm, getting his HP nice and high, and has really, negated
I think he's
the benefit
standing.
that Joel had.
He's just caught a freeze with his D square. He only had his Mystic top on. He had his D square and Varric plate skirt on, catching that freeze. 99 strength cape did.
Joel got
He's
some nice
very
hits there.
lucky.
He hit a 27 to the 15 on prayer, but he did manage to catch his opponent right next to him, so Skull couldn't go for the DD. As
Getting bolted
he
on
wanted
robes
to.
there. Solo Mission taking an 8. I'm not sure why Solo Mission is not Samfewing. He is taking a lot of poison damage. I mean, it doesn't.
Maybe he forgot
you-
he brought restores in instead, not
Yeah,
realizing the whip tentacle.
You might think that the poison damage really doesn't matter since it's only taking you 4s and 5s, I believe, but it is very crucial.
That 54 claw spec on the right prayer. And I think Skull on the robes as well, only a 5, unlucky for him. Solo Mission needs to do something big here. Needs to get a big claw spec off to really shut his opponent down. I think it's going to come down to the wire though. Again, it's going to be like within 50, maybe 100 damage. These two guys right at the end.
It does look like Solo Mission is down a decent bit here, but maybe pulling back with that 40 damage he's just gotten.
He's unlucky there, though. He pulled out the claws for an extra game tick too early, and that way his opponent was able to predict
Barraging
the
a
prey
30
melee.
though, with the D square shield on and another 10. Both off prey.
Yeah, catching the DD, and I think he might be out of food here, or almost out. Looks like his opponent's Skull might be almost out as well, using the last bit of his bruise to beat 100 hit points.
Yeah,
Looks like it's a 50 HP difference then.
Unfortunately for Solo Mission, that Samfew that he hasn't brought has cost him a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, you might not think that it does a lot, but throughout the fight, you are looking at losing, if you're lasting 3 minutes or more, you're losing 40, 50 HP in that fight. And I mean,
And that's
right
the difference
now,
it is right now, exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
32
Solo
whip,
Mission
though.
could use that. He
It's
is
so
1
close.
HP, I believe.
Oh, Skull
Oh,
actually has a
Solo
little
Mission
bit
really
left.
needs to get this redemption, otherwise he is out.
Ah,
there he goes
that's
to the
so
10
unlucky.
barrage.
It really did come close. I mean, Joel definitely improved Solo Mission throughout that series there. And during his last fight, I mean, he really held his own right up until the end. And it could have gone either way.
I do believe the chat counted the poison damage there, going up to as high as 44 damage on the poison ticks.
So it literally made the difference. He could have potentially won
I
that.
mean, if 99 Strength Cape was out there, I mean, Solo Mission really could have used that HP, and honestly, it would have been a 50-50.
Yeah. Oh well,
I'll
he's had some fun.
Here.
He's had fun.
So-
He's got some clips for his YouTube videos out of it. I mean, he can't be too sad
Okay.
about it. I enjoyed
So-
watching that. I think he did really well.
Looking at the trackers here, we have first fight. We are seeing 99 Strength Cape getting 69 hits with 64% of the prayers right versus Solo Mission's 60 hits and 52% prayers having... Yeah, so 99 Strength Cape had 150 extra deserved damage. Second fight, we're looking at 60% prayers right, 65 hits versus Solo Mission 67 hits and 52% prayers right.
So that was much
99
closer then.
Yeah, second fight was definitely really close. 99 Strength Cape only had 69 extra deserved damage. Final fight, Solo Mission definitely should have lost. He had 56% prayers, 99 Strength Cape had, versus Solo Mission's 39. Both having the same amount of hits, and 99 Strength Cape had 78%, not 78, 78 extra deserved damage. Sorry. Kind of hard to read.
So yeah, I mean, as we've seen from all these fights today, it really can go either way. Unfortunately, Joel just didn't get the RNG towards the end that he needed. But he put on a really, really good fight, and 99 Strength has now moved on to round 3.
That's right. He's going to be heading up against the winner of the next round that we're going to be broadcasting, and that is going to be Ethan versus Dino.
We need
Or
to
Clean
remind
Switch.
people as well that this is a double elimination tournament, which means that despite Solo Mission losing there, and everyone else that's lost today, like Bellis, etc., they are still in the tournament. They're in the losers bracket, so they're still competing. And if they make it all the way through the losers bracket, they then can still go into the grand finale. So they've still got a chance.
Right. So the way that, from what I'm understanding, I think no matter, somebody could correct me, but I think no matter what, somebody comes out of the losers bracket for the grand finals, and then the person that was not in the losers bracket, then he gets 2 wins up in a best of 7. So that, I think that I could be wrong on that. I think that's how it's working right now. But yeah,
I think so too.
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
Can you hear me right now? My
Yo,
yeah. So
my Discord.
you fall asleep again, old man.
Went for a quick little nappy thing, innit?
not even a nap. It's time for bed for you.
Oh gosh, here
It's
we
like
are,
7
the
o'clock.
Dino fight. Everyone's been excited for this one. We have Clean Switch, who is Dino, the streamer, up against Pipsqueak, who just beat Hamza. And Pipsqueak is with which clan again, West Ham?
Pipsqueak is with Frontline.
Frontline versus Dinos. These guys have met in the wilderness quite a lot. I think Dino actually leads a clan.
Oh
as
my
well.
god,
Yeah,
Ethan's whip is popping off, hitting a
Dude,
40
I
to
should
a
have said all this.
44.
I should have said this before because, yeah, we just missed a lot of damage right there. Pipsqueak really taking a big lead, although Dino clutching that freeze.
And another
Again,
41!
Oh, no.
I mean, I'm not surprised to see Ethan using his whip a lot. He is very known for being an extremely good hybrid, like we said before, I think last year. I'm not sure, so sure about anymore, but last year he had not died a single time hybriding in PvP before.
Ooh, that was a good prediction there for the prey melee by Dino, minimizing the damage he could have taken there from Pipsqueak, who had 0 as a result. He's staying in the fight, although he's down a lot of hit points. Claw Spec on prayer, 70! Oh my gosh, almost a max Claw Spec on the right prayer there. That was beautiful from Dino. He's back in the fight just like that. He's trying to catch a freeze now, and Pipsqueak still putting on the pressure. 33 barrage after a 22 bolt and getting the DD to just, completely disregard Dino's 70 Claw Spec there.
I mean, Dino is actually doing fairly decent here. It does seem like Pipsqueak is up a little bit, using that whip yet again, a 25 through prey. I mean, it was on robes, but
it was on robes, yeah.
That is still a massive hit.
Absolutely. Right, next freeze coming in, catches the freeze, steps right into the claw, though. That's very unlucky. Should have probably
That is a
stepped sideways.
nicely timed claw. Both of them catching each other off prey with that claw, though. But, I mean, Ethan's claw right there, that was a beautiful anti if we've ever seen one.
Yeah, really well played. And again,
whipping
these
him on
whip
robes,
hits,
0 for a 35 there.
they're really adding up. Although the 23 prayer after 19 and a 21, he's in barrage right now, and that stops his momentum. And a 32 bolt as well, being caught off prayer quite a bit by Pipsqueak.
Yeah, very questionable decision by Dino not to eat up while he had that that little bit of momentum that he could have used to just eat up the full, costing him quite a bit of damage there. Ethan is pulling it through with 3 30s in a row, 4 30s in a row right there. A 37! I mean, this is just in favor of one person by the looks of things.
Yeah. I mean, Dino's still got a claw spec. He hit a 70 once. He could definitely do it again. But right now, Ethan's whip and utilizing it, I think a little bit better than Dino has been.
Is that a 33 staff bash we just saw? I think Ethan, you said a 33 staff bash on Dino right there.
Maybe. Now that's just unlucky for Dino right there, especially being down this much HP already. Very frustrating. But
Ethan
it is a best of 3
with the very nice fakies there, fakie in the millie, straight back into the barrage, whipping him a 26. That actually was a chance, I believe. I think he was on ropes him there.
So definitely. Clean switch, or Dino trying to remain in the fight though and stay composed, managing to get a few hits in. A nice little 13 off prayer, and not enough damage though. He needs to hit like a couple 30s and 40s. There's a 23 as I say that, another hit off prayer, but a 0 and gets hit at 24. He's sitting very low right now. Decision not to eat is interesting. While his opponent's being DD'd as well.
Yeah, it's very possible that Dino is out of food here. I mean, right now Dino needs a miracle to pull this back. I have.
There's a freeze though.
Maybe.
Oh, unfortunately, though. Yeah, I think Pipsqueak's doing really well to sit low and like lull his opponent into a full sense of security.
Another
there.
22 whip through prayer, through tank. I mean, Ethan's melee damage is just popping off. Doesn't matter what he does, staff bash, whip, it hits.
I think he's actually got a spec as well right now. So he's probably not gonna be able to come back here, but he's out of food. Can he get the redemption flick? Will he be able to do it 5 times in a row?
Yeah, it seems like Dino is 1 HP right now, which means, there it is. Their claw spec 1-1.
Yeah, we thought so. That's unfortunate, man. If he hit that big claw spec right at the end, maybe he could have turned it around. But, hello to the people watching. That was close. I think both players played it really well, but just off the bat, I think what really caused Dino to fall behind was Ethan got some huge whips and Dino wasn't really expecting them. Also, there was that really beautiful moment where he stepped in and got that claw spec, as you said, that anti, and that was just so well played too. Oh, I think you're muted, Mr. Poison Potion.
Man.
Fourth
Okay.
time.
I know. Terrible. So we got a 1-0 here in favor of Ethan. Dino. It seemed like Ethan was hitting a lot of mage hits, especially those 30s coming through. Dino was getting the freezes, but even when he was getting the freezes, he was still just getting dumpstered every single time he would trade a hit with the man, even if it was on prayer. I don't know what the statistics were, but I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure Ethan won the prayer battle there.
Yeah, I see.
I'll see if I can get the trackers here.
I was gonna say I see Hams in chat also noticing that the RNG was insane. Pipsqueak wasn't hitting zeros even through the prayer, and he caught him on robes a couple of times too. But I still would say that Ethan did outplay Dino there, but it was a hard one from the beginning. It was really difficult to come back from, especially when you're down that much HP. It is a best of 3 though, so it's currently 1-0 to Ethan, and Dino's still got a chance to claw it back. And if he doesn't win this fight, he's still in the losers bracket. He can still, keep going through.
It's true.
If Dino loses, does he get a runner-up T-shirt?
Oh, he's not out yet.
I mean, can I get one too then?
Poor man. I mean, you can still win.
Not gonna lie, the picture I got right now doesn't really suit me. The glasses, we need to remove that picture because I'm definitely not becoming double crown holder. That has not aged well.
Yeah, the glasses are definitely off. The hair looks great though.
Yeah, I mean, I grew it out for a few years.
You've definitely had some work done for that.
So, I'm not sure if we are going... Wait, hold up. They're starting the fight yet.
No, not yet. Are you still getting the statistics?
I'm attempting to, but in the meantime, we might as well go for the second fight.
Yeah. Yeah. Looks like the fight after this is going to be 13, so that will be Robert, actually, versus Flippity.
I don't know who Flippity is, but obviously everyone knows Robert as the demo mode legend that flies around terrorizing the Cafferby Fishers with his dragon dagger, like day one, having 99 strength and specking them out. And to be fair, lately he's been posting a few Twitter pics as well of like 150 mil PKs that he's had at the Rev Caves, and I know he PKs with Blazers, and he's been, he's quite an experienced PKer.
Those Rev Caves have been insane. How much people risk there now is so crazy.
Yeah.
You'll see people walking around in arcane spirit shields and everything. Max.
Bro, I mean, lately the Rev Cave has been filled with more people in like max gear than like mystics. It's more common to find someone with Arim, Serp, Mages Book, stuff like that than to find people in Mystic, which is honestly, it's great to see. I mean, I love that.
Yeah, I love that too. That's awesome. I mean, it's still not with the methods. It's really easy to survive in the Rev Caves, and that's a huge reason as to why they do that. In fact, I've been in there a few times on my hardcore. Some guy got on me and nearly maxed. The only thing he didn't have was Ancestral, but he was in Arams, he was in Carols, he had pretty much as good as you can get, but it didn't really matter. If you've got good tank, if you know how to combo eat, you usually survive.
We got someone in the chat actually asking, since we're waiting for Dino's next fight to start, like saying, can you explain to the newcomers what the inventory might look like, or what kind of setup is? So we've got obviously Mystics for Mage, Staff of the Light, or Dead as well. And then they have the shield, the tank shield being the Dragon Shield to give a little bit more defense bonus. It's a free brew setup as well. They've got a whip 2 for melee. So we're looking at about 500 to 600 HP worth of food. And off the bat here, Ethan in the second fight is taken quite a big lead once again against Dino. Although Dino retaliating with a 34 barrage on the right prayer, 25 whip as well.
Whip through tank, free play. That is insanely lucky, actually.
Oh,
and a massive claw. Looking at that means insane.
I think all of his claw specs have been pretty decent so far. So having that, like 100 damage plus lead off the bat in a 500-600 HP damage fight is pretty huge. Oh, again, we saw that beautiful anti-stack from Pipsqueak. Unfortunately, this time only hitting a 0 on the right prayer too. And then retaliating with a 30 barrage. Oh, that was a Charge of barrage, maybe? That was like 8 on like 30 something or 40. That could have been.
I do believe the max barrage here is either a 35 or a 36. So
maybe not quite then, but it was pretty close there. Currently, Dino is being DD'd upon whilst Ethan heals back up again and now being unfrozen. He's going for the barrage, catches it, goes for the DD, gets a bolt in first, a free hit. Pipsqueak tries to retaliate again with that that little claw spec, but wasn't able to do so. He's got to be careful here. He can get claw spec again, but deciding to go for the barrage instead. A 22 through the prayer for Dino right there. He's still in the fight. It's pretty even right now, pretty neck and neck. Pipsqueak still have a claw spec though as well, doesn't he?
Winning. It'll be interesting to see if Pipsqueak is going to save that claw or if he's going to try just dump it. And getting hit a 50 bolt for a 0 claw and a 24 whip.
Wow.
Dino might have this one. Dino genuinely might have this one. With this RNG, I mean, he is in the lead right now. He has to be.
That's like the second 50 we've seen this entire tournament so far. So some crazy RNG for Dino and just what he's looking for to like build back his confidence and bring it back a little bit. Although saying that, getting hit a 32 barrage, you know, Pipsqueak, it's not over yet. As we saw in the fight versus Hamza, Pipsqueak does remain very calm and collected, and you know is able to perform really well under a high pressure situation.
Yeah, I mean, even that trade that just happened there, unfortunately for Dino, he was praying the right thing. He had his tank on and went out for a whip, got hit a 22 and whipping his opponent off prey with the same gear and just getting a 0. I mean, Pipsqueak getting a decent amount of damage back here though, pulling it back, getting hit on robes for a 0. Not
again,
sure
we're seeing some we're seeing a lot of whip hits from Pipsqueak here, which I think give him a slight advantage. Big opal bolt spec there through the prayer, but it was enough, and then 20 barrage through the prayer again, and a 24. Well, just like that, Ethan is back in the fight, and Dino needs to really pull out some big freezes here to come back. But another 22, it's going to take a lot here for Dino. 19 as well. Pipsqueak is just running a train on him right now.
Really good job as well, making sure that he gets those free hits in when he has the DD advantage, utilizing that whip, making sure that like he catches his opponent off prey by faking him. I mean, Ethan's just doing really well. He's outplaying his opponent. Unfortunately for Dino, hitting a 0-1 with that claw spec off prey. I'm not sure
that wasn't the right prey.
Yeah.
Currently, we have Ethan being DD'd upon from Dino, and Dino's doing a good job again of, keeping this lead. Unfortunately, again, like you said before about the claw spec, but it is what it is. Oh, a claw spec to retaliate 20. I think that was on the right prayer, but again, really unfortunate. Both players basically, matching their claw specs, not being huge. Now, both players will get another claw spec by the end of the fight. They've only used one so far, I believe. But it is towards the end now. They both dealt about 400 damage, I'd say, as an estimate so far. Looks like clean switch. Dino gets frozen in place, sitting on about 50 HP, getting caught in his robes on the right prayer. Pipsqueak catching him. Again, with another barrage. It's very neck and neck here. Actually might be almost at the end.
Not entirely sure if Dino is out here.
I think he might be out.
Yeah, kind of looks like he is.
I really thought it was much closer than it is right now, although to be fair, they might both be out of food. Pipsqueak getting the whip hit in.
At the end.
Wow. That was pretty big there. I really did think that it was a little bit more HP in that fight, but I think towards the start they really did, really throw at each other. But yeah, Pipsqueak closing it up with the whip hits again. Just again, like the whole way through, he was utilizing the whip a little bit better than Dino was, and with that win there, that's a 2-0, and Dino is pushed down to the losers bracket.
Yeah, gonna see if I can get the trackers for that fight. Just waiting right now, but I will have to go for a leak, so I will be back.
All right, and that is now Dino going into the losers bracket. Ethan, or Pipsqueak, advances onto round 3, which he will be taking on 99 Strength Cape or School Zing. We'll be having a fight with the Robert versus Flippity fight coming up after this, but I think we're going to be having a break in that time too. So far today, what have you guys seen so far? Have you seen some unexpected things, or has this mostly been? I think we've seen some great things. Some of these redemption fights at the very end have been really fun to watch, and some of these fights have been very close.
Yeah, I think Old Man West Ham, his decrepit bladder is playing up against. He's gone to the bathroom. But in short, I think some of the best things we've seen so far, that fight with Hamza versus Pipsqueak we just saw again, that guy there. That was so neck and neck, and just like so exciting that the comebacks that they had, especially being such big titans of the PvP scene, and it being a really impressive fight and a really waited for one. That fight there was really interesting. I'm really sad to see that Dino, not trying to give favoritism, but I feel like Dino did perform really well there and just got towards the end, lost a little momentum, and Pipsqueak got some, again, insane RNG, and we've seen that happen a few times for Pipsqueak, getting those 100 plus 200 damage combos just out of nowhere, doing really well with that. What else have I enjoyed seeing so far? Honestly, the best fight so far, like I said, was probably, Pipsqueak versus Hamza. That was just insane. And then seeing the Twitch chat afterwards just erupt with laughter because Hamza took off his gear, and it was like instant karma in that respect. Yeah, it's been really fun so far. Time's flying by. We've been broadcasting now for I think 4 hours. So
right.
yeah, it's been sick.
Yeah, we will be heading into a break about a 15-minute break, and then I think we should be right back after that. So stick around. We still got plenty of fights to happen. Robert versus Flippity will be up after this.
Boggers.
there it is, a beautiful double kill. 2-0 for West Ham, progressing through to the next round.
Auto block, camping that tank very well, not taking too much damage. Lemon Lime just took a bolt off prayer.
Look at this, he's completely taking control of it. The third. There's another redemption from I'm So Happy. He still has 3 doses of restore as well. He can still keep this in. Goes for the claw, 25 damage coming in. Both players use a redemption, and I'm So Happy's gonna take it at the end.
Very good here for Mario. This is a... Wow, look at this! In 3 hits! 40, 30, 30!
And welcome back to the Method Mayhem PvP tournament. I am once again joined here with casters Pure Spam and Old West Ham, as we are currently talking about how to deal with his current bathroom problems. But we're not going to talk about that anymore, because right now we got to focus on RSN Robert and Flippity, who is going to be our next match. And both of, well, Flippity not as much, but we definitely know about Robert. Or you guys definitely know a lot more about Robert than I do, so I'll get a little bit of backstory from him. Who is this guy?
Ian, yeah, I'll let you take Robert.
I love Robert. Robert's a lovely guy. I shouldn't be biased, but he's a really nice fella. He made his name for himself many years ago in the old DMM days, where he'd, as I said before, terrorized the Cafferby fishing spot. He'd get like 90 plus strength off the bat and just go one spec all these level 40s and make absolute bank doing so, having some really enticing and exciting streams to follow. As for his NH ability, recently he's done exceptionally well. He's been tweeting out all kinds of like 150 mil kill picks from in the new Rev Caves and dominating the competition. He is up against Flippity. Do you know much about Flippity, Casper?
So I do believe Flippity is the guy called Mr. Flippity, who I'm pretty sure he's in solid tag. He's been competing in tournaments. I'm not so sure if he's won any tournaments. I've seen him go against some really good people and beat them. I'm sure that he will be able to like pull through here and actually show off some decent NH staking skills. Not entirely sure on how good he is. I know he's good. I just don't know if he's like demon or just a little bit above average.
I mean, after, seeing Hamza's unfortunate performance and ego taking off the robes and demise as a result, I think he's got to, claw it back for his clan and show that, Solid Tag are made of some exceptional PKers. So should be exciting to see this matchup as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Any more matchups that we're looking forward to here as we go along? It looks like after this, it's going to be 14, 15.
Yes.
So,
Saladin.
Yeah.
Sorry, jumping in. Saladin, I've heard, and I think I've seen him before in like the last tournament that Jagex ran a few years ago. He performed really well, went really far. He's well known as being like one of the top NHs too. I'm not too sure he's against Active Gang. Do you know who that is?
No, unfortunately not. I can say that Saladin though is really he is so good. I remember in the Jagex 1v1 tournament, it was me, Pity, and Saladin. All of us are boys. That was like the best outcome that possibly could have happened. I remember we were all very happy to be there. We didn't really care who won. So I don't know. I think Saladin's a really good NH taker. It wouldn't surprise me if he takes it all home. If we're looking at like the people who are very likely to win, Saladin is definitely one of them.
Nice. And then after that fight, we've got Brap versus Minor Man. Not sure who Minor Man is, but Brap, KS Reese, he's well known in the community as well, representing Blazers, and also I think Kanini, you said previously. He's an absolute beast as well, so that'd be a really exciting one to watch too.
Yeah, so Reese going versus Nida Harder is both of them really good. I would bet my money on Reese though. I think Reese has definitely got some extra experience there. It wouldn't surprise me if he won versus.
Well, looks like we are ready to go here, so let's jump into this match. RSN Robert versus Flippity. Maybe.
Any day.
to be seen soon.
Hey, yo, lads, press accept.
Prediction for
While
this
we're
one.
waiting on that, I actually put I left my fork inside of the microwave while I was warming up my noodles, and apparently it doesn't affect it that much. As like you said, as long as it doesn't blow up. I was standing right next to it too. It was only for 45 seconds. That was the first time I've ever done this.
Dude, you were like, is it bad that I left my metal fork in the microwave for 45 seconds? It's like, well, did it blow up? You're like, no. Well, you should be okay, but you probably shouldn't do that again as a reminder.
Well, I don't know. I was
So-
wondering if the metal oozed into the noodles and now I'm gonna get cancer or something. I don't know. I was trying to figure it out. But
we got a resub from Sko, Mr. Scott, 9 months.
The man himself.
The metaphoric Twitch baby has been born.
Yo, Sko, my boy, coming in with the tier 9. Tier 1 for 9 months.
Tier 9, $5,000.
No way! Right, jumping into it with Robert versus Flippity. First matchup of the best of 3. And off the bat, Flippity catching the freeze and getting a 27 whip as well to really get a big lead on Robert. Robert being caught in ropes, but catching the freeze back again, the 34, and clutching it, not being left behind in the dust too early on.
Yeah, right now seeing a lot of zeros. Robert catching that freeze on Flippity, very rightfully so. Flippity didn't even have his K-top on. Flippity hitting a 32 barrage though. Robert is still unfrozen unless he gets caught there. Oh, he's still unfrozen with that freeze immunity.
And Robert now being frozen in place potentially. No, Flippity not hitting the freeze then. Robert getting a 30 barrage into a bolt. Could be a 15. Not bad at all. Going for the whip. Doesn't hit anything. Not opting for the DD strategies we've seen a lot in this tournament so far. Never mind. Robert goes under. And those big bolts again coming in from him. 20 plus. And right now I'd say Robert is in pretty decent position off the start. And up quite a bit. As I say that though,
Yeah,
Flippity goes
taking
for
that
the
claw spec
and...
though. Yeah, I mean it's a claw spec on prey on tank. Not really that surprised to see that it hit basically nothing. Coming in with a 30 bolt. I'm not sure if that was free prey though.
It was on the right prayer, I believe. And right now, Flippity has used one of his specs up. Robert's still waiting to see his. And as I said before, using those specs early on is really crucial because you do, obviously regain special attack throughout and you get 3 specs rather than just the 2. Robert opting to bolt rag his opponent across the map, catching the freeze, going for the AGS spec.
AGS, that is the second person we've seen today with an AGS. Maybe we can see Robert utilizing some of the AGS wax here as he's got the DD advantage.
Unfortunately for him, it's a 0. It was on the right prayer. 28 whip, though. We've seen quite a few big whips coming in from Robert. Oh, the claw spec, 40 from Flippity. That's both his specs gone now. Robert still has 1 spec remaining. 35 barrage. Flippity gets the DD and is in a really good position to try and come back after Robert had quite a bit of a lead during the beginning.
Yeah, luckily for Robert, that claw spec wasn't too big, so he was still able to eat up fairly quick there, but...
Flippity
right now,
gets
he's taking a decent bit of damage.
Flippity got a decent barrage there, but a big 27 to try and clutch it back again. A bolt on Robes doesn't hit anything because Robert got the right prayer up as well. Barrage hits an 11, freezes Robert in place, but Robert's bolts are going in right now. Oh, that's a big one. 18 bolt spec. Not as big as Flippity would have hoped for, but
yeah,
nonetheless...
off-prey 18, that is definitely a little bit unlucky, but Flippity's barrages are definitely doing work. I mean, we're seeing 20s, 30s non-stop here.
Flippity unfrozen and going in for some whip hits on the Robes. Only a 1. Robert did get his pro up in time, retaliating on a whip, hitting another 0. Lots of zeros back and forth from each player. Flippity just missing that barrage there. Robert catching off prayer. 35 ball.
Oh, with the AGS,
22.
Was that off prayer? I'm not even sure.
It was on prayer, but the guy was on 40 hit points. So
yeah, I think Flippity got that on last tick, but that is still a chance. Robert nearly taking him out there. That is insane. I really hope we can see some AGS wax from Robert. That would be a bit of a nice switch.
Yeah, that's the strategy you said you would have opted for if you had utilized the AGS yourself, but you're going for the claws. Really cool to see some, diversification in this tournament, some different strategies being utilized. Flippity catches the freeze, goes underneath, exchanging 0 for 0. Robert's unfrozen now, though, gets a little bit of distance, tries to bolt his opponent on the Robes.
Robert camping that Mage's book as well to make sure that he has the maximum amount of Mage defense so he doesn't get frozen.
I'm really, impressed by Robert's PK ability right now.
He's doing really well
to hold his own. A lot of people weren't really expecting him, knowing him as just a DDS lunatic in the demo mode seasonals. So it's really cool to see him, come out swinging in this tournament so far. Catching
I mean, so far it seems fairly even. I'd even say it might be a little bit in Robert's favor here. Getting that 25 and a 40 whip as well.
Wow.
It is definitely in Robert's favor now if it wasn't before. So we might be seeing Robert win this. Honestly, I'm very surprised.
Yep. And you saw there Flippity slowly for a little bit long. Robert does realize that.
Is that a wanted 4-way barrage from Robert?
I was beast. I was waiting for the claw spec to come out from Flippity there, but unfortunately for him, Robert D gets tank on, hit a 0-0, even though it was on the right prayer. Flippity with the whip and the DD underneath on the right prayer, but again a 0. Flippy's RNG isn't looking too great right now, and Robert is really holding his own very well.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Robert is doing really well, a lot better than what I expected and anticipated. I mean, this is, so far, Flippity's doing well, but Robert is just doing better. They're exchanging whip hits there, and Robert praying melee versus Flippity praying redemption for some reason. I believe that was a misclick.
Really great freeze there from Robert, being able to DD and again taking control of the fight, looking for some momentum, sitting a little bit low. He's got to be careful. AGS spec hitting a 12 only, that's unfortunate. And now he's getting hit on the wrong prayer as well. Unlucky for Flippity though, hits a 0. And now Robert going for the smite. Is this a Hamza strategy once again?
36 bolt.
That was a big one. Oh, that was actually a chance there. 18 on about 40 hit points from the whip. It can definitely hit that. Is Robert out of food? No. What? How is
Robert out?
Nah, I'm sure he was out DPSing this guy, but I guess the casters are wrong.
It appears we have been completely fooled. I'm not sure if Robert brought lobsters instead of anglies, but something's definitely up here. I mean, he still has a chance to kill. He just chanced them right there. If Robert can maybe get a redemption.
Neck and neck, man. Yeah, the redemption is crucial here, but he's not actually going for it. Robert is kind of panicking a little bit.
Robert might be.
That was bad.
Yeah.
Oh.
Taking that bolt on robes. I mean, Flippity definitely deserved that hit. Hitting your opponent on robes is so crucial. You definitely deserve to hit if you manage to get your opponent on robes.
Yeah.
Not surprised to see Robert go down there, unfortunately.
I think right at the end there, Robert just panicked a little bit, maybe lost concentration. He tried to put those redemption flicks up, and then here, as we see on this recap, he goes to switch to mage and just 3 tick switches, and then finally catches the freeze, but it's too late, and the bolt on the robes on the right prayer takes him out. Unfortunate. Close. That's a 1-0 to
a lot closer than what I thought, honestly. I was so sure that Robert was up food there, but I guess we were wrong.
Yeah, could have gone either way. PP, you are muted again, my friend.
All right. Well, here we are again. All right, I'm just going to stop using the mute button, and you guys are going to hear everything I do while I'm not on camera. Like you guys were saying, I was very surprised as well that he had ran out of food. Like, I don't know if he was using bass or lobsters or what he was doing, or maybe he just didn't have a full enough inventory. I don't know. We could ask him that. But
yeah, I can't think of why. The whole way through, I was just watching, and I thought Robert was really outplaying his opponent there, but I guess maybe RNG wasn't in his favor.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Flippity get a decent amount of damage at the start, but I didn't think it was enough for him to have Robert snowball him that much and still be able to get that win. I'm really surprised.
I think one of the biggest things for Robert there was his AGSs just didn't hit anything, and when you go for those AGS specs, you really hope to hit the 50 at least, and he could have killed him actually through the prayer at one point.
Yeah, jumping into going in for round 2 here. If Flippity wins this, he goes through. Robert right now already taking about 60 damage, getting bolted on robes for a 42 off prey. Very deserved hit from Flippity there. I'm not sure if Robert can pull this back right now. He is in a very bad position. They're both frozen.
He's getting his prayers right, but yeah, he's down about 150 hit points right now. He's not really done anything to Flippity. He needs to catch this freeze to really turn it around. 35 into the bolt on robes. 0. That's
0. Yeah, that is really unlucky. And another 0 on robes. Even though it is on prey, Robert definitely deserves to hit at least something there.
Definitely. Robert right now catching that freeze, a 22 bolt through the prayer, getting caught in his robes. Doesn't get hit anything though from Flippity. Flippity's still in the lead though at this point in moment. Oh, Flippity the claw spec, 24 through the prayer. Great prey melee there from Robert. Flippity's a bit too late there to 1 second.
Unfortunately for Flippity, I do believe if he went for that straight away, I believe he might have misclicked. It would have been off prey and a very good potential at a KO.
Yeah, definitely.
But now, Robert, I do believe, has 2 claw specs. Flippity has none, and the claw specs that Flippity dumped hasn't really done him that much.
No, definitely not. Robert with the AGS, of course. And for, keeping that AGS spec like I said before, it really does force your opponent to pray melee a little bit more often. And Robert should make full use of that and start bolting and hoping for those 40s and the 50s that we've seen so far. Goes to the AGS spec, but the opponent runs away just in the nick of time. 0, maybe, is on the robes and on the right prayer. Not too sure what he hit there. Wasn't very much, though. Robert goes for the AGS spec.
Ooh. It was being on prey there, yeah.
That's bad. Robert's being frozen. Flippity going for the DD as well. Going to catch him in robes. Nope, the prey melee. Nice prediction from Robert there. 38
Very
bolt.
nice bolt from Robert there. Very deserved as well, as I do believe that was on robes or at the very least on a K-top with Mystic Bottoms.
Yeah, unfortunately for Robert there, he was frozen, so he wasn't able to really, like, make use of that momentum there and try and claw it back. All the 18s, the 19 for Flippity. Flippity's
For a
up quite
40
a lot.
bolt. Oh, wait, no, he's not going for the AGS. He's decided to cancel it out. Maybe try go for it here.
I think that's the second time now that he's gone for the AGS, and Flippity's movement's just like slightly been a bit too much for Robert to comprehend and grab onto. Oh, 25 ball. Oh, that could have been actually a KO. I think it was the right prayer as well. Robert got quite lucky there. DDing underneath, hoping for some big hits, but he's down at least 100 HP right now, potentially more. He's still got one spec. Flippity knows that. He's, commandeering the melee prayer.
Yeah, I think Robert is getting this time here to catch his breath, eat up a little bit. Yeah. I don't believe he has much food left, so he's using his last bit of bruise there to get his HP up.
Flippity does catch that first freeze off the bat, which is just so huge. And now he's able to just, get occasional free hits on Robert. Unfortunately for him, not doing much damage. And Robert is doing a great job of predicting what attack style he's going to be using against him. Robert's now unfrozen and is going to try and go for a whip hit across the map. Goes for the bolt instead, but his opponent's the right player on. What's he whipping? On the robes.
It's a good trade nonetheless. Oh, is that KO? Oh, no, a 43 through play. That is so close to its max. I believe Robert can hit a 45, which could have been a KO.
It was like 1 or 2 HP. A ball through the right prayer. 14.
Oh, Robert must be absolutely fuming right now. That could have been his chance at redemption right there. It does look like Flippity will win this, though.
Yeah. That's the second time now that Robert's actually utilized that AGS spec. Even though it's been through the prey melee, it still could have killed his opponent if he got a max spec. Flippity the claw spec.
Flippity going in for the claw and KO on Robert.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Robert, he is taken out of the game. That is the final round between them.
Yeah, that was a bit not as close as the first round. Unfortunately for Robert, he just couldn't get his footing in really, and Flippity did control the fight from the get-go. Towards the end, again, just Flippity's RNG was pretty decent. Robert had actually a spec left as well that he didn't get to use. Which might have changed it, but hey, he put up a good fight, and I think he impressed everyone really with how well he did, going from a DMM DDS specker into a really competent, NHPKer now.
Yeah, I mean, definitely he showed that he was capable of NHing, and he was fighting a very good tribrid. So if anything, even if he did lose, it's still a win in my books.
Yeah.
Just 1 to 2 HP on the HP on that last AGS spec. I don't know what the AGS max is on melee prey, but I think it was also just 1 tick. It was on prey, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was on prey melee. So it would have been like a 70 off prayer or something crazy like that, or high 70.
That's very, very close there. So round 2, also a win for Flippity, and Flippity moves on. Robert now in the losers bracket. I believe the next fight here you guys were anticipating highly. This was Saladin
versus, yeah.
Saladin versus Active Gano. Big Queens. Yeah, I'm just gonna let you guys go with that one. I can't pronounce that name.
Big K wins again. Do you know who that is again, West Ham?
Whenever words are always meshed together.
No, I do not know who that is, unfortunately.
Okay, well, Saladin, as we know, is a really insane hybrid who's been, in the finals of multiple tournaments in the past, and he's really accomplished. So we'd assume that he'd go through and take the win, but at the same time, in previous fights, we've had unheard names of who have actually impressed us and actually beaten people that we didn't expect them to beat. So ultimately, in this game, as we keep on saying, it can go either way. For those that have just tuned in from Boaty's stream as well, thank you, Boaty, for the raid. This is a double elimination tournament. So even if, Robert, for example, just went out right there, he still has a chance to claw it back and, fight through the losers bracket to actually come back and, go back into the tournament. You have to lose 2 fights.
All right. Well, we've got, before we head to the next match, let you know, the Method merch. If you want to show your support to Method, you can type !merch in the chat and get your hands on some of the hottest new Method merch. All right. Just a couple more seconds here, and we should be right into the next fight here.
Awesome. So, Casper, what do you want to see from Mr. Saladin? Is he an AGS whacker, or is he the claw PK that we've seen throughout the whole tournament so far?
I think statistically, whips. Claws probably is better, and I think that's what Saladin's going to go for. Unfortunately, I won't be here for the fight. I got to do my fight in the losers bracket, so I will have to be right back, and I hope I make it back in time to at least see the results.
Who are you up against?
I'm against one of my old members, actually, a guy called Boars or Dismantled.
How do you feel about it? Are you feeling confident? Have you fought him before?
I mean, he's a very calculated PKer, really good. I'm not sure how much he plays anymore. I know he took a big break from the game, so it'll be interesting. I'm not entirely sure what to expect.
All right, well, good luck, mate. I hope you do your best, and we get to see you again in the next round. But if not, I'll catch you soon, mate.
Yeah, thank you.
If not, then we've got you for the rest of the tournament. That's wonderful.
I'll be back very shortly.
Oh, we got a raid from Atticon as well. What's up, Atty? The PVM god himself. Nice to see you, man. Welcome to all the new viewers. We are currently on... How far into the tournament are we? Like 2/3 today? We're just waiting for...
we've almost got round 3 brackets mostly done here. Even in the losers, we still need to go over a few fights here, 2 more fights here in round 1, and then it's going to start really flowing into round 2 and 3. Here we go.
Well, off the bat, we're starting with some Bolt exchanges, a 35 that Saladin gets, which is beautiful for him. It's a really nice start. Both going for the freezes now, and both splashing quite a lot. Those beautiful switches, my God. He was doing 4-way 1-ticks while also moving around the map, catching the freeze off the bat, which gives him a big advantage. And so far, I would say that Saladin's definitely the lead. Going for a claw spec, his opponent, Big, is unable to land it, as Saladin's perfect with the step unders. Going for another claw spec again, and again, he runs too far away and gets 2 free hits in there, which is huge for Saladin, giving a big advantage. Catching this next freeze is going to be imperative to changing up the tempo, but again, Saladin does catch it, gets a free hit, another free hit again, goes for the DD, constantly just zooming in and out, forcing his opponent to pray melee because he's still got all his claw specs. That was a chance there, technically, if he got a big bolt on the right prayer. He could have actually closed this one out very early on. Saladin now, remaining high HP. He's been frozen in place, and Big now has the chance to come back. Does get the claw spec off prayer, but it's only a 20 damage spec. Quite unfortunate for him. Gets a whip off prayer again at 20. Slowly by slowly, trying to claw back into the fight, so to speak. Oh, a big spec from him there. Oh, never mind, it's a 0. Oh, I thought that was going to be huge. Saladin's used 1 spec. Big has used 1 spec as well. Saladin's going for another spec. Hits a 44 on robes as well. Can't be too mad about that, but it definitely could have been much bigger. Gets a bolt off prayer as well. And both players being unfrozen, gliding around the map and trying to get their footing in. Now, Active decides to go to 115 hit points. So in case he does get frozen, he's still got a chance to not get dominated too much. But Saladin does close that one out. Manages to catch the freeze. 33 whip. Oh, retaliates with a claw spec, though. Only a 1. It was on tank. It could have been something big there. We have Saladin running around, getting a lot of free hits right now. And these free hits really do matter. The average hit being, hitting 10s and 20s. They do catch up quite quickly. And again, he's using his mage so well. He's catching his point off prayer beautifully. Every single time that the 1-ticks with his 4-way switch, the mage book as well, is just, premium NH hybriding at its best from the game. Catching a freeze now. Both players gonna relax, remain composed, and then eat up to full HP once again. Active really needs to get some big hits here to come back, because Saladin right now has been obliterating him throughout and is up at least 100, probably 200 hit points right now. Active trying to catch that freeze, but Saladin moves away, gets a bolt on the robes and the right prayer. Unfortunately, a 0 for him. A whip fakey. Active gets the prayer up right in the nick of time. Now going for the freeze. Active does finally catch it and manages to double barrage, but Saladin does see it coming, keeps his prey mage up. Just, really good prediction there from him. Now, Big needs to heal back up again and then make use of his DD advantage that he's got. Unfortunately for him, he misclicks, staff bashes, and gets frozen in place. Saladin unfrozen any second now, going to get a bolt in, step underneath. There it is, 20 on the robes as well. Saladin just really running circles around Active right now. Whip again on the right prayer, but hits a 0 unfortunately for him. Looks like Big is going to be unfrozen very shortly, and we'll see again if Saladin decides to create some distance between the two, and he does. He knows exactly when the opponent's going to be unfrozen from just experience, I guess, and gets frozen in place though. And looks like, again, Saladin's just, double freezing, managed to really control the fight, DDing the entire time. Both players now opting to, again, sit to full HP. They should both have claw specs come out very shortly, since they both use them early on, so they do regenerate throughout the fight. Saladin being frozen away. Big opting for the DD strategy again. Can he turn this fight around? 17 barrage, gets a free hit. Oh, that's a big 46 bolt on tank for Saladin. Really nice. And just, despite being frozen in place and having a disadvantage there, decides to still continue his lead. Some nice whip hits there. Oh, that's a beautiful claw. Perfect eat from Saladin. That was like a 70 claw or something like that. And it could have killed him. But on the second game tick, Saladin did eat perfectly and decided to not die and just about clutch that one out there. Big now trying to catch the freeze on his opponent. And the claw spec, it's a 40 from Saladin. Beautiful. A whip 9 was a chance. I think right now Active's pretty much out of food. He seems a bit too far behind now to come back and win the fight. But it's not over just yet. I mean, we saw a chance earlier. It could happen again. I think he's still got a chance to use a claw spec, maybe. But on 20 HP, potentially not. Saladin going for the claw spec, getting frozen in place. Again, Big's RNG here is just not that great. He's catching off prey a few times, but just lots of splashes, lots of zeros as well. And now Saladin managed to catch the blitz, keeping in place. Unfrozen any second now, going to DD underneath, down to 1 HP. Big can redemption here, but I think it's too little too late. Takes off his armor. He realizes it's all over, and he gives the win to Saladin. The kick.
The 21 kick. Oh, that's
no
great.
way.
After hitting a 0 with the whip before that.
That was a pretty exciting one. I think throughout there, Saladin really just showed his prowess, and he really dominated. Pretty much every time he caught that freeze DD, he played it really well in a few aspects. One, he managed to step away as his opponent was unfrozen to really create distance and not get frozen back again. Two, he just got so many free hits, and those free hits just add up. And if you've already got momentum and you're already in the lead, if you get free hits on top of that, it becomes almost impossible for your opponent to really come back and stay in the fight. So yeah, as expected, Saladin took the 1-0 lead.
The amount of movement that these players are doing, I mean, it's hard for a camera guy to even keep up sometimes. Yeah. I mean, all of a sudden he'll fly across the screen, a bolt will go out, he was on robes, and we're like, oh, what'd he hit? Oh, wait, we're getting there, and okay, it was a 20. So it's so hard to think about all of this stuff at the same time. Like when I'm going out and doing LMS, I do all the switches, I'm doing, but I can't move while I'm doing all that. So people that are able to do that, it just puts an extra layer of difficulty, and the skill ceiling just gets that much higher.
Yeah, well, I mean, as you saw there, perfect example of an HPKer being like super on point with their clicks, the 10-13 clicks, being able to do, 4-way 1-tick barrage switches and movement at the same time, which ends up being like 6 actions in 0.6 seconds or something like that, or 7 or something like that. So it's really impressive to see, and I think so far, Saladin's looks probably the cleanest PKer in this tournament. And he's definitely one to watch throughout. I think he, like West Ham said before, he could absolutely take this whole thing.
A 1-tick barrage is, for those of you that don't know, usually people know 4-way 1-ticks, where you're able to put on 4 pieces of gear in 1 game tick, which means they really can't anticipate what you're coming next. But being able to mix in a barrage with that, with the 4-way, going to a different spell book, clicking on a spell and clicking on the person, all within the span of 0.6 seconds.
Yeah.
It's hard. And these guys, but these guys have mastered it, and they're able to do it regularly, and that's insane. So next fight here, we've got round 2 coming up between Saladin, and here we go.
Yep. So off the bat, we've got some barrages being exchanged, trying to catch that freeze wave, catching each other now. So last fight, I think Saladin did have quite a big advantage. Although this time round, Big's getting a big 40 bolt on the right prayer and opting for a lot of bolts to try and, really utilize those big opal bolt-y specs, can potentially hit 50s. It's still early on, it's still pretty close. I'm surprised that Saladin went for a massive claw spec there off the start, and 2-ticked it. Same as opponent. Oh, that's a beautiful return. Really unfortunate. Big gets a 40 claw spec through the prayer. Saladin catches him off prayer to retaliate, but hits a 0. Big still does have 1 spec remaining. Goes for it, but gets frozen in place just before being able to do so. Saladin now being frozen a few spaces away from his opponent. And there's the big bolt spec. He's looking for 34, but exchange with a 34 barrage. Another bolt spec, 30 there that time. That's on the right prayer. But I'd say that Saladin right now is up slightly, potentially, although I think with the 30 barrages here and the whip hit as well, he's probably in the lead. And again, just perfect use of knowing when his opponent's unfrozen there, and rather than going for the DD, actually stepping away from him. Being frozen just before he got the DD there, though. Oh, big bolt, 24 on the right prayer. Active right now, staying in the fight and not letting, these massive hits really deter him from competing. We've got 19 barrage there. Active still in it. 24 bolt being returned. That was a bolt off prayer as well for Active. And there's a claw spec, the last one. Only a 20 on the right prayer and on tank. So Saladin really well to predict that one there. Trying to catch the barrage here and go for some DDs potentially. But the barrage RNG just not in there for him. Active catches the barrage, steps underneath, goes for another barrage, and Saladin does predict the mage prey there as well. Really top tier PKer right now. Right, Big does have an advantage, being able to get some free hits potentially. Doesn't get one there, but unfortunately, he's not really making much use of the DD. Actually, he's actually down HP from that DD exchange, Saladin getting a 31 bolt, which is pretty big. 23 from Big as well. Now he's unfrozen, stepping away like Saladin was doing before. 22 bolt through the prayer was an opal spec as well. Both players not being frozen. Looks like Saladin now again putting on the pressure, making the most of the DD. Chucking a few whips here. We've seen quite a lot of whips in the last fight as well. He does use it a lot more than a lot of other PKers do. And you know, if you can get those big, they can get like 45, it's faster than a whip. Sorry, it's faster than a bolt. It's faster than a mage hit as well. So you can really output a lot of damage in a short amount of time. Unfortunately for Saladin though, he is being frozen in place by Big, who is now really trying to claw back. He's down quite a lot of HP. I imagine the next minute or so, both players will get their special attack back again as well. So we might see a chance or some momentum opportunity being available for both players. Saladin catches the freeze, DD's underneath, and now the momentum has exchanged. Can he make anything of it is the question though. Hitting a lot of hits on a tank and really just exchanges of zeros. Unfortunately, you get one more hit in after this until both opponents are unfrozen. And Active's unfrozen here. Is he going to go for the DD? Goes for a claw spec, a 0. Unfortunate for him. I mean, it was on tank, it was on prey melee, so Saladin, good job there of predicting it. Saladin does have a spec now as well, which he's going to go for on the robes, on the wrong prayer, but it was a 34 still, which you can't be mad at considering you can hit zeros. Now, Active, knowing his opponent's unfrozen, trying to catch the freeze again, doesn't catch it, goes to the DD regardless though, goes for a whip hit. Saladin creates some distance, catches the freeze, gets hit a 33 bolt though. It's pretty neck and neck right now, to be honest, but the DD advantage is pretty big. Right now, Big, you know, considering that he's being DD'd upon, he's decided to eat to full HP to make sure that, you know, his opponent's not be able to get too much momentum and it's not too difficult to get some prayers wrong here. Right now, Saladin actually sitting really low. He realizes his opponent's used all of his spec up as well, so he's deciding to risk it a little bit more. Oh, that was a good prey range there, getting the bolt spec, only a 16, but getting frozen again. Looks like Big is not out of this just yet. He's doing a really good job of, you know, staying in the fight and not giving up right now. He could definitely come back in these battles like we've seen, like a 200 HP turnaround. So it really is anyone's game right now. But obviously, Saladin is currently 1-0 up in a best of 3. So Active really does need to clutch this one in order to stay in the winner's bracket. Right, once again, Saladin again just so perfectly realizing his opponent's unfrozen and stepping away. Oh, the 48 bolt on the right prayer there, the spec. Looks like Saladin's lead has just increased even more. He does have claw spec still as well, which is forcing his opponent to prey melee quite a lot, getting some free hits in here as well. Big is currently panicking. He's down just too much HP, I think, to claw this one back. But it's not over till it's over. Going for some bolts. That's a big one. Oh, both players down to 30. That's a 44 whip. Mate, that whip is just beautiful from Saladin. Not many players use it that much, and the top tier PKers do use it a lot more because, you know, people don't expect to prey melee as much, considering that the bolts are so powerful and mage can be really, really strong too. But I think Saladin deserved to win that one. And Big, despite that, he stayed in the fight right up until the end. He's not out of the tournament yet. It is a double elimination bracket, so he's in the losers bracket now. He can still claw his way back into the finals, but understandably, that was Saladin took the lead, and it's a 2-0 win for him into round 3.
Both of those still close and very good fights, though.
Oh,
and
West Ham's back.
The old man's back.
Yo,
just... Oh no, that doesn't sound good.
No, that's really good, bro. I just did 600 damage in like a minute.
Oh
my god! Wish we
Yeah, give me the stats of that.
I've got the tracker of both fights, but first fight was 57% versus 44. I had 9 extra hits, 852 deserved damage my side versus his 672. Second fight, I did 36 hits, 78% prayers right, and I did 578 damage, but my deserved damage was 376.
Wow.
Oh my.
RNG was mad.
I was fighting my friend as well. I legit said, like, I'm sorry. That was so bit bullshit.
Saladin took the win there, 2-0, and oh my god, what an What an impressive PKer, dude. He's actually like insane, dude.
I was just
Solid,
counting the one with
yeah.
Mirage, I was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
And the way he's able to, the less time you spend inside your mage robes, the better, because when you are in your mage robes, you're so vulnerable, you have so much less defense. So the best thing to do is to get that 1-tick barrage off, and then immediately put on the Carol's top down with the Varrock's plate skirt, so that you can have that defense back, and you're not going to get absolutely destroyed. Because even if you have the prayers correctly, and you're getting bolted, you're going to get hit 24, 24, 24 again and again and again.
Yeah, I think once you get that momentum, it's so difficult to come back. And Saladin just really dominated the fight throughout. It's no surprise that he won, to be honest. I look forward to seeing him in future matches. But who's up next?
Well, he will move on, of course, to round 2, as he will go against Flippity. Our next round is looking to be Brap versus Niter. So
Niter. Miner Man 333. I don't know who this guy is. Do you know who this is, West Ham? The Miner Man.
My apologies. Let me get everything up again.
You're all good. The match is
okay. So, wait, sorry, what?
No, go on. Do you know who he is?
So I do know a little bit about him. He's one of the people that peek in the Rev Cave. Holy
Dude,
shit,
I'm
he almost
so
just got
sorry.
KO'd.
I'm sorry to interrupt. My God.
Yeah, he's a casual Rev Cave PK. I've seen him a lot there. He has done well from what I've seen. I did fight him a couple times, I believe, yesterday. He's decent. Definitely not better than Reese, I'd say. But, I mean, it is RuneScape. RNG plays a massive factor. He can still win.
Yeah, so Reese Brap, he's a member of Blazers and also a member of Kanini, both prolific clans in the PvP scene. And he's been around for a long time. He's one of their best 1v1ers that they've got to offer. And right now, showing that. Although, to be fair, he's not actually utilizing the Dragon Square Shield for the tank bonus. He's just sticking with the Mage Book for the Mage defense and, minimizing his switches. Catching the freezes every time, which is, really impressive.
I've fought Reese a couple times. I've noticed that a lot of people in Blazers have used the Mage's Book a lot in order to not get frozen. So whenever they're unfrozen, they'll bolt in their Mage's Book to prevent being frozen and trying to keep that DD momentum non-stop. Just to remain unfrozen, make sure that they get those extra free hits in.
I think both players have used one spec so far. We saw at the start when you were trying to talk about Mr. Miner Man, that just like impressive claw spec, which almost KO'd his opponent. Brap right now, I'd say, is probably leading this fight in this first fight, best of 3. But both players being frozen away from each other. They both got claw specs still, I believe, as well. So we might see some KO potential coming in, some really big momentum shifts as well to be aware of. There's the claw spec attempting to be done.
Yeah, I can't. It's a little bit like you couldn't tell if he got it off there. I don't think he did.
I don't think he did, no.
Still 31 barrage though, both being frozen right now. He's having like a little bit of a 1-by-1 battle.
Oh, that's a nice claw
that claw spec off prey. Not the biggest hit we've seen so far, but I mean 40 to 45 damage. We take those no matter what, man.
Yeah, it's not bad. Right now, Mr. Hard is catching the freeze, still DD'd it next to him, and both unfrozen. Brap trying to catch it off the bat, getting hit on his ropes there slightly, and both players just trying to catch those frees desperately. Both DD players, I believe, which is why they're trying so hard to do so. Hard gets the DD and gets a free hit off at the end as well, catches his opponent on robes, but Brap retaliates with a 25 barrage, just stopping that momentum in its movement.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're seeing a fairly even fight. It does kind of look like Reese is on top. Ooh. Unfortunately, clawing a 1-1, getting hit at 29 straight away as well. Really unlucky by Reese, but I mean, he did claw him on tank.
It wasn't the right prayer, but yeah, was pretty unlucky. Again, trying to catch these freezes right now. Catches it. Brap goes the whip hit as well on the robes. Unfortunately, a 0. Oh, well, that's a 0-0 claw for a 0-0, isn't it?
Yeah, just like that. I mean, honestly, as long as both of the claws do the equal amount of damage, who cares, man? Reese actually getting a lot of momentum right now, bolting a 38 into that 11 whip.
Nightheart 14. So many free hits right now. Also getting a bolt there on the right prayer on robes. A 43 whip.
43 whip. Jesus Christ. I mean, yeah, just like I said before, Reese is a very calm and collected guy. He utilizes that DDing so much. That is probably his best strat with a 41 bolt as well. I mean, this is definitely in Reese's favor right now.
Yeah, it stays up a lot. It looks like actually that Hard is pretty much out of food. He won't be sitting on 30 HP otherwise. Brap, Reese might be out of food as well, though. He's going to eat up after getting the DD, you know, securing himself so he can't get any hits, any loss of momentum from eating because there's a delay after eating before he can hit again. And a 40 ball to finish.
For the kill. Oh, my.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
I think throughout that fight, we saw Brap definitely getting a lot better RNG and quite a few 40 whips and 40 bolts, which really made the difference there. But hey, it's a best of 3. It's not over yet, but Reese does indeed take the first one.
I mean, Reese being used to DMM as well, where you have a very small box fight in. He's really good at DDing. He knows what he's doing. He's getting those free hits and you're snowballing that momentum over and over again. He's doing a really good job, and I honestly think he will take this home. PP, you are indeed muted again.
We need a PP mute emote.
Yeah, we need. Yeah, seriously. Okay. You guys can just keep going. I'm just gonna, sit here and
sorry to interrupt, but we do actually have the tracker for that fight. Right now we are looking at Reese having 69 hits and 64% prayers right versus Naya Hard's 54 hits and 37% prayers right. Reese really did outplay his opponent there. The deserved damage on Reese's side was 561. He dealt 590 versus Naya Hard's deserved damage of 392 and him dealing 342.
Oh, wow. So Reese was up a crazy amount there.
Yeah, Reese definitely outplayed his opponent a lot there. He did tons better, if not like twice as good.
Well, Reese has a lot on the line, of course, making a name for himself originally from introducing himself to Boaty and getting a shout out at a previous RuneFest, being known as a really good, competent PKer. And he's got Boaty in the chat right now to impress. So he hopes he does very well there as well. Looks like off the bat, both players freezing each other and not much damage being exchanged right now. When are we going to see any early specs coming in? We do on Robes, only a 22 for Hard. That's very unfortunate for him.
Yeah, that is really unlucky to only see a 22 out of that, and Reese just pulling it straight back. Hitting a 0 claw though, but expectedly so. He's clawed his opponent on tank, on prey. That second spec being on tank, but off prey. Not a lot of damage being dealt there from those 2 claws, but yeah, again, Reese is getting so many free hits here. Staff bashing him even.
He's gone ahead quite a bit, and Minor Man right there does catch the freeze, which is so imperative. Gets a free hit back again as well, and needs to come back here. He does have 1 spec remaining, which is causing Reese to have to pray melee a little bit more often than he probably would have done otherwise, and to really keep himself on his toes. But Hard's not really capitalizing that much on this momentum here, catching off prayer quite a lot. Just can't really get any hits off. That was like 4 hits in a row on Reese off prayer, but did no damage. Now Reese gets the freeze, gets the DD as well, and can once again begin increasing his lead. Oh, that's a 35 bolt from Reese, who took 0 damage from that claw spec as well.
Taking his prayer off there as well to get barraged off prey, probably double clicking it. Yeah, I mean, Reese is just, he's pummeling with the DDs. He knows what he's doing. He's remaining calm and composed. He's doing a really good job right now.
Yeah, I'd say that he's definitely up quite a lot of HP. We'll still see 1 more claw spec coming in before the end of this fight, of course, as the claw spec does regain, but for a little bit, these guys are both just going at it, exchanging some hits back and forth. And right now, Reese just taking no damage.
Yeah, I mean, he got whipped. Not really on Robes. He had his skirt on, but I mean, that definitely should have been a hit.
Yeah, I think
catching
this guy
that
Hard
blitz
right now
in his Varric skirt as well. Are we seeing a little bit of choking from Reese? I think.
I think you might have heard my Boaty comment, and now, obviously the pressure's on that he's got one of his favorite streamers in the chat watching him right now. He needs to perform as best he can.
Yeah, he's choking a little bit here. Maybe that Boaty comment really did get to him. I mean, he's met him at RuneFest before, so you'd expect him to not really fanboy that hard, but maybe that is what's going on here.
Oh dear, bless him. Well, right now, I mean, honestly, this guy Hard, Minor Man's just got really unlucky. I feel like he does deserve to have a bit more damage here. He just can't seem to hit. But then at the same time, Reese is getting hits off prayer left and right as well, and is and getting free hits as well when he gets those DDs in. So I mean, it does make sense why Reese is in the lead right now. Another free hit, off prayer hit on Robes as well on the right prayer.
On Robes, we're seeing so many whips on Robes that you're just doing zeros right now. Yeah,
you took the RNG from the whole tournament of your fight a minute ago. You said when you did 600 in 1 minute.
Yeah, I mean, we might be seeing a very long fight here, which means that they might even be regenerating 2 claw specs.
Yeah, well, I think I just saw Hard pulling out the claws there to attempt to go for a claw spec. Wasn't able to do so. Reese gets his out on tank, on prey melee, so only like a 20 or so spec. But hey, man, it's chipping away his HP, and this fight's not going on for too much longer, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, again, Reese is getting a lot of free hits here. Although he's not hitting a lot, free hits are free hits nonetheless.
Yeah, and Hard does get the claw spec off, but unfortunately for him, it doesn't hit 0. Reese did predict it, knew he had the spec ready.
That's
a big bolt.
21 bolt on robes, like off prey. The RNG we're seeing right now is not very good. I'd
Reese
say
gets the free
it's
hit.
definitely below mediocre here. Getting a
Yeah, man.
Oh wait, no, did not get a free hit there. Getting a free hit there though. That's another 2 to the tracker.
Yeah, this fight is really. I mean, just hitting 0s left and right, man. But saying that, I still think Brap is definitely in the lead quite a bit, just like the first fight. And if he does win this battle, then he's through to the next round.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Hard is out of food. He is camping fairly low HP. No, he has eaten up. I was about to say. Camping fairly low HP there.
He's got so many free hits this fight, though. I think at least 10 to 20 by now, honestly. Another one there once again, and another one there once again. I think Minor Man's down, and another one there once again.
God.
I think Minor Man's down so much HP right now, he just can't seem to collect himself. And
yeah, Reese is getting another freeze, and here he is again, just getting those free hits in.
Another free hit.
And another one.
And another one. Yeah. And another one.
I mean, at this point, Reese is just getting double the hits in compared to his opponent. Like, the fact that he's not winning like that big is kind of insane, honestly.
And another, sorry.
Someone get a DJ Khaled in here.
We need to see this last claw spec come in, because if Minor Man wants to bring this back right now, he's just hoping that he can kind of elongate the fight out a little bit more to get that claw spec, get a lucky big 70 spec, and maybe turn the fight around. But it might be too late for that. I think he's probably out of food, or pretty much out of food right now, sitting on probably eating his last angler there or thereabouts. Brap getting some nice hits of prey. Getting hit a 32 though. Hard finally gets some RNG.
39. That's a good trade for Reese nonetheless. Getting hit at 28 as well. I mean, this is just so largely in Reese's favor. I'm surprised he hasn't won already.
Yeah, I mean,
but it looks like Hard is out of food here, and Reese is going for the barrages, so he can't redemption.
Yeah,
might be
he's not
able
even trying to
pull it
redemption at this point though.
Oh, no, is he out? No.
Oh, he's gonna get the barrage now.
Reese is definitely just gonna going for that claw as well, putting him down.
I mean, that means we had four claw specs that fight, which means that fight went on for that's the first time we've seen 4 claw specs in this tournament, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see the tracker. I'll see if I can get it off him.
Oh, he won't be getting rid of that tracker for a while, as Max just said there. Reese is well known for saving onto those trackers and.
Yeah, I gotta see how many more hits he got. It had to have been at least 15 more hits.
Okay.
Bare minimum.
We do have it. The results are in. We are looking at Reese with 98 hits with 54% prayers right versus 98 hits.
Wow.
Versus Hard's 72 with 46% prayers right. Reese's deserved damage, we are looking at 781 versus Hard's 531.
26 more hits then.
Yeah, that is absolutely insane.
Minor did pretty well at the start. I think just, when you get, Brap Reese is an insane PKer, to be fair. Like, as much as I'm giving him like a little bit of banter, he's a real good guy. He'll take it on the chin, I'm sure. Reese is just really good. So Minor just couldn't get his foot in the door there, so to speak, and wasn't able to really come back from the fight. Unfortunately, once you get that momentum, Reese just didn't let the guy have any leeway, to be honest, to come back.
Well, Reese Brap moves on to round 2 here, as he'll be going up against Casual AGSME 73. It's a good one with Bodie in the chat. And Minor Man goes on into the losers bracket. So we are now officially done with round 1 of the winners bracket here. Still a few more fights in round 2, a couple more, and then we're well on our way into round 3 already. So in the meantime, why don't I bring you back into the Method community team? Because you can check out the Method community team by typing _community in the chat. Signing up and becoming a member of the team offers all kinds of benefits and opportunities, as we help to aspire up-and-coming streamers to grow their channel through a number of different initiatives. Now, round 1 is done. Round 2 is almost done. Round 3 is around the corner. What do you guys think is up next? Well, I'll tell you what's up next.
I was gonna say, I don't know.
We've got Flippity versus Saladin.
Okay. So Flippity was the guy that beat Robert, which was actually quite close fights, to be fair. But I really do think that Saladin is just on another level to pretty much the majority of competitors. That being said, it's not over till it's over. With RNG being an important element, he could definitely still lose this. After that, we've got Reese versus Casual, AGS me 73. Do you know who that is, West Ham?
I
think
I'm not entirely.
It's not George, is it?
No, I don't think so. I think Casual is just he goes by Casual if it is the right person I'm thinking about. I have absolutely no idea how good he is, if I'm honest. He's kind of notorious for flaming in Twitch chats, and that's all I know him for.
Fair enough. Well, I think since I don't really know him that well, I'd probably put my money on Reese for that one then Saladin going through as well. Saladin versus Reese is going to be a really interesting one.
Yeah, that will definitely be a kind of top dog fight, along with what's it called, 99 Strength Cape versus Ethan. I think those are going to be the biggest fights that we for tomorrow anyway.
So we've got these fights to watch for round 2. What are we doing after that one?
Well, after that, we have got... Okay, thank you. Putting the brackets back in. After that, it will be... This is into the losers bracket now.
Right.
And I think this is... The next losers bracket match will be Cloud versus the loser of the 32nd match in the winners bracket, which is going to... So this is going to decide who goes up against Cloud.
Right. So we're watching the loser round 2 after these round 2 fights.
We've got 2 series before that one, and I believe that will be the last one of the day so far.
Wow, it's gone by so quickly.
Yeah, 3 more.
Nice. I'm excited for that one as well. Then.
4 more.
Nice.
4 more. All right. But yeah, overall today, I think things have been very exciting. Some of these redemption fights that we've been seeing, lots of close matches. Some of them you could say come down to RNG, but at the end of the day, a lot of these matches have been decided by just those, like you were saying, those few extra hits that somebody's able to get off of DDing or something along those lines. So we'll go back into it. Flippity versus Saladin.
All right, the machine.
My money on Saladin here, trading whip hits with each other. Saladin, I think, attempting to get that freeze. No, going for a bolt. Fortunately, only an 11, even with the bolt proc.
Yeah, I was going to say, the machine that is Saladin, I really do expect him to come out on top here. But as I said before, it could go either way. Flippity does catch that freeze, goes for the DD. And right now it is neck and neck. Does get a free hit there on Saladin as well. Only a 19, but hey, it's something. It was on the right prayer as well. 29 bolt for Saladin, keeping his composure despite having the disadvantage of being frozen upon. And he actually delays his hits sometimes, I've noticed, and doesn't go for the freeze straight away, like he keeps his tank on.
Yeah, I mean, delaying your hit can just mean that if you're seeing your opponent sitting on the right prayer, sometimes just delaying your hit will make your opponent switch, and you can catch them off prayer regardless. It's a bit 200
IQ.
Yeah, it's... I mean, it can go both ways, obviously. Sometimes your opponent doesn't switch, and they can get an extra free hit because of that.
Dude.
And Saladin taking a claw spec off prey, only for 30 damage though.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate for Flippity there, not being able to get some more momentum from that. But I would say that right now, Flippity is controlling the fight. Number 22 through the prayer, getting the DD on, and stepping
Saladin
sideways
trying
there.
To go for that claw.
Really good read there from Flippity, actually. He might be using Entity Hider to be able to predict those ones.
Only taking 15 damage from that claw and a 15 bolt. Saladin does have the DD advantage if he does manage to use it here. Bolting him on robes off prey for a 0. Really depressing for Saladin.
Yeah. And Flippity got a 15 there through prayer. His bolts are absolutely destroyed.
Oh, and a max
66! Wow.
That Jesus.
Another one! Oh my God!
Is he able to KO him?
I don't know.
We don't know, cameraman game! It's not jogging, mate! Saladin getting 150 damage in 3 hits just like that with that double claw right there.
As we were saying before, man, we were just saying like Flippity's definitely in the lead there, but just like that, the 150 damage, Saladin's back in it again. He, remained calm and really used that opening as best he could. And right now, he's got the DD advantage as well, getting some free hits constantly.
Pulling up that
just like
smite
that,
as well,
right back
being
in it.
very confident.
The smite as well, the disrespect, man. Another free hit again. That's like 3 in a row right now. 27 on the right prayer there as well, I think. Just about gets a bolt on Robes. Only hits a 1 because he got the prayer right as well.
Oh,
and
going in for that
hit.
whip again. I mean,
Wow.
Saladin's movement right now is just crazy. He is reading his opponent very well, flicking smite in between a hit.
That was the same ticks. Wasn't the smartest decision there, but
yeah, I mean,
respect it. I respect the
he's
confidence.
being really confident right now. Not sure if that's a good idea when we saw what happened to Hamza earlier.
I know. I will say one thing as well. You didn't actually check the last fight that we saw from Saladin because you were doing your loser bracket fight yourself. But just one thing that he does so well is he knows exactly when his opponent's going to be unfrozen. And like perfectly, and he knows to run away and not let his opponent catch him back and then get the DD
Yeah,
advantage.
Saladin is very, very good with the movement.
His movement's sick.
Even like without DDing, he's reading his opponents really well. Taking that 24
misclicking a
bolt
bit,
though,
though.
yeah. Should be getting
And,
frozen there, respectfully so.
Yeah, I think Flippity right there actually came back quite a lot despite seeing that 150 claw combo that we saw from Saladin. Flippity's definitely brought this one back again, and it's pretty neck and neck, I'd say, at this point. Flippity deciding to eat up a little bit before he utilizes his DD, but gets frozen before he's able to, and now Saladin will be unfrozen now and able to DD as well and turn the tide potentially.
Oh, getting bolted on Robes there, not even hitting him, bolting him off prey for a 0. Maybe he will do something on Flippity's Robes here, as Flippity is just praying mage in his Robes. Unfortunately, whipping a 0. Flippity's trying to use that claw, but Saladin yet again proves that his movement is just it is impeccable. I mean, he's run away right at the tick. Getting that on tank, on prey, I mean, Saladin's outplaying his opponent like crazy right now. I think unless he gets unlucky here, he will win.
Another bolt on the Robes as well. Unfortunately for Saladin, his RNG is not the best, but he does catch that freeze there, which is really important. Predicts the prey melee as well, and returns a bolt, both hitting 0s right now. Flippity deciding to use up maybe his last brew, because it will be over almost momentarily. I think actually one of them has a spec remaining now. I think we've only seen 2 specs from Saladin, and he's quite late in the fight.
Fakies from Saladin as well. I mean, he is just he's doing so sick right now. Unfortunately, not getting any RNG though by the looks of things. That's
that was a whip on Robes as well. Like
that's the third whip on Robes in about less than a minute, and he's just hit all 0s. Unfortunately.
Saladin should have his claws pick up very soon, like I said before, so the lead that he's got is about to be, increased even further. Although saying that, Flippy's getting a few free hits in himself and doing a really good job of utilizing the DD and getting some big damage done, but not as much as he wanted.
Unfortunately for Saladin, karma is a real thing, and, being all that confident and putting the smite up, it might cost him the win.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's the first fight of a best of 3, so it can still go either way for sure. Flippity now being DD'd upon, and Saladin's doing a great job of predicting the prayers, getting a free hit there as well. 24 bolt on the right prayer, going for the mage, but misclicks, unfortunately.
Him, going for a claw off prey for all 0s, unfortunately, for Saladin.
He does catch that freeze, though, and then gets a bolt in. Opponent's unfrozen, decides not to DD underneath straight away, and gets a good barrage off prayer, but doesn't hit anything. 31 to retaliate from Flippity, catches the opponent. He's unfrozen in a second as well. After one more hit, we'll be able to DD momentarily, and
Saladin
doesn't decide to DD.
They're trading a decent amount of hits here, but unfortunately for Saladin, even if they both are doing the correct thing, it seems that Saladin is just getting the short end of the stick, and they're both hitting, but Saladin's hitting remarkably less.
As you say that, an 18 bolt through the prayer. Can't complain about that one. And I think right now the 18 barrage as well. It looks like Saladin is probably up, and it looks, well, he definitely is up, but it looks like Flippity, is out of food right now, and Saladin still has at least a little bit left because he's eating to over full HP now to make just to make sure that he's not giving his opponent any chances to come out with a claw spec, which there it is, rightfully so. 28 only on the right prayer. Quite unfortunate Flippity, and being frozen now as well.
Yeah, not sure how much food Saladin has left if he is out. I mean, there is opportunity here for Flippity to turn this back, but yet again, Flippity's very low health. He has to concentrate on getting that redemption as well. And
Saladin's got a claw spec, doesn't he, as well? But
getting taken out by 28 whip there. Yeah, I mean,
and it was on Robes too. Deserved.
Saladin, by the looks of things, deserved to win that. I'll see if I can get the tracker.
Yeah, I think throughout, like, it was going back and forth, to be honest. But I think the deciding factor in that fight was Saladin got that double claw spec quite early on in the fight, where he hit, I think, about 150 damage. And in a fight, which is usually like, 600-ish damage total, like, that's just so much. It's so difficult to come back from that. Saladin, again, proving his prowess with the movement as well, giving him a huge advantage and really controlling the fight throughout.
Looking at the tracker here for Saladin versus Flippity, on that fight we have 97 hits dealt, which...
Oh, such a long fight, wow.
Yeah, it's a really long fight there.
fights.
They both were hitting just about nothing. But Saladin had 97 hits and 61% prayers correct versus his opponent's 90 hits, which means that Saladin had 7 hits that he got for free, and Flippity having 41% prayers right.
Okay.
Deserved damage on Saladin's end being 829 versus Flippity's 664.
Down. So it was a deserved win for Saladin then. That's a 1-0 in a best of 3.
Most of the time you get those numbers and you should be winning pretty much every single time.
Yeah.
Was the deserved damage was the actual damage lower than the deserved damage on
I think it was for both of them, right?
Not Flippity, but Saladin.
Yeah. He was meant to do like 800 and ended up doing like 600, I think. So that's just the way that RNG goes sometimes.
Right.
Yeah, that's the game we play. But we're jumping back in again to
Saladin
round
straight
2.
off the bat getting a 21. Neither of them having the opponent frozen. I do believe Flippity just got freeze there, but taking a 14 bolt. Saladin splashing on that, unfortunately.
Unlucky.
Which means that Flippity now has the DD advantage unless Saladin can turn it back.
Yeah, and Saladin does indeed
has.
turn it back. Yeah, he gets that freeze straight away. Unfortunate to catch that first freeze next to him a minute ago. His barrage RNG is not the best at the start of this fight, but it's still early. Goes for a step back, a whip. Flippity does predict it, but he does get DD'd upon. And now is Saladin go for mage again. He's quite a mage-heavy PK and does use a lot of melee as well. But unfortunately, right now, his mage just isn't hitting anything. He's predicting the hits really well, though, as well.
Yeah, they're both trading hits very well. Saladin's attempting to read his opponent as best as he can, making sure that when they are trading hits... Oh my god,
Wow.
Flippity taking another 70 claw. I mean, even if Saladin's mage ain't there, I mean, his claws have been really strong with a 47 and a 45 free praise.
18 free prep. This RNG from Saladin right now. This is what we mean. Like last fight was such a long and elongated one. Like he was deserved to do 900 damage. Well, he's just saving his RNG for this one to close it out nice and quickly. I think right now Saladin's up like at least 200 damage most likely.
Has Flippity even dumped a single spec yet? I don't think he has.
He still has his special attacks too.
Flippity still has those, dumping it for a 55 claw right there.
I mean, it's not a 70, but I mean, it's something you can't be unhappy about that, trying to get back into the fight again.
Oh yeah,
catch
definitely.
Freezes here. Can he catch
on
the freeze?
Robes, hitting a 0 for Saladin, unfortunately.
Oh, that's a big freeze there. Really important, really crucial for Saladin. Gets the DD as well and a free hit to match. Flippity does retaliate though, stays in the fight, both sitting full HP and just, currently exchanging a couple zeros. Oh, that's a 37 on the robes on the right prayer as well.
Fortunately,
but he does get frozen back.
Yeah, unfortunately for Flippity, he did have, kind of his robes on. He misclicked and only put 2 of the items on. Claw scratching him for a 21 free prey and a 28 barrage. Flippity might be turning this back.
Unfortunately for him, he gets the 0 claw spec on his second spec now, which he really needed to hit to keep up that momentum there. It's quite unfortunate. But they both will still have another claw spec later on in the fight. Currently, Flippity gets the free hit on robes, only a 0 with the ball. That's unfortunate, especially on the right prayer as well. But he's not giving up. He's getting a whip hit in, and just his RNG is not great. 26 from Saladin there. He's definitely taken a big lead, and it's going to be really difficult right now for Flippity to come back.
I do believe Flippity has just misclicked. I'm not sure if he's actually trying to redemption. I very much doubt it.
Oh, he catches the freeze of the Verax.
Yeah, getting very lucky there. And a 36 whip. Jesus Christ. I mean, Flippity might be able to turn this. He is getting quite lucky right now, especially catching that freeze without his Mystic top on.
Yeah, but, Saladin hitting a couple 20s back again, a 25, and catching the freeze too. That's brought him straight back into the fight. And again, it's really difficult for
Saladin's doing as well. Yeah, Saladin's just faking out his opponent, getting him on the right prayer non-stop. I mean, it's
yeah, it's difficult to come back from that. Although, saying that, Saladin does get the freeze, but Flippity retaliates with a freeze right next to him and gets the DD, so now he gets to start the momentum if possible. But again, lots of zeros being exchanged right now. At the start of the fight, we saw so much damage being output in such a short amount of time. Right now, it's slowed down a little bit. As I say that, Flippity with a 31 into the 30 barrage back-to-back. That is huge for him. And they both have specs coming up any second now as well.
It does appear that Saladin is maybe out of food here. Having trouble to tell if he's actually out of food. No, he's eating up, but very slowly. I think Saladin might be on just bruise right now, judging by how slow he's healing.
Oh,
Going
man,
for that claw,
huge.
chancing him very heavy there. Flippity turning it back with another claw. Unfortunately, not hitting as high.
And he's down to bruise now, so by the looks of things too, sitting on 20 HP. I think that's over for him, and there it is. Saladin takes the win.
Bolt. I will see if I can get a tracker for that one as well. That one was definitely a lot more even than the first, I believe. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Flippity doing a bit better here.
Yeah, it was unfortunate at the end as well, actually. Flippity did go for a Claw Spectre Retaliate, but hit a 0 on the right prayer. I mean, to be fair, his opponent had the tank on, but a bit of barrel RNG there for Flippity. It went back and forth, but yeah, Saladin, I think, did deserve to win it, especially with his moment. Again, his momentum, like his movement, when he just darts around the map, it's just so interesting to watch.
Really Flippy at least come back and make it a fighting chance at the end there, though. But Saladin moving on into round 3 now, as we've got one more match left for our round 2 that will be coming up next, and this is Casual AGS Me 73 and Rise, I think it was Brap.
Reese, yeah, Brap,
yeah.
Reese. Yeah,
so,
Reese. So
before we move on as well,
AG...
going over the tracker shortly just for that fight. Flippity actually did manage to read Saladin a bit better this fight. Last fight he had 41% praise correct. This time Flippity had 56% praise with 57 hits versus Saladin's 62% praise correct and 60 hits. So Saladin only got 3 extra hits there. Deserved damage, we are talking 527 for Saladin and 453 for Flippity. So definitely a lot more even, but Saladin still outperforming his fight yet again.
Yeah.
A lot of that coming toward the momentum of the claws, and I was going to ask because some people might not know the exact differences between these two weapons, but what the AGS versus the claws, does it sometimes come down to preference, or is claws just the better option most of the time? Because AGS does have one higher max hit. So
claws are a 4-tick weapon, whereas AGS is 6-tick. Claws hits over 2 game ticks as well, and AGS hits over 1 game tick. So for like KO potential, if you can hit just a 70 or 70 plus, it's a better chance of killing your opponent. Whereas with claws, people can eat out of it a little bit more easily. But because the claws are faster, it results in you being able to chain it. And, momentum, like we talk about quite a lot in this tournament, it's so important and so crucial for getting that little bit, ahead of your opponent. So I'd say in an Outlast fight, claws definitely are better, but it comes down to personal preference. If you have an AGS as well, you can step under your opponent, and you can whack and exchange like a slow hit for a quick hit 1-to-1. So it ends up being pretty decent. But we've not really seen that being utilized. I think people prefer to use the whip as a melee hit as opposed to the AGS. But we might see some more. But I reckon the claw probably takes the cake in this in terms of preference from these PKs.
It's also a lot fun. It's really fun to use. It's probably my favorite weapon to use in game. Ever since I started this game, claws, the noise it makes, the spec, it's just a fun weapon.
Yeah, and I see someone in the chat, one of the Method in the chat, reminding me that we want to see a 73. Someone please use the AGS. I mean, right now Reese has got an opponent that says AGS me 73, so he's not tempted to use that AGS right now. I don't know if anyone else is going to use it, to be honest. Oh my gosh, off the bat, looks like Casual is managing to do quite a bit of damage onto Reese.
Clawing him off prey there, I think. I'm not entirely sure, but getting another claw off prey for a 0, unfortunately, for Reese, not even with his tank shield on.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised at that, actually. Both pits being pretty terrible. AGS Me 73 really taking control of this fight. 30 barrage into like the 30 bolt as well. Really taking the lead right now against Reese. And claw scratching as well. Brap now has no spec left. I think AGS Me 73 has 1 spec left. And his bolts are really going in right now. Reese has got to really pull something out here to come back a bit. But hey, it's really early in the fight still. It can definitely happen.
Yeah, I mean, what we've seen before is Reese really doing his DDing well, getting free hits in. So I'm not sure if we can see that happening here, but maybe if Reese manages to pull through, hitting his opponent for a 42 without the tank shield on, very deserved off prey as well.
Yeah, that was a nice little bit of a comeback from Reese. Actually, he needed to hit those big damage stacks there, and he managed to do so. Now the next freeze is going to be integral for him to keeping this lead, but they're both being frozen 1 step away from each other. 38 bolt. On the right track.
Yeah, I think, honestly, Reese had a little bit of a downfall there at the beginning, but I think he's pulled it back now. It should be just about even between the two.
Yep. And Reese there predicting the staff swipe there, putting the prey melee up. Oh, that is a spec on Prayer, 18 only. That's his second spec, I think, from Casual as well. So now they both have no specs remaining until they recharge it a little bit later. Reese getting the upper hand here, getting the DD, deciding to try and go for some free hits, switching in and out of his gear
Trying
constantly
to fake
and
his
not getting him
there as well.
Yeah. Not getting off Prayer though. 39 on the robes on the right Prayer. That's decent. And another bolt coming in on the right Prayer. Unfortunately, a 1 for Reese. He's going to go for the freeze momentarily, I believe. AGS73 also goes for it. Can't catch it. Over player here, both not being frozen. Oh, AGS catches it. Gets a free hit as well before DDing again. And here he goes. Can he bring this back a bit? Another free hit onto Reese. He had a great start, but Reese really brought it back.
As well, through Prey.
Yeah, 28. Not really what he's looking for. But he's still in it, and Reese opting to heal up to full HP before going for the DD when he's unfrozen. AGS73 returning that, both sitting on full HP right now.
Just exchanging a square shield on as well.
Interesting. 29 as well, we saw in there. I'd say right now it's probably pretty 50-50.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm not entirely sure if Mr. AGS73 has gotten a few more free hits in than Reese. By the looks of things, it kind of seems that way. Reese taking a 41 bolt there, very punishing for him. Getting another bolt on Robes, trading 12 for 12.
He double-clicked his Perez there and cost him a blitz from Reese, and Reese is really going to the barrages right now, but AGS is keeping his Prey up. Oh, that's a 0 spec on tank off Prey.
Yeah, these claws so far have been really disappointing for both of the players, actually. Reese, I don't think he's hit more than 30 damage with all of his claws combined.
And again there, like, Reese gets the freeze, but just exchanging zeros constantly, and not really too much happening right now. But we all know that changes in an instant. You know, once you get that big 30, you can capitalize on it and get a few 40s as well. Your opponent's panicking, trying to eat. There it is, the 32 bolt on the road.
29 for 38 from AGS73. Jesus
Just in 1 second, when you think that like one guy's gonna really come back and start, you know, just destroying their opponent, it just switches just like that. And right now these guys are exchanging hit for hit. It seems very balanced, and I'd say they're probably towards the end of the fight right now. Reese does have
Reese getting some decent barrages there as well, doing a 28-33 into a 35 with the whip exchanges here.
Yeah, decent whips from Reese, and a 21 barrage as well as his opponent DDs. Can't manage to catch that second one though, unfortunately for him. And now AGS73 has the upper hand, able to DD, heal back up again, and looks like Reese isn't healing up, which means either he's just focusing on getting that major, or he's out of food.
Oh!
Yep.
And Reese goes down to that claw.
52 claw. Yeah, I think right there, Casual got some pretty good RNG towards the end, but he played it really well. And I'm surprised actually that Reese was that far behind, but equally, you know, if you get a few big hits like we just saw there from Casual, it's pretty much all she wrote. So that means that Casual takes the win. 1-0.
Looking at the tracker here as well, Reese dealing 69 hits with 64% Prey is correct versus Casual's 63 hits and 51% Prey is correct.
Wow.
Deserved damage for Reese being 572 to the 408 he dealt. Versus Casual's 466 deserved damage and the 598 that he dealt. So
that's like opposite, isn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately for Reese, Sorry, go on, PP.
Oh, that's one of the first times we've seen that getting that much damage undeserved. Usually it's the other way around, but would that have made the difference if he had hit the same amount of damage that he deserved?
I mean, if Reese if Reese hit his deserved damage, he would have been just about equal with him. It would have been 574 versus 598.
Yeah, so Casual's got some really sick RNG there, to be fair. But to be fair, I think it was, you know, with the percentages in terms of getting their prayers right, it was pretty close, pretty neck and neck. And you know, it's a best of 3. Reese isn't out of this bracket just yet. We get to see them rematch momentarily.
Yeah, I mean, statistically speaking, if Reese does the same versus his opponent in this fight, I mean, he should win, right? But just like we've said before and in the past, like, it is RuneScape. There's a lot of RNG involved here. Shouldn't really be flaming the contestants and stuff like that, since even though some people lose, they might not deserve to lose.
Well, let's jump into this one once again, and Reese getting caught by Mr. Casual, who gets the DD as well, gets a free hit in, but not doing too much damage. Reese retaliates with a whip on the robes, but doesn't hit anything, unfortunately, for him. And then 38 arrow. Was that a bolt?
Yeah, that was I believe that was a bolt. I don't think you can barrage 38.
No, you know, without a cult, of course, yeah.
Oh my.
Floor on robes, and it hit 0.
That is so depressing for Reese, clawing his opponent on robes, off prey, and hitting a 0, followed by 15
another one.
damage. Yeah.
That was on robes as well. It was on prey melee, to be fair, but still you expect to hit a little bit more than that.
Does
right
seem
now,
like Reese is choking a little bit here, barraging with his Varric Skirtle and then putting on Redemption.
Yeah,
I think the
really
pressure might be getting to him here. Yeah, definitely frustrating to see this type of RNG happening over and over again.
Yeah, he's down quite a few free hits as well. Casual is in the lead by quite a bit. Casual's got 1 spec left too, getting the 6 overball spec.
Only opal bolting is, yeah.
Whenever we see that little animation, I'm ready to see like a 40 or a 50. Whenever I don't, I get really disappointed.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you expect it to hit a lot, Ryan, when you see that
Yeah.
small of a hit, like that 20, for example. It's rather depressing. Those opal bolts, Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
AGS me
constantly going in.
73. He's just getting them non-stop, and Reese getting one now for a 14.
Yikes. Yeah, he realizes that RNG's been pretty whack right now. AGS does have the claws as well, which is huge for him because Reese needs to, keep that in mind and keep his prey melee up at times when he's unfrozen a little bit close. Like right now, puts up prey melee, expecting AGS to go for the spec, but instead he goes for a bolt, goes for the DD, and keeps on top of Reese, really. Decides to keep the advantage that he's got right now. And again, Reese just having to prey melee, being forced to constantly and getting hit, 28 bolts and 30 bolts left and right.
Yeah, so it's kind of like two different types of poison here. Like if Reese dumps his spec straight off the bat and his opponent still has both specs, if Reese can't keep him on distance and make sure that he is unable to dump those, he kind of has to pray melee. Just like that, Reese has taken about 45 damage through prayer, unfortunately. I mean, it's crucial for Reese to keep his opponent on distance to make sure that he doesn't get that spec off, so that maybe at the end of the fight, he can regenerate without his opponent being able to get that.
Yeah, I was about to say that Reese was doing a really good job there of DDing and trying to bring the fight back and remaining calm. And if, obviously based on the last fight, if he can come back, he definitely can, and he's got the chance to do so. But he wasn't able to capitalize on that, unfortunately, and that claw spec really just destroyed him, to be honest. They will get 1 more claw spec each before the end of the fight. They've only used 2 so far, so that's a lot of room to come back for both players. But right now, Reese being frozen upon again. Mr. Casual getting some crazy RNG with his barrages, but saying that, Reese returns with a 33 whip, so he's still in this.
Yeah, I'm not sure who is up damage right now. I would have my bets on AGS me 73. I do believe, does he have another claw spec, or is he saving?
Nope.
Reese getting another claw. Finally, he gets a big one off prey, kind of on robes. His opponent had a little bit of a mixed equipment set there.
It's unfortunate though, because Casual did hit quite a bit of damage back again, which kind of nullifies the Reese's spec. Now Casual will get a spec back as well shortly. This fight might go on long enough that they get even another one potentially, because they've not done that much damage so far. A nice 28 whip from Reese and the DD. If he's going to bring it back, it's going to be here. Can he get some more bolts off prey? He can, but hitting a 0 again on tank, deciding to eat up before his opponent's unfrozen. And, once again, Reese has got a lot of experience in demo mode and in general in PvP, so he's able to keep calm.
AGS 73 getting whipped on robes there and still not taking any damage.
Darn, yeah, Reese's RNG
it must be really frustrating for Reese right now.
Yeah, and I mean, all these hits that Aegis is getting, even on the right prayer. Oh, the 37 bolt as well. He's just chipping away.
Prey?
No, that wasn't the right prey. Unfortunately, Reese put prey mage up just at the wrong time for him and the perfect time for Casual. But the 32 barrage, he's still in it. But the thing about AGS is he just keeps getting these constant, even 10s and 12s through prayer. They really are adding up. Oh, that's a big
Reese get knocked out? Oh, Reese is completely out of food. 5 HP here. I don't see him being able to...
though. I mean, we saw 4 redemptions back to back earlier, so it could happen, man. If anyone can do it in a fight, it's going to be Reese.
Reese definitely has the skills to do it, that's for sure. But I do think Casual has a little bit of food.
Yeah, he's got to hope to come back. But another one. That's the second redemption he's got now. He's still in it, but he just can't hit anything. He can't seem to claw it back. Once again, sitting on 1 HP. Is he going to go for another one? Oh, he got it again! Another redemption. That's free. He must be out of restore now. They can't.
Unfortunately for Reese, even with him getting these redemptions, he's not dealing any damage back. He's going to run out of restores fairly soon here. He does have a spec,
though, I think, any second. And it's just too little, too late, unfortunately, for Reese. He gets knocked out. 2-0 victory to Casual, who, to be fair, did play that very well. But really frustrating for Reese. We saw so many hits of off prayer and on robes for his whip. He just couldn't capitalize on it, just couldn't get the RNG he needed. And that's just the way it goes sometimes. So
looking at the tracker here, we have Reese with 70 hits, 46% prayers correct to casuals, 83 hits and 52% prayers. Reese deserving 525 damage versus casual 600. Mage RNG, I do believe, yeah. Looking at the mage RNG, we have 54% on Reese's side and 110 on casual.
Wow, yeah, literally double. That's it's the way it goes sometimes, man.
Oh.
Did you hear
that?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, it looks like Flippity versus West Ham is going to be up next as a surprise match. It was originally going to be, I believe it was going to be Shoddy taking on Bellis, but now we will be going to that match. Of course, AGS Me 73 advancing onto round 3 as Reese going to be going into the losers bracket. He'll be taking on Cloud.
Yo, Casper.
Yeah.
Cast your fight while you're doing it. You won't.
Do it. Do it.
I'm gonna choke it. I'll give it a try. See.
Yes.
I won't talk. I'll be silent. I'll just watch until you like. If you
No.
Like constantly just scream in his ear while he's doing it.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, talk about putting pressure on me. Jesus, expecting me to do all the talking.
Mage, range, melee, prey range, mage.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if me commentating your fight would put you off though. If I say something and then you like start to overthink it. I don't know. It's up to you, Chief. But either way, good luck.
Do it for the content.
Sure,
I mean, it's not like there's $9,000 on the line or anything.
No, definitely not. I mean, there's no money on the line, right?
No, none. You're good.
There's a lot of Dino fans in the chat as well from earlier as well, and unfortunately he was knocked out to the losers round. But he's actually been doing really well. He's clawed his way back in. He won his last fight, and he's currently in round 3 of 5 in the losers bracket. So he's still got a chance to come back into this tournament. Yo, if you win this, by the way, West Ham, Casper, you might have to go against Reese. You better hope that he gets the RNG he's been getting lately. That's going to be a close one.
Yeah, I fought Reese a couple times. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's very even between me and him, so we'll see.
I'm excited to see this. Do you know Flippity, by the way? This guy that you're fighting?
No, I actually don't know much about him. I've seen him in tournaments. He's done fairly well in tournaments before. I'm not sure if he's won any, but I've seen him do really well against good people, so I think it'll be a good fight.
Has he been in a dead man mode before? That name sounds familiar.
He beat Robert 2-0 in the first round, and then he lost to Saladin 2-0 as well. So I don't recognize his name. I'm going to put my money on West Ham just because he's my boy. But hey, like we know with RuneScape, it can just go either way. Like I keep saying, so have to wait and see.
I put my money on West Ham, but only if he's going to commentate over his fight. If he doesn't, then he's going to lose.
Man.
Oh, dude, the pressure. I feel bad now. I don't want to push you into a situation where you're not feeling comfortable.
We shall
Although
see.
it would be great content.
People saying Flippity is rank 1 LMS?
Oh, wow.
No. I mean, they're saying that he's LMS a lot, but rank 1?
Sure, I haven't heard his he lives at LMS. Oh, I see. Well, he's got a lot of experience then. Well, Casper, do you want to take it away at the start of this fight?
Wait, I'm not sure if...
Bro, put your pre-mage up!
I mean, he's just on me, but we didn't get the clear, so...
Well, you better come back, mate, 'cause you're down 60 hit points now.
West Ham really having a bad time. Oh, oh my goodness.
Wait, no. I think I just see West Ham.
Yeah, no,
he
DC'd. He DC'd.
No.
Oh,
I'm here. We just went. We went without them saying go. I'm not sure if you caught it on stream. I wasn't paying attention.
Mate, to be fair, that was
so. That's
well
1-0 for Flippity right there. West Ham just dropping the ball on that fight. Honestly.
No, that was calculated by West Ham. He waited to see what the first hit was going to be. He saw it was a 30 and he thought, right, let's waste that 30. He saw 2 more 30s and thought, you know what, great, let's use up his RNG now. Get back into another fight. Kidding. Right, jump back into it then. I guess you've got to go at the bank and repot and all that kind of stuff, haven't you?
Yeah, that's a solid minus 10k GP right there.
All right. Is this a best of 3 as well in the losers round, or is it different?
Yeah, no, it's best.
Yeah, I don't know. I know it's best of 7 for the finals, but is it best of 3 all the way to the finals, or is there best of 7s before that? Maybe semifinals,
Nope.
quarterfinals.
All the way to the finals, I believe it's best of 3. It might be best of 5 in the semis, but I think for now.
Yeah, sorry. That was entirely my fault. I pressed accept too early without them saying go, so that's why I just ended it short there. I wasn't entirely sure if you managed to get it on stream in time. That's why.
Ah, you're all good. Happens.
All right. Looks like we got the rematch going. Good luck, West Ham.
Good luck, Casper. Give him L.
Thank you, my dear sir.
Yo, bring the AGS out. Do it for the fans.
Yes.
We'll see how the first fight goes.
73.
If I win the first fight, I'll bring out the yes.
Nice. A crowd pleaser. I respect it.
Okay.
He can end a 73 in that gear, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I believe the max in this is a 74.
Ooh, right. Well, good luck, Beast. What's going through your head right now?
Right now, I'm just trying to focus on catching the freeze, but I'm also not trying to focus on it too hard.
Splashing, what, 2-3 times now? That's pretty unfortunate.
I've managed
Coleman
to
Rose, though.
freeze.
Go on, son. Almost. All right, so Casper does catch
That's
the freeze.
a terrible trade.
Ah, you got the DD, though. That's unlucky. 43 whip for your 0 spec. You get some free hits in here. You're only down 50 HP. It's still early. And you got the DD, so you don't have to waste any hits. Trading for a 0, though, and a whip. Now Flippity has the control. Casper going to try and catch the freeze. Takes a free hit 24 from Flippity. And a 35 barrage, too. Flippity is up a little bit, but it's not over yet. West Ham still has a spec as well. Flippity has both of his. Again, I think West Ham splashed 4 for 4 right now. Right, looks like West Ham does catch the freeze again. Goes for the DD, gets a free hit there. And this is his chance to come back. Gets frozen straight away by Flippity. Very unfortunate. 35 bolt, though. That's beautiful for West Ham. A 0 there on the right prayer again. He's doing good. Another 0 on the right prayer. Unlucky RNG. 25 through the prayer. Flippity is still in the lead, but not by too much. Does get the right gear on there, West Ham. Not the right prayer, so doesn't take too much damage. And he's doing really well right now. So bolt on robes hits a 0. Another bolt on robes, another 0. Claw spec, 34. West Ham did predict the prey melee. And now Flippity does still have 1 spec, I believe.
Checking up the smite, getting cocky.
The disrespect, man. We know how that went last time with Mr. Hamza, so maybe not the best idea. Another 34 bolt, man, for Flippity. Right, he decided to leave the Discord call. I guess we're putting it off. Dude, I honestly, that whole way through, I was like, I don't want to say, I don't want to like talk too much. Am I putting him off? Like, is he overthinking everything that I'm saying right now?
I was about to start shit talking, like, no, I probably shouldn't.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Like at the start, I just remained quiet. I wanted him to just like talk and do his own.
Oh, West Ham's getting destroyed right now. What is going on? What is he doing? Oh my god.
Yeah, that would have been mean. To be fair, man, like he's still in this. It's still pretty 50-50, but he does want to win. You know, this man's a machine. He's won the previous tournaments before, and he's always got really far. So he's playing for pride, but also, of course, that prize money on top is the icing on the cake. 38 barrage for him. That's beautiful. And also a 0 bolt. I think West Ham's actually come back quite a bit right now, and he's getting back into his element, back into the groove. A 0 on the robes, unlucky for him. Another 0 on the robes again. His RNG right now is not the best. Flippity does try to return. It's a 0. West Ham gets the DD after a 20 barrage. Beautifully played, gets a free hit as well. I'd say he's probably still down a little bit of HP right now. Flippity's bolts are doing absolute work against West Ham, and that freeze there does keep him in his grasp. A 21 through the prayer and 19 through the prayer. Flippity's RNG right now is absolutely insane. And West Ham returns with a 20 bolt, but he's having to eat up a 25 opal bolt spec. That's just unlucky, man. Predicts the prey melee, though, which is nice for him, but he's taking quite a lot of free hits. That's beautiful. A 60 plus claw spec for West Ham. Well, he's come back a little bit right now, but he's lost a little momentum there by trying to chase his opponent with the whip. Flippity just getting out of the reach. West Ham being frozen for a 32. Flippity's RNG is absolutely insane right now. This is indeed the losers bracket that we're seeing at the moment. This is round 2. West Ham's already been out from the winners, so he needs to win this fight to stay in. Same for Flippity. And right now, Flippity just, again, those bolts just slowly chipping away at his HP. He needs to really come back. Oh, 21 barrage as well. 16 whip through prayer. Is West Ham out of food already? I think he is. He got off to it was such a difficult start for him, to be honest. I think sitting in Discord was probably a little bit of a mistake, and I feel kind of bad for pushing him into doing that for the content.
Yeah.
But hey, it's not over yet.
He's out here too.
Oh, he caught the freeze. I think it's over.
Did he just die?
He must have got hit through his prayer or something. He was on like 5 HP there, so he wasn't able to bring it back. I think just that start there.
Sorry.
Yo.
So, yeah, you're tuning in. Since I have the tracker available, I'll just
the tracker.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I feel
that fight we are looking at my 66 hits with 56% praise right versus his 62 and 42% right. Deserved damage being 655 my side, 549. It was still an even fight.
Yeah, it was pretty even. But again, I saw on so many occasions there you were hitting like 0 whips on robes and bolting on robes, and you just couldn't hit anything really. Had a nice little comeback at one point when you got that claw spec off, where you hit like a 60 claw. But yeah, it was a little bit too late at that point, wasn't it?
Well, you do that again. This time around, you probably win. 14% difference, was it?
56 versus 42.
Yeah,
okay.
14%.
I was surprised to find out I got 3 extra hits. I actually thought he had more free hits on me than vice versa.
Are you going to do anything different going into this next fight, or like how do you feel about
that? I'm not going to talk about that on stream in case he's listening, but we'll see.
Smart.
Yeah. I will be right back though as I go in for the second fight.
Yeah, of course, man. Good luck, dude.
All right. Now he doesn't have the pressure on him. He's not going to have that bad start. I mean, we're not supposed to be biased, I know, but like, you know, he's the one we're commentating with. We got to root for him, don't we?
We got to rep him, exactly. Absolutely.
Yeah. Let's go. Come on, West Ham. You look at that bolt for 0.
No, it was on. To be fair, it was on robes, so he should have done damage there. A little bit unlucky. Flippity goes for the DD, gains control, but West Ham does freeze him a few squares away, which is really important. Both currently exchanging just 0s for 0s here. We're going to see who gets the first bit of momentum, who gets that first hit off prayer and does a lot of damage with the good RNG. 19 for Flippity. West Ham just hitting 0s right now, man. I think he's catching off prayer quite a bit, but can't seem to hit much. And gets frozen straight away. First freeze for Flippity. Oh, the AGS!
For the 0, he's even brought it. I'm so proud of him.
I know. And just right now, he's down about 50, 60 HP. And that AGS was beautifully played as well, because he waited, he anticipated his opponent to come in and step when he was frozen still. And he caught him off prayer, but just wasn't able to capitalize and didn't get the RNG he needed. And right now, West Ham's done like no damage, despite catching his opponent off prayer. There's the 27.
There.
But gets hit back a 16 ball, and then at 11. And the 29 AGS. So usually with the AGS, the reason what makes it so good, and 28 as well, 28 ball back again there. So every single time here that West Ham's coming back a little bit, he's getting, punished for being in the wrong gear. But another 29 claw there, I think, for Flippity. And both players do have one spec. Now. Yeah, I mean, he's still got a chance to do so. There's a 17 barrage. That's a good start, catching the freeze as well. And right now, I mean, getting the DD. Every time he goes to that, so he's the 35 barrage, of course, Flippity. What he's going for right now is those AGS whacks. What he does with them is, because they're slower, if he's got the DD advantage, 40 through the prayer, that is beautiful. That's a little bit of a comeback there for him. Because the AGS, of course, is slower, he tries to go for those AGS hits, then step under again to exchange 1-for-1 hits. But both times he tried to do that, Flippity got the really lucky freeze, and West Ham wasn't able to really do much with that AGS. And right now, Flippity really is getting much better RNG here. And Flippity also knows that West Ham likes to use that AGS and do these hits. So, to be fair, West Ham's RNG with the AGS isn't bad. Pulls out the claws here. West Ham steps away. I think he's using Entity Hider, so we can see it coming. And, hey, man, the fight's not over till it's over. West Ham getting frozen there. Claw spec. Flippity gets hit a 43 bolt after using a 0 claw spec. That is huge for West Ham. Definitely brings him back in the fight. Unfortunately for him, he is frozen, so Flippity can obviously heal back up again, and West Ham can't get the momentum that he really should be deserving from hitting that 43. But getting hit back a 13. for a 22. That's on Robes, only a 1. He does get the DD advantage once again, a 16, going for the AGS fakey into a bolt off prayer. He keeps faking the AGS to force his opponent to pray melee, and he's getting a lot of hits off prayer as a result. Really well played by him. Flippity right now needs to catch his next freeze. Hits a 12. He's, again, chipping away at his HP, though. He's getting some pretty good RNG, and that's a nice barrage, too. Well played from Flippity, getting the DD as well, and getting a free hit as well on West Ham, which he cannot afford to be taking right now. Deciding to heat up a little bit. West Ham should be full HP now as well. And he is indeed. Is he going to go for a freeze? Looks like he's trying to go for some AGS wax, but can't seem to get any hits in. That's a bolt off prayer. West Ham trying to chase his opponent, trying to catch that freeze again. Oh, AGS spec on prayer. It's a 0. That's unfortunate. It was on Robes as well, so he really should have hit at least like a 20 or something through the prayer. And now again, going for those AGS wax, trying to, he knows he's down food right now. He knows he's going to need some good RNG. And, if he wants some good RNG, the AGS is where it's going to happen. A 13 through the prayer. It was on the Robes, but still. Every time West Ham gets a little bit of RNG, he's just getting hit. Equal damage back again. He might be almost out of food right now. He should have one more spec coming up before the end of the fight. Same with Flippity. So he's got to be careful. West Ham is prioritizing that pray melee when he's being DD'd under. And a 32 barrage for Flippity there. Really nice barrage. Once again, barraging. Doesn't get the RNG, though. There's the claw spec. He does get predicted, though. West Ham puts the pray melee up. 23 barrage as well. DD's underneath, too. A 22 barrage. West Ham is coming back a little bit. A 6 bolt. Hey, it's something. He needs to have every little hit here. It really does count. A 16 barrage, getting a lot of free hits, but then getting hit. An opal bolt spec as well. 36. West Ham is almost out of food, I reckon. But that 100+ damage that he just got there might be the deciding factor in terms of, staying in the fight right now. West Ham hits a 0 bolt on the wrong prayer, but still it's on Robes. A 28 for West Ham through the prayer. He's getting some pretty solid RNG right now after getting some abysmal at the start. A 28 whack as well. Flippity can't get composed enough to catch that barrage and get some really bad luck as well after being up pretty much the entire fight right now. It looks like Flippy's out of food, down to 15 HP. West Ham might be out as well on about 50 HP.
Yep, I think he is.
There it is.
Oh.
As you've joined the Discord as well. That was beautifully played, man. That comeback was perfect, man. Congratulations.
Very nicely done. Very nicely done.
Again, a little bit surprised by the tracker. I still got free hits in even when AGS whacking. I don't know if I'm reading my fight wrong or something, but I really didn't expect to get free hits there. Tracker beating 68 hits to his 62 and 56% praise right, but the serve damage being 581 me, 405.
Oh, you lagged out a little bit. So you outperformed him there, and quite rightfully you won that fight.
Not as much as the first one though. So I think he's adapting a bit.
Yeah.
Currently, I don't know, a bit of a 50-50 here. We'll see.
It was a lot closer. I mean, I think what won you that fight, actually, we said bring the AGS, and you were like, I don't know, claws is better. But actually, you hit 5 to 10 28s through prayer with the AGS wax. Every single one would have been a 50 off prayer. You got some really good RNG on those at least. So I'd argue the AGS was a good move.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we will see on this final fight coming up.
And his claws hit zeros. Twice. It was zeros on his claws, and you were on Robes. You're playing melee, I think, but his claws noodled, your AGS hit.
Yeah, we'll see. About a good fight.
Well, that's 1-1 now. So the next one's the one that matters, really. That decides on whether you stay in this tournament or Flippity does. So good luck, mate.
Thank you. I'm heading in.
Ooh. Oh, he's muted up, so I think he's getting started right now then.
Okay, all right. If that one AGS, the first AGS he had in that fight, was a KO, that would have been the highlight of the tourney for me, at least.
Oh, yeah. He was going for the AGS off the bat right there. That would have been really nice, but his opponent predicted it. They both played melee. There it is, 48.
Ooh, nice.
Nice. So again, like you said before when he was commentating earlier, getting that AGS spec off really early on is just crucial, or claw spec, because that way you're able to recharge it throughout the fight. Right now, West Ham, for the first time in this series, he is off to a good start and has the lead in terms of damage dealt. Although Flippity keeping him in his place there, catching that freeze, which is really imperative to not get too far behind in that fight. Now getting the chance to eat up, step underneath, deciding not to eat up actually, and to keep up this momentum. Flippity catching another freeze there through the prayer. Claw spec predicted by West Ham. 24 through the prayer on tank. Not too bad. Can't complain that much about it. West Ham with his movement flying all around the place and actually getting a couple free hits as a result. Going for the blitz as well. Flippity trying to catch a free. He's not able to. Oh, nice prediction there. Oh! Close for West Ham there. He was in robes and on prey melee, so he couldn't have died, but still a big chance to be dealt a lot of damage. I'd say right now, based on that exchange, they're probably a little bit closer, but West Ham is probably still in the lead. And the one thing that's really making him quite far ahead at the moment is the fact that he's getting these free hits. Like, they really do add up, and he's just, his movement, again, just like Saladin's, is really impressive. He's got a great control over the game and the tick system. Flippity, though, returning with a freeze and getting a free hit there too, with a few whip hits, which is pretty unpredictable. Deciding to walk around in a circle there, not getting any hits off. But he is still in this one. They both are. Flippity now not being able to refreeze his opponent. Looks like West Ham got hit a 35 bolt there from Flippity. And another bolt again there off prayer, but didn't hit anything there. West Ham getting hit a 40 whip. Wow, that was like across the map. I'm surprised he didn't pray for that one. I guess didn't expect him to come in with a whip. Those two hits there for Flippity really brought this one back for him. Although right now he's going around in circles, unable to catch a freeze. Both players unfrozen for quite a while now. Another whip from West Ham off prayer. 13 for the 18. Finally catches a freeze. Goes for the DD. And yeah, West Ham is taking control of the fight once again. Question is, can he get many free hits? There's one. They really do add up. And that's a big ball. 16. Damn.
He's definitely winning the hit battle right now. West Ham is.
Yeah, I think RNG-wise, there's a 42 as well, I think, as you say that. And another one, a 34 on robes. Yeah, West Ham's probably up a few hundred HP right now, I imagine. And if another 40, like, this is just... Flippity can't even get a hit in. He's just having to eat constantly. There's an AGS spec 2 through the prayer, but still a 21, forcing the opponent just to keep eating. A 0 on the right prayer there. Unfortunately, that does stop West Ham's momentum. Another AGS swing. 10, he loves this AGS, man. But hey, Flippity's not giving up. He catches the 35 freeze, but it feels like it might be a little bit too late. And Flippity now potentially out of food, sitting on 30 hit points. West Ham still has at least a few hundred HP as well. So it looks like West Ham probably will win this fight. Flippity does have a claw spec remaining, so you never know. He might get a really lucky one, and West Ham will be kicking himself. But West Ham does know his opponent's about to be unfrozen. Steps away to force his opponent to not be able to claw spec him off the bat. Comes in close again there. And Flippity actually out of nowhere just healed up a ton of food. I guess he wasn't out of food entirely. I thought he might have been completely out, but I guess he was just trying to stay in the fight and exchange some hits, not give any more free hits by eating. Flippity trying to go for claw spec there, which we just have spec back again. I think West Ham may have another AGS spec as well, because he used his quite early on, or should have his third spec coming up soon. A 25 bolt again. Man, his bolts are insane right now. And Flippity just can't get that momentum that he had previously in the other fights. He just can't seem to get back into it. And once you people start hitting constant 20s and 30s on you, having to keep eating, it's just so difficult to remain composed. Saying that though, 25 barrage into the 13 bolt from Flippity, chipping away again at West Ham's health, just trying to keep himself in the fight as best he can. West Ham not really doing much, and Flippity now actually managed to heal back up to full hit points as well. So Flippity's not giving up just yet. Goes for the ball and the step under, but decides not to, realizing that West Ham does have one more spec remaining. Looks like Flippity still on full HP. West Ham being frozen by a 20. Oh, there it is, the claw spec off prayer. Only a 37. Still, definitely needed for Flippity to stay in this fight right now. I think the lead that West Ham did have throughout this fight is starting to be closed right now from Flippity's performance. He's staying calm, and it's really paying off for him. Another free hit from Flippity on the right prayer. Unable to hit too much there, though. Another whip as well on the robes. Not the biggest hit. Now, West Ham's really committing to trying to get this barrage off here. Never mind. An AGS spec. Oh, it was a whack, and he got dragged around the corner due to not having a hit right there. Flippity going for the bolt on the robes. Only hits a 2. Neither player can catch a freeze right now, and they're just both exchanging the constant hits. It looks like, wow, that was like a 40 whack or something like that. It looks like 47 in get spec. I think that's on the right prayer there, because he can't hit 47s through the prayer. But if they're not out of food now, they pretty much are momentarily. It looks like West Ham's sitting on like 60 HP. He must have more food than Flippity.
Oh my.
Dude, you definitely did a lot better in that fight than the last one.
Yes, I was watching, like, that was crazy how many zeros you were hitting.
God, bro. Oh, I was actually worried for like quite a long minute there. Oh my god.
I kept saying in my head, off prey robes, off prey robes, off prey robes. You hit him so many times.
I'll read out the tracker for you. Right now we have 87 hits, 67 prey is correct versus his 65 hits, 55% prey is correct.
Wait, so you got 25% more hits than he did?
Yeah, I don't really know how.
And it was still
I was
that close.
I was AGS whacking a lot, so yeah, again, I expected my hits to be a lot less.
There was a
deserved
moment
damage.
there.
Yeah, deserved damage was 933 me to his 100.
You did 933 deserved. How much did you actually do?
579.
Wow.
My god, that's such bad luck.
I would have been so salty.
You earlier on there was one part in the fight where you were just running a train on him. You just kept hitting like crazy damage, and you got,
I was on fire. I was sitting there ticking my 4-way barrages and shit.
I think you went through like, I think it was like a 10+ hits that you got in a row where he just didn't hit you back, and that's where you really pulled ahead, and he just wasn't able to really get back into the fight because you were just doing so much damage output. Yeah, well played. You're through to the next round.
Four 1-tick barrages I saw in a row from you. That was
Absolute
crazy.
Gamer, mate. Absolute beast.
Yeah, it's I didn't expect myself to be warmed up, but going into the first fight, I just like, you can feel when your clicks are like there or if they're not. I don't know. It went really well for me to say that.
Well, I mean, today you said before we started this broadcast, you were like, oh god, I should probably warm up a little bit. You had like one fight before it started, so you know, compared to these other guys that probably been hanging about all day, having a few hours sessions and such. So
it was kind of hard to find time to get like practice fights. Cost.
Yeah, of course. Well, tomorrow get on a bit earlier and put them.
Yeah, so that puts him at West Ham at round 3 in the losers bracket, and he'll go on to play either Cloud or Reese, the winner of that match, which I think we will be. Yeah, that's going to be our last match, actually. Is that the next one? Because we did have okay, we have 33. All right, so we will be going to the match of
Ellis. Right at the bottom, 33, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's Bellis versus Shatty.
Yeah, I see it.
Two actually really good players. Shadi being Kanini, Bellis being Blazers.
Your mic's cutting out a little bit, bud.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. It might be my voice acting. But Bellis, for example, he's in Blazers, and we got Shadi right now, Kanini. I do believe Shadi is a really good fighter. I've seen, he PKs a lot. He's done really well before. So, although I would say Bellis has more experience in tournaments and might be able to compose himself a bit better.
Yeah. In terms of how they did so far, and in the winners bracket, Bellis was knocked out by. I'm just trying to find it now. Bellis was knocked out by Golf 2-0 in the second round. Golf being like one of the favorites to win the tournament as well. So yeah, I think Bellis definitely can go all the way. And like you said before, Shatty as well is a really strong PKer. Shatty got knocked out in the first winners round against AGSB73 Casual, who beat Reese as well. So this guy is really good too, like you said. Right, we're jumping into it.
I do not have the stream open.
Oh, you're all good. So Bellis chucks on the barrage, and Shatty does respond with 1-2. Looks like they're both even right now, exchanging zeros for zeros, splashes for splashes. That 25 on robe there from Shatty was really huge. Looks like both players are opting to never mind. It looks like Bellis is not utilizing the tank shield as much unless he's eating up. He's keeping on the mage book a little bit more to give him a little bit more mage defense bonus, I believe, as well. Although right now he's just keeping the Dragon Square on. So he chooses between the two. I guess he's more commonly, using the freeway switches is what he probably does more than the 4-ways, which is why he's PKing like this. But the advantage of having that Mage's Book switch for Shatty is probably pretty big. Although saying that 39 there for Bellis keeps him in the fight and gives him a little bit of an advantage. AGS spec, a 0. That was off
Actually seeing another AGS as well. Maybe we can get some AGS works as well. Did they both have AGS? I saw his cape move.
Yeah, he removed his shield, so I imagine it was because claws do the same thing.
Yeah, you can tell by the cape movement when it starts, like, I don't know.
Oh, he does. Oh, look at that. He does have the... 53 ball from Bellis! He went in for the
Almost
AGS
going
straight
in
away,
for that
dude.
AGS as well. Yeah, that could have been a good potential for a KO right there.
Yeah, really unfortunate that PID, so he got dragged around in a circle when he was trying to grab that AGS spec out. He does manage to get the freeze though, Mr. Bellis, and gets a free hit whip as well. Looks like right now I'd say they're pretty even, but Bellis I would say is up a little bit more HP. Quite unfortunate there to hit a 0 AGS whack. A 71
71
AGS spec.
AGS. I think that's the
And
highest
oh my god,
spec.
was that a chance? He just double AGS spec, and he hit, I think it was like 74 or something like that. He could have
yeah,
killed him.
I'm not sure. It probably could have, but getting back-to-back max AGS specs, I mean, you do need some insane RNG to get that off.
Yeah, really close. 2 off, says the chat. No. Oh, it's poison potion. Right now, looks like, I'd say with that 70 AGS, actually, Shatty probably came back, and I'd say it's probably quite neck and neck now between Bellis and him. Again, Bellis doing a really good job of DD Britting, actually, although getting hit a 28 whip on the run there by Shatty, which is huge for him, and a 24 bolt as well. Bellis is now caught out on pretty low HP, which means he's got to start eating, despite being unfrozen, and Shatty being able to get a bit of advantage. But
Bellis getting another bolt spec there for only a 6, unfortunately. I didn't really see the start of the fight, so I mean, who would you say is up right now between the two?
Honestly, at the start of the fight, it was just constant zeros on both halves, but just exchanging a little bit of damage. Right now, I'd say it's pretty even. Bellis was probably ahead up until Shatty used that 70 AGS spec, but a 70 is just so monumental in shifting the tides in fights like this. So I'd say that right now, it really could go either way. Bellis
yeah,
catches...
I mean, looking at this, the both you're setting 0. Sade focusing a little bit more on just bolting him on robes, while Bellis is struggling to catch that freeze.
Yeah, not being able to catch it is really frustrating at times like this, and obviously being able to catch the freeze. Here it is, AGS swing, the 20, the West Ham tactics right there, I'm going to call it. I'm going to coin the phrase. Giving him a little bit of advantage there, and you know those 20s just adding up really. So Bellis is probably on the back burner now and a little bit down in HP. He needs to catch this next freeze, and he does manage to do so. Gets a whip in as well. Doesn't DD. He might have misclicked, but goes for 2 whips as well. Shatty now right next to him, and exchanging
trading hits. Oh, and Shadi getting chance right there as well, getting AGS spec on what looked to be around 65 HP off prey. Shadi working a 32.
Wow. That's like a 50 plus off prey, that 50 that you hit with the AGS.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was on or off prey. I think the off pid might have changed.
I think it was on the prey melee, which means it would have been like a 50 plus.
Yeah, he actually would have killed him. He would have killed him if Bellis didn't catch the right prey though.
Yeah, Bellis getting control again, managed to get that DD going and hitting a 21 bolt as well, which is beautiful for him. Getting a free whip in there too on the robes, only a 0 unfortunately for him. Trading bolt for bolt, 0 for 12. Bellis switching to the mage. I think Bellis right now is up a little bit as a result of that little bit of a nice consistency.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really even fight, and I think Shadi being the underdog here, not really being that widely known as as like a good tribrid. I mean, I think he's genuinely like surprising everyone. He's doing really well here. It wouldn't surprise me if he won.
Well, Bellis getting that freeze and getting that whip hit on the robes is going to be hard for Shatty to come back here, but catching that freeze was really important too, so, you know, well played to him. Steps underneath, goes for an AGS spec. 73! No!
The Boaty number! There it is! Good!
Life is good, boys!
That is the first and probably the only smoke we are gonna see.
Let me watch this again in all of
What a beautiful display right there.
Bro, Bellis is never living that
It's
run
73 right there. That is beautiful, man.
I think that Bellis was up HP in that fight as well and was probably leading and looking to win. So, yeah, well played by Shatty there. That was absolutely beautiful. I wish that Bellis was recording in his head. He was just like, I'm on 73 hit points. Nah, no way you're going to hit a 73.
73, I'll risk it for you.
Oh, what a classic. We can't escape the meme, can we, wherever we go? It's always going to be here. Oh, dear. Well, that's that
puts the debate to rest. I mean, I asked a little bit ago, AGS or claws? It's AGS. I don't. There's no amount of statistics that can convince me otherwise at this point.
That was a great fight there. Well, Bellis now. Probably quite surprising for a lot of people.
Tracker there as well. Looking for Shati right now. Oh, actually, I'm not going to disturb him. They are straight back in. If Shati manages to win this one, he is through and continuing the tournament. However, Bellis still can 2-0 him here and pull it back.
Yeah, based on the first fight, I think Bellis was in the lead, so he can keep that up again and get some decent RNG. It's definitely possible for him. But yeah, like you said before, Bellis being a really well-known name, and Sharty probably knowing Bellis as well, knowing how decent he is, probably a little bit, I don't know, not super confident, but that 73 right there will definitely increase that level of confidence, and in general,
I mean, from what I know, Shardy, he's a very chilled out guy, very confident. Almost trading AGS specs there. Unfortunately for Shardy, only being a 5 and a 0.
Yeah,
that's
really
just
unlucky there.
Honestly.
Yeah, he went for the Aegis spec off prayer and only the 5. A 31 through the prayer there for Bellis, much better than the 0s that Shatty hit. Looks like Bellis is up quite a bit of HP now. He still has one more spec too, which gives him a big amount of KO potential, of course, seeing those 70 pluses coming in again potentially. Getting a 31 bolt on the wrong prayer, but still a 13 on robes as well.
A lot of damage there from those bolts.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult
still unfrozen. I believe Shardy just got frozen there by that 0 barrage and getting it at 50 AGS.
That was
some really clean movement from Bellis. If he spec there again, he could have actually killed him.
Yeah, he stepped forward, stepped back, and as a result, he was able to slide himself into the AGS special. Really nicely done. I think right now, Bellis is probably up.
Unfortunately for Shardy right now, I do think Shardy's down a decent amount of damage. We're probably looking at 100 to 150 damage that Shardy needs to regain in order to pull himself back into this fight, but he's got good odds.
As we've seen before, it can happen. Right now, Bellis is utilizing the Mage Book, keeping that on a lot to make sure that he can't get frozen back as much. And both players just exchanging mage hits. I believe they're too far away to range. Is that why? Unless they go on long range?
No, they can definitely range from this distance. I believe they're both just choosing to barrage. I'm not entirely sure why, but...
Oh, well. Both players not doing much damage there. This next free is going to be very important. And looks like Bellis doesn't manage to catch it. Both players splashed like 5-6 times in a row there. Shatty does catch it, but he gets caught back straight away. Shatty's on 20 HP. Is he out of food already?
I'm honestly not sure. Oh, no, he has eaten.
I was going to say, it was way too early for him to be out of food.
Yeah, I think Shatty was waiting for... I think Shatty was waiting for a moment there to catch his breath and maybe get a DD so he could eat up and repot. But unfortunately for him, he's had to do it mid-fight there. But
it looks like
it's still going fine for them both, honestly. Shatty did get bolted on ropes there at 0 with his tank shield on, so rather lucky.
Every time that Bellis gets close to Shatty, he does put on the prey melee as their priority because he does know that Shatty does have an AGS spec coming very soon, and he doesn't want to end up being hit, another 73 and being KO'd. That'd be very unfortunate.
Oh, looks like definitely. I mean, if we could see Shatty KO Bellis again, that would be absolutely amazing. Yeah, but
be crazy.
I think after that, Bellis is gonna do everything he possibly can to make sure that doesn't happen.
Bellis had some pretty bad RNG in the last fight as well, for the most part. He's got some really good bolts here to make up for it. Oh, AGS spec off prayer on robes. Damn.
Shardy's AGS specs are just not pulling through right now.
I mean, he just used up all his RNG in the last fight, didn't he?
Yeah, those 3 AGS specs that he's dumped has gained him a total of 5 damage at the moment, and it honestly looks like this is over for Shardy.
Yeah, unfortunately for Bellis, he goes for the AGS spec on the robes. It wasn't prey melee, but still hits a 0. Very unfortunate for him. Can hit like a 40-something there. Bellis's bolts, I think, are the real winner here. He's been hitting constant 20s and 30s, and that's really added up, which is why Shatty right now is on the back burner as well. Trying to catch a freeze, both players. Bellis being caught, Shatty coming in, going for a bolt.
Dealing a decent amount of damage there. He's just got himself a small little lead. I'm sure Bellis is still up a ton, but every damage right now for Shardy counts.
Yeah, it has come down to the wire, really. Bellis deciding to go up to 115 HP to make sure that once he's able to non-DD, he can really capitalize on the momentum that he might make for himself. Interesting play there by Bellis to go for the AGS whack as well. Unfortunately, hitting nothing, though. And a lot of 0s being exchanged at the moment. Shatty really can't make use of this DD Brid tactic he's doing right now and just hitting nothing but 0s, even on the robes of the whip as well. Yeah, he's getting very unlucky.
Very tragic for Shardy, even with those couple free hits that he got there. He is just not hitting anything, and it seems like they are both just stuck in a circle of dealing no damage, unfortunately.
Bellis does get a few freezes there through the prayer. Oh my god, number 20 through the prayer as well. He's getting some pretty good luck. Oh, there's a bolt off prayer, 32. Not bad.
Yeah, this definitely looks like it is over for Shardy, unless he can turn the table completely here and get some insane RNG. Maybe a couple redemptions can pull it back, but with his current RNG, it doesn't look like he's going to have a chance at winning this.
Yeah, I think Bellis' decision to utilize the Mage's Book quite a lot, so he can't be frozen as much, makes it really difficult for Shatty to really come back.
15 to a 29 barrage. Is that Shardy down? Oh,
Yeah,
he goes
the
down to
7
the
blitz.
7.
Yeah, I think Bellis definitely deserved to win that fight there, but obviously it is a best of 3 in this losers bracket, so now it's 1-1, Bellis versus Shatty, and I mean, the next fight is the one that really matters.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it'll decide who goes through. I will say, I almost want to make sure that Shadi gets at least something, even if he does go out for that beautiful 73. I mean, that's the highlight of the tournament by far.
Yeah, today, you asked earlier, Poison Potion, like what we've enjoyed so far, that has to take the cake in terms of the most epic moment
That made my
today.
whole week. I'm going to be thinking about that for a whole week. What we didn't even look at the stats for the last round. Was Shadi on pace to win that?
I have not received the
No.
trackers yet, so I think I'm just gonna try get the trackers for the finals, and whoever wins, we can go through. We can go over then.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
fair.
this is it. Whoever wins this is going to advance, and the loser is going to be going home. They'll be taking on Anvil or Koru in losers bracket round 3. Of course, that will be going on. Help me out here. When's that?
Tomorrow.
That is tomorrow. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's happening tomorrow. And we have
Yes.
one more match after this, and that is going to be Reese versus Cloud for the last match of the day.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, who do you have your money on here?
Reese is my boy. I've got to back him up, being a Blazers member as well. So I'll probably put money on him. I don't really know Cloud, to be honest, and that's partially why as well. Who did Cloud go up against in the first round? Oh, he lost to Golf 2-0. I can't remember. That was the first fight we saw today. I really cannot remember how that one went.
And then he beat King Harry.
I don't really recall how it went either, but I'm sure Reese, with how he's performed in this tournament, even, I mean, I'd say unlucky losing to Casual, I think he'll win.
Right. Well, we're jumping into it. The third round of this best of 3 in the losers bracket. Bellis versus Shatty. Shatty got the 73 AGS spec KO in the first round. Bellis won the second to an Outlast. And off the bat, looks like Shatty is swinging. He is up quite a bit of HP, about 50 so far.
And he's
70
just whipped
HP so far.
I mean, whipping a 24 free prayer and on tank. I mean,
And on
right
tank
now
as
he
well,
is
yeah. And
pummeling
25 too.
yet there again. I mean,
All right.
this might be the one where the RNG turns for Shadi and he's able to pull through. 33 on robes, off prey.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Bellis there. He was down like 100 plus HP. He had to think of something and decided to go for that.
Rather
AGS spec,
mediocre
and it was,
hit.
Yeah, it was worth it, I think. Unlucky for Shatty there. His first AGS spec being a 0. Now, Bellis has no AGS specs left, hitting a 0 on the Prey Melee and the tank right now. Shatty still has that KO potential and has got to keep Bellis on his toes, obviously, knowing that AGS is going to come swinging soon too.
If I was Shadi right here, I think I would save that last AGS spec, make sure that I regain to 100%, maybe keep Bellis a little bit on edge to Prey Melee more so he can focus on maging and ranging, and just having a better probability of catching his opponent off Prey.
Well, so far, looks like Bellis is obviously not giving up and is slowly climbing back in. But saying that, Shelly just catches the freeze, hits the 19 bolt, and goes straight for the DD as well. Now, Bellis is still forced to Prey Melee quite a lot here. Oh, 39 through the prayer on tank as well. That's like almost the max set.
Yeah, kind of tank. It's a bit of mix between both because Bellis had his Mystic top on. But...
Oh, did he? Well, either way, that's pretty unfortunate for Bellis to get.
Again, Shadi getting an Opal Bolt spec for a 18 off Prey as well.
Yeah, Bellis really needs to create some momentum here, catch some like 30 barrages and 40 bolts in order to come back at this point. I think Shatty's probably up at least 150, maybe even towards the 200 now. Although saying that, Bellis with a 33 barrage, that's huge. Another one to follow off prayer. Splashes, unfortunately for him. Another one.
13, regaining a little bit of
34.
HP. Taking a 34 though. Bellis' barrages are really popping off right now.
Yeah, Bellis is actually coming back slowly but surely. Although saying that, both players unfrozen right now. This is going to determine how this fight goes. Looks like both players being frozen and opting to mage constantly, using the Blood Blitz as well to get a little bit of HP back. Sharty could have been killed there, actually. He just took a bolt on like 35, 40 HP on the wrong prayer. Was a long shot chance for Bellis. It could have happened. Right now, I'd say still it's looking pretty even, although
Shatty, I think Bellis is turning back here.
Bit. Yeah.
I'm not sure if Shadi is still up because of the damage he dealt at the start, but I mean, it's looking pretty even. Bellis is slowly but surely regaining that damage back. They're
Probably
both
like
kind of just
23 per
trading
hour.
hits. Bella's hitting a little bit more than 50 right now.
Yeah, I'd say those 10s and 20s are definitely adding up right now and chipping away at Shatty's supplies to even out the fight. Next freeze coming in for Bellis. Can't hit anything. That's a big bolt, potentially a 30. Damn. Well, there's
Shadi really needed that. And
I
I mean, if he can get some RNG and kind of get that snowballing that he had at the start, I think he's got this in the bag.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame there. He couldn't actually capitalize after that 30 because Bellis just got three hits, a
Followed
36
by
whip into a
24
24.
AGS.
Yeah, that's like a good 60 damage right there. So just like that, Bellis has evened up the score once again, potentially. And Sharty needs to hope for some big 30 bolts again. Will he catch the freeze? He has managed to get a big bolt. 35
Another
spec.
35. I do believe Shadi also has a AGS spec right now, which I'm not sure if he's saving it for something here. But he's getting some massive hits in, and I think this might be where he turns to fight back.
It may be the case again where he's just trying to keep Bellis on his toes and not allow him to change off melee prey when they're close together. Oh, there's the redemption and the AGS spec.
Oh,
that was a big
unfortunately for
chance.
Shadi, off prey as well. I mean, it was on
that's
tank.
what he was saving it for. Maybe he was like saving the AGS until Bellis was out of food, because now Bellis is out of food. Shardy's probably got about 100 HP here. I imagine if he's healed back up again. Bellis, can he get the second redemption? We've seen a lot of redemption flicks from Bellis. Is he out of the tournament here?
Barrage is a 10 here, and that is Bellis out of the tournament.
Wow.
Yeah,
I think it was
Bellis getting
too much
KO'd. Bellis
at
getting
the start.
KO'd in the first fight definitely lost him that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I mean,
and what a
that was
kill
really even, though.
Yeah, I think just the start of that, Shatty's RNG and being up like 100 plus damage, it was just too much for really Bellis to come back for, but he came close. Really interesting strategy as well from Shatty there to save the AGS spec until Bellis was completely out of food to try and guarantee that kill and not hitting a bunch of zeros, but he didn't need it in the end and managed to take the win with that barrage. So yeah, well played to both.
And to sorry, just to round it up here. Looking at the first fight, we have Sharty with 72 hits, 35% prey is correct, versus Bellis's 80 hits and 46% prey is correct. Second fight, we are looking at 38% prey is on Shardy's end with 77 hits to Bellis's 93 hits, 49% prey is. So gradually here we can kind of see Shardy doing better and better, because in the last fight he has 44% prayers to Bellis's 45 and 64 hits to Bellis 69. Deserved damage being 493 for Shardy and 534 for Bellis.
Pretty even, but at the end of the day, a little bit of
Bellis
RNG
was a
helped.
slightly better game there, but Shatty's still coming out on top.
Yeah, I mean, you can see through the tracker as well that Shardy kind of learned and adapted a bit better towards the end of the final fight as well. Just being able to even the tracker a bit, because on the first and the second, he was losing quite heavy. And then pulling through at the last fight, where it actually, where it came down to the final stretch there. I mean, he did a really good job.
Quite a big upset, actually, for a lot of people as well, I'm sure. Not that Sharty, just like you said before, Sharty's not really a very well-known PKer, so he had a lot to prove today. So, yeah, great for him. But Bellis, previous demo mode winner, and in general doing really well in many tournaments over the years, to go out in the losers round, a few rounds in, is a little bit unfortunate for him, but he put on a really good fight and a really good show, and he did really well.
Yeah,
regardless.
for sure.
If I'm being honest, I'm just happy our 73 AGS Warrior moves on. Got a legend there.
I mean, that KO truly is the highlight of the tournament, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, just for that, to be fair alone, he does deserve to go through. That was a sick kill. It was very lucky.
When we started talking about the AGS, now every single match, I think, since we've talked about it, people have been using it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's nice to see, because AGS has a lot more KO potential than claws, since on the claws you can kind of read the first two hits and determine if you need to eat or not. But with AGS, I mean, it's just instant, right? So you never know what's going to happen there.
Even after the spec's gone as well, being able to just AGS whack, like, what is it in this gear? Like a 57 or something, probably, or a 55 or...
Yeah, probably looking at 55
50s.
to 56, yeah.
Yeah, so like you're able to, swing half your opponent's HP if you catch them off prayer, and they think that they're safe without you having any spec.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's one of the things I absolutely love about the AGS. When you're both in like a situation like me and Flippity were, where we both didn't really catch a freeze, just AGSing them on the ropes, like AGS whacking, it's detrimental. I mean, you are gonna hit high most of the time.
Yeah. The next fight we're gonna watch actually is one that you'll be in particularly eager to see. And that's going to be Reese versus Cloud. I think.
Yeah,
and whoever wins this fight,
run for a
actually.
drink quickly because my mouth is
Yeah,
my mouth is
go for
extremely
it.
dry.
Yeah, mine is too.
I
was
just
gonna
ran
say
out of
quickly
water
before you
myself.
before you jump into it, I was going to say, to get your water, sorry. Whoever wins this fight, you're going up against next. So definitely an exciting one. Yeah, Reese versus Cloud. So I think in the first round, like we said before, Reese lost to that guy AGSB73, who's going up against Saladin tomorrow. And Cloud managed to... Who did he lose to? Cloud was first rounded, actually. He lost to Golf. It was the first fight we saw today. I can't remember how it went. But he did beat King Harry.
2-1, close one there.
Yeah, close one. And King Harry lost to Bellis 2-0. So, should be an interesting one. I think Reese would feel quite confident here, since I'd say Reese and Bellis are somewhat even, both like the top dogs, or some of the top dogs in Blazers, and they PK'd against each other quite a lot. So the fact that
definitely,
they've probably got similar attack styles, right, and PK styles. So I imagine if Bellis won, then Reese feels pretty confident too.
They both really capitalize on their DDing, very confident, and at the same time, they're very calculated PKers. They know what's best. They don't just do unnecessary switches and stuff like that. So I think Reese will bring this one.
Yeah.
All right, and we will be going to that match in just a moment. But before that, I'll bring your attention to, if I can find it, the Method Community Team. You check out Method Community Team by typing !community in the chat and signing up. And there's plenty of benefits that can go along with that, including we also provide help to aspiring and up-and-coming streamers to help grow their channels through a number of different initiatives and ways. So make sure you're checking that out if you are interested. And we should have the match in just a moment here. Overall, today, as a whole, this was great. Like, this has gone better than this has been more exciting than I ever could have expected to be. I mean, I thought it was going to be exciting, but some of the things that have happened, no, I didn't think it was going to be that good.
Yeah, it's been a long one, but it's been really interesting to watch. It's been great to be able to watch some PvP competitive tournament again as well. So it's been a long time since Jagex ran their own, and we're really lucky to have Method putting on this event and be able to give us some content every weekend over the next month or so.
I'm not sure who that was that you said I caught a free smiley, but Reese going there with 2 claws off prey, trading one with Sainsbury also clawing them off prey. Does look like that second claw. Yeah, it does look like that second claw was on prey melee.
I think it pretty much exchanged hits pretty evenly there. Reese Brat managed to get a big barrage, getting the DD2, so he probably is up a little bit of HP now, getting a free hit as well. Cloud needs to catch this freeze in order to return into the fight, but instead decides to bolt, predicting that Brat might change his prayers. He's just going for bolts constantly, actually, hoping that Brat will change, but Reese is keeping his prey range up. And, the 40 whip there from Cloud. Beautiful. He's back in the fight just like that. Another barrage from Brap, though, catching the freeze, and again, keeping up that pressure, managing to DD underneath his opponent, getting a whip.
Just getting those free hits constantly.
Yeah, he's not doing too much damage with it, though, unfortunately for him. He's getting a few free hits here and there, but constant zeros, constant freeze. Looks like Cloud, when he's unfrozen, his current strategy is not to switch to his mage gear very much until he's unfrozen, just keep his tank on and try and focus on getting the right prayers right. But Reese getting hit at 39 bolt there, beautiful. And again, trying to go for the freeze to DD, which is, like we said before, one of his specialties, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely a very experienced DD Brid. He knows what he's doing. He tries his very best to get those extra free hits. And very often that is the deciding factor to if he wins or loses.
Well, currently, trading zeros for zeros. Both these guys doing very well to keep their tank on the entire time. We've seen in previous fights, people put on the Mystics a little bit too much, but Cloud in particular is a bit of a behemoth with his all of his tank gear and just tanking and soaking up all this these damage splats, constant zeros from Reese right now, who can't seem to really get the advantage that he might feel he deserves after all those free hits.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this fight, I think we might be looking at another 900 plus deserved damage type of fight. Right now, both just hitting either very low hits or just zeros. I haven't really seen a lot of big hits here.
Well, they both use their claw specs off the bat, right? So,
as I say,
wow. Nice. Well, he's in the he's probably in the lead with that one then, or at the very least, probably caught up after Reese's little bit of DD brooding.
I'm a magician. I say something and the opposite happens.
Oh, there's a 30+ barrage for Reese onto Cloud. Very nice. Unfortunately, can't do another one back to back and decides to eat up a little bit before stepping out again. Getting again quite a lot of free hits. Just can't really translate those free hits into damage and advantage. There's the third claw spec already coming in. And we're going to probably see 4, maybe even 5 claw specs this fight.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the difference between Reese and Sainsbury right now, whenever Reese has the DD advantage, obviously Sainsbury isn't really trying to barrage him back and catch that free so he gets that from him. But whenever Reese is being DD'd, he's instantly got the Mystics and the Dragon Square Shield on, trying to get that free to make sure that his opponent does not get any free hits and that they can continue to trade until Reese has the DD advantage.
Oh, there's a claw spec coming in, a 40 on the right prayer there as well. That's unfortunate for Cloud. Reese
on robes as well.
Damage. Yeah, that should have been like a 60, 70 spec right there, or at least a 50. Reese does stay composed though, and does get the DD, and again gets a little free hit in there as well. Although Cloud's doing a great job right now of retaliating and getting some good hits in too. Gonna go for the freeze.
A staff bash there, straight away getting the freeze, is going back to DD in.
Yeah, the 19 through the prayer, the 16. These whip hits are finally starting to do a little bit of damage. And again, another free hit for Brap. Those are going to really add up towards the length of this fight, especially being so long, you know, probably get like 10, 20 by the end of the fight, potentially. So we've seen 3 claw specs so far. I will say we're probably going to see a 4th one. 43 whip on the robes for Reese, but he does get DD'd upon straight away. Oh, is that a chance there?
Another 0. Nah, I do believe Sainsbury is a little bit over edge from being chance there.
Close though. Right now, looks like Reese is probably up quite a bit of HP at the moment.
Yeah, I can't. Sainsbury's out of food.
He's actually out of food. I think it just was quite a long fight, but he's decided to give up. He's taken off his food and all his gear, and he's saying, you know what, you're taking this round, but it's not over yet. I can go into the next one. I'm surprised. Yeah, I mean,
you know what? Honestly, that giving up like that. I mean, although I wouldn't advise doing it, but at the same time, he can pull back from that. I mean, if you have enough restores to get the right RNG, I mean, you can pull back from that as long as you get a couple redemptions.
Oh man, Reese gives the respectful good fight, man, after like fighting him, you know, as PK should, and he's like, yeah, sure, whatever. Guy's just frustrated; he couldn't really hit too much. But hey, it is what it is. That's RNG sometimes too. I still think that Reese did outplay Sainsbury's there. Free hits.
Looking at the PvP tracker here for the first fight, we have Reese with 87 hits to Sainsbury's 63. It's a lot of free hits.
Yeah. Wait, how many?
And we have 87 on Reese's side.
That's still 17.
Yeah, I mean, 87 to 63.
Oh god, that is a big amount.
With 60% prayers correct on Reese's side, 46% on Sainsbury's, and Reese's deserved damage being 677 to Sainsbury's 451.
Okay, so Reese definitely did outperform him there, and that sure was not needed, was it? I think at that point though, like you kind of see the PvP tracker, right? Like you guys PK with it on in these tournaments, and you can kind of tell how you're doing. So I guess at that point he was like, well, I'm down 200 food. I'm not gonna have a 200 HP comeback. I'd rather just focus my clicks on the next fight and keep going. But
I mean, I'm not sure if Sainsbury's got confused there, but he wasn't down as much as he probably believed. I mean, he took off his gear there at the end, but Reese was only up like 130 something ish.
Yeah, I don't know why you give up there. I mean, you always have a chance.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, it's an RNG game, right? You never know when you can manage to pull it back.
Dude, we've seen, like, in this tournament, even people hitting, like, 30, 40. Like, it can happen. You can just like that, turn the entire fight, do 25% HP, 25% of the HP you need to do in the entire fight in a matter of seconds.
We're jumping in. Second fight here. It does, if Reese can do the same thing this fight, it definitely seems like he will be able to pull this off. I mean, Reese's DDing skills has just proven him to be the superior player here. I mean, getting 25 free hits on his opponent last time. If he can do the same here, realistically, he should win.
They both have both their specs still remaining, and the thing about that is, trading a 0 for a 20 maybe. I was going to say, but due to having the specs, they have to... stepped in. A 50 spec for Reese there. He's got no spec remaining right now, though. The thing about having the specs and DDing is you kind of got to pray melee the entire time, pretty much, because they can just spec at any moment. So Reese is aware of that and keeping up the pray melee at all times now, while Sainsbury's able to get a few hits off prayer and DD a little bit too. Reese is not going to go for the barrage there. Goes for a bolt instead.
Sainsbury's barraging with his Verug skirt on, and Reese getting clawed off prey on robes.
Dude, he just got a 29 misclick staff swipe, and Cloud is going to be pretty frustrated about that. And Reese recognizes mistake and calls himself bad, I think, but it doesn't matter. He's up quite a bit of HP. You got to take those when they happen. A 10 Obalt spec from Cloud, and Reese still again just trying his best to utilize his knowledge of the DD mechanics, whereas Cloud isn't as confident, I don't think. Catching that freeze was huge for Cloud. Decides not to DD until hitting an extra free hit afterwards.
Yeah, it definitely seems like Reese is down this fight by the looks of things. I haven't really seen him get that many free hits either.
No, but I mean, it's still pretty early. I believe both players use both their specs now, so they have one spec remaining when it does recharge in a couple minutes time, I'm sure, or the next minute or two. Reese getting the DD again, and once again trying to control the fight. Another free hit on the robes of the whip, hitting a 0, then a 10 as well, and now getting frozen in place by Cloud, who can't quite DD underneath, but gets the free hit regardless, so not a big deal there at all. Reese instantly, once again, for like the third, fourth time now, every time he's unfrozen, he's going for those freezes, but being caught in his robes off prayer. 33 bolt from Cloud.
Very punishing bolt, but rightfully so.
Yeah, pretty frustrating when that happens, when you're just trying to catch the freeze. And I think Reese has just splashed about 4 times, maybe 5 times in a row right there, which is really losing him a lot of damage. And Cloud is able to really catch up. A 33 rip on robes. Wow.
Seems like Reese is performing a decent bit worse this fight. I mean, Cloud has definitely pulled it back. He's doing a lot better, making sure that he's catching him on robes, off prey.
Yeah, well, Cloud has everything to play for right now in this losers bracket, being 1-0 down in a best of 3. So Reese, on the other hand, maybe, just chilling a bit more. Cloud really putting his all into this. Looks like being frozen. Sidestep of 19 whip as well. Cloud's getting those whips in, and they're really paying off for him. As we've seen in previous fights too, it looks like the whip is really underutilized, because when it does hit those 50s and such, 40s and such, it really does make a massive difference.
Attempting to go for the claw there, but Cloud did not step out, so now he has shown Cloud that he does have the 50%, and he's dumping it off prey for a 0.
It was on the tank, to be fair. Quite unfortunate still. You're really hoping to hit those specs when they do occur. It does mean, though, as well, that Sainsbury's also has his spec up, which Reese needs to be aware of, and it will make him pray melee a lot more than he'd like to. And as a result, Cloud can catch up a little bit. That's a 45 on the right prayer, but not on the right gear. Still, a 50 versus a 0, you take those, right? Cloud looks to be having quite a big lead at the moment, right?
I think Cloud's done a complete turnaround here. I'm honestly very interested to see on the tracker on this one, because I think Cloud is doing so much better than what he was in the first fight. He's been able to read Reese, take his mistakes from the first fight, and be able to learn and utilize that in the second fight. So it does look like he's going to win this.
Yeah, he's really good at keeping that tank on, and where most PKers, and the big difference between Cloud and Reese right here is when Reese gets DD'd upon, he goes for those freezes, which puts him in the robes and makes it a bit harder for him to really mitigate his damage, obviously. Whereas Cloud stays in his tank gear and just tries to trade 10s for 10s and 0s for 0s. And I mean, this fight, it's actually paying off from a 43 whip though from Reese, as I say that, which gives him a big little attempt at getting back into the fight right there.
Yeah, I mean, they're trading hits right now. Cloud is getting a little bit worse hits than Reese at the moment. Reese still, he has a chance to pull this back, but it wouldn't surprise me if Cloud is still up 100 or 100.
Yeah, it looks like Reese is actually out. As you said, they're 38 bolt though. Able to come back a little bit, maybe getting a few free hits. A 0 whip there, he needed that to hit as well. Getting hit a 2 back. Yeah, Reese is completely out now by the looks of things, sitting on about 40 HP. A 31 barrage from Cloud. Well played by him. Ooh. Can he get the claw spec in? Can he get the redemption in? He's
Reese
going for the barrage.
Probably going down to a 15 barrage.
Yeah, so I mean, was actually out of food as well at that point. It doesn't look like he was, because he was eating, nomming on something.
I think he was still up a little bit too much to be out there. But I mean, that's a good example of the difference between the first fight and the second fight. I mean, when you're going into the first fight versus your opponent, you have no idea about them unless you fought them before. So kind of getting used to their playstyle and learning from that first fight. I mean, you can do a complete game change with that. Looking at the tracker though for that fight, not surprising, Sainsbury actually did really well adapting here. He has 52% praise correct versus Reese's 49, and he has 77 hits to Reese's 75.
Pretty neck and neck then.
Yeah, looking at deserved damage, Sainsbury did have 605 to Reese's 537.
Wow, so Cloud did outperform Reese in that fight. That's a 1-1 then, which means in this best of 3, the next one goes through to fight you. Who would you rather fight after watching these guys? Who do you want to see go through?
Who would I rather fight? I mean, I would rather fight Sainsbury, but because I think Reese has a better chance at beating me. Reese really knows how to DD. He utilizes that a lot better than what I can. So when I'm doing my style of fighting, if I don't catch the freezes, then he is 100%.
Sure. Interesting.
I'm a big fan of running around, and whenever I do have a pillar or a tree, that is very much preferred to DDing.
Classic pillar Pete.
Can we host the next one in Cloud Wars?
I look forward to seeing some more tournaments in the future when that happens. Actually, I like an LMS as well. When the new LMS map comes out, it's going to be sick to see all the streamers running around in circles and getting all those extra free hits in as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, PP, your microphone muted.
I thought I was going to make it through the rest of the time. Actually, I had a good reason for that time. There was like 20 ambulances coming by, and all the sirens were going off and everything, so that's why that was there. But,
yeah, they might be coming to collect Reese after that one.
Well, there was pretty neck and neck there. This third match should decide it, and I think if I had to put my money on something, I think it might be Reese. But yeah. We'll see
I mean, the first fight being so largely in favor of Reese, what Reese needs to do is take the same stuff that Sainsbury has, try read his opponent a bit better, because now Sainsbury's predicting his movement, maybe change up the playstyle a little bit. Reese getting bolted on robes off prey for a 0 straight off the bat, catching that freeze though with a 0. He's dealing 22 to 24 damage.
Yeah, pretty equal, but obviously having that advantage of catching that freeze and being able to DD underneath. Goes for the claw spec off prayer, but gets hit a 41 ball after only doing 20 damage with the claw spec. That's very frustrating.
Yeah, those situations are very depressing to see. With a 60-ish claw there to a 22 whip, I mean, he brought it back at least. Unfortunately, though, there is nothing more depressing than when you claw someone and their regular like bolt or whip does the same amount of damage as you expected.
Yeah, now Reese is looking like he's going to try and keep some distance here to make sure he doesn't have to keep praying melee. He does manage to catch that instant freeze, which is so huge, and gets the prey on the right tick as well. Unfortunately, though, he gets hit a 16 over bolt, and it was like a 20 hit through prayer, I think, or something like that, because he had the robes on at the same time. Sainsbury still has one spec. It'll be interesting to see if Reese decides to still DD Brid him, or if he decides to keep some distance. But it looks like he's going to go for the DDs, despite Sainsbury's having that claw opportunity. And now Sainsbury's does catch the freeze, and he does now have
bolts him at 36 as well.
Yeah, Brab can't do much here apart from try and catch the freeze and have to pray melee. Now it's gone, though. That's a 0 claw from Sainsbury's. Both guys out of spec. Brab will get his back a little bit sooner, but not for another couple minutes now.
Yeah, Reese is really getting punished here for equipping his robes. I mean, as soon as he flicks them on, he's just instantly getting hit 25s, 30s. It's really not going well for Reese right now.
I wonder who's in the lead at the moment. I would probably say that Sainsbury's is up.
Yeah, Sainsbury's is definitely up.
Yeah, despite, Reese's claw at the start of the fight. Although Reese right now catching that freeze, 25 whip through the prayer and through the tank. Pretty big. Another free hit as well. Going to try and fakey out, get the ball in, I believe. And goes for it. And hits a 7. Not the best. Looks like Reese will have to refreeze his opponent now, though. Decides to run away straight away. Gets a bolt on robes. Only a 6 on the right prayer as well. Pretty unfortunate.
Right, yeah, he's relying a lot on his refreezes here. I'm not sure what he could do to switch it up. Maybe rely a bit less on the DDing. I'm not sure if that would be in his favor, though.
Well, right now, keeping his distance, Sainsbury's mostly being bolt heavy here, obviously being the better DPS and trying to fakey out Reese as best he can. A little 11 there. It does add up. Reese getting a nice little whip there, but unfortunately it was a 0. 26 bought from Sainsbury's. Another bought 39 that time.
Yeah, Reese is getting caught on robes a lot more this fight, and it is really punishing him. He is not getting away with those mistakes. Sainsbury's is instantly getting those hits in as soon as the robes are equipped.
Yeah, claw spec for Reese there, was that? Was that like a 10 claw spec?
Yeah, it seems like Reese is not getting a lot of RNG right now. I mean, when he's getting hit on robes, rightfully so, he should be taking damage, but he's not really dealing a lot back here.
Reese trying to go for that DD again, really like keeping close to his opponent, and Sainsbury's trying to create some distance. Never mind, he's going for the DD as well. Cloud is in the lead by quite a bit of HP right now. He also has a spec regenning any second now, which Reese is aware of, keeping the prey melee up at most times, trying to predict that. But as a result, Sainsbury's manages to get some hits on off prayer, as well as the bolts on robes as well, which is pretty huge for him. 35 Opal bolt for Brap though. Reese is still in the fight.
Barraging with his Varric skirt on there.
Ooh, that was a 40 claw for Sainsbury's on the robes. Could have been more. Reese quite lucky there, and also exchanged it for like a 30 ball. Like you said before, it's really frustrating when your spec hits about the same as the opponent's normal hit. I'd say right now, Brap is probably still down, but I think he's closed the gap a little bit. As I say that, gets hit at 16 through the prayer. Getting a lot of free hits
on robes as well. That is really depressing to see.
Can't turn those free hits into actual damage, unfortunately.
He's trying his best to catch the freeze here to avoid getting DD'd, but it is just not paying off for him. He is getting instantly hit with that.
Yeah, that was a 20 bolt actually on Reese. Tolerating with another 20 bolt though. He needs to catch this freeze right now. He realizes how important it is. 28 barrage, that's huge. A 0 whip though to follow. Does get the DD. Unfortunately for him, Sainsbury's did get like a 20 off to retaliate. So again, it's pretty neck and neck in terms of the
Reese getting whipped on robes off prey there for a 0. I mean, they're both getting rather lucky with their mistakes here.
Yeah, I believe that Sainsbury's still has a spec, doesn't he?
He should have regened by now. I'm not entirely sure though.
Well, Reese controlling the fight once again, managing to DD, not being able to make much from it though. And the 17 bolt, those bolts are just hitting through his tank, through his prayer. He's gotten pretty unlucky, and Cloud's bolt RNG has been decent, man. He's going to go for the freeze here. Misclicks, goes for the staff bash. Reese, again, it was on the ropes.
Barrage, like...
It's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's a really unfortunate trade. Did Reese just go down to a 34?
Wow. Yeah, 34. Reese just couldn't really get his footing into that fight right there. And
yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure if... I mean, surely Reese had some food left there, right? It didn't seem like it was
no, I think
that much damage.
I think he was out of food there. Just a little bit unfortunate, really. The 30 barrage above a 34, and that whole time he just couldn't really, at any point, start hitting 20s and 30s like we've seen in many of the other fights. It was just a very slow-paced one.
I've got the tracker here. I was not expecting this, if I'm honest. This is so unfortunate for Reese. Reese having 69 hits to Nightheart's 54, with 64% prayers correct to Nightheart's 37. With
you mean Cloud?
My God.
Am I looking at the right one?
Yeah, I think it's a different one.
Oh wait, yeah, my bad. My bad. I got poked the wrong one. Sorry.
All right.
Okay. I was about to like that is insanity.
Yeah. Okay, it is not as bad. Reese should have won this one though, with 82 hits to Sainsbury's 71. Sorry, with 54% prayers correct. Sainsbury's 59. Deserved damage being 584 to 574.
So ended up being pretty close, but I just think Reese couldn't really capitalize on those DDs there. Cloud had some really nice bolts throughout, and managed to take the fight. Really surprising too, because the first fight, Reese was so in the lead to the point that Cloud ended up giving up, taking off all his armor, and then he came back swinging and won 2 fights in a row, and just like that, he's still in the tournament, and Reese is out. But well played to both. And to be fair, seeing someone like Cloud, someone that's relatively unknown, beat someone like Reese, who's one of the better PKs in the tournament, or considered as such, is pretty cool. You know, Cloud might be the underdog that this double elimination bracket allows players to really, come back and really take the entire tournament by storm.
Yeah,
he's got to beat you first.
I mean, he learned a lot from the first fight and managed to take that knowledge and actually bring home the win, which is, I mean, it's absolutely insane to see a reverse sweep like that, but it is what it is. Reese is out of the tournament now completely, and Cloud has moved on to fight me tomorrow in the losers bracket.
Don't forget your AGS.
What it is.
All right. So that was going to be our last round. However, we actually do have one game of the quarterfinals that we are going to broadcast, and that is going to be the game with I can never say his name. Saladin, who is going to be going up against Casual AGS Me 73. Now, if I'm in the loop correctly here, Saladin is currently trying to get things ready or get home or something. So he's
turning his PC on.
He's currently turning his PC on. So he is here, thankfully. He was not going to be able to
go to bed.
He was stuck in the snow, apparently.
Right. He was not going to be able to participate tomorrow, so we had to do his match today. So that match will be going on in just a few moments here while he boots up his computer. Hopefully he has an SSD card.
I mean, he's a favorite in this tournament, and he has been for previous ones as well. We've seen him, we've commented on him as being like one of the more experienced PKers in terms of his movement being just so precise and allowing room to just create that momentum that he gets. And it's just really beautiful to watch. So it should be really exciting.
It's really nice to see some when you're going between fights and it's just DDing non-stop, seeing Saladin perform and utilizing his movement a lot more, kind of running around a little bit more compared to his opponents. It's really nice. It's a nice change to see that Engine isn't just all DDing, and you can actually try run around the map and confuse your opponent that way, as opposed to just standing under all the time or render self.
Interestingly, though, his opponent, Casual, who is AGS Me 73, he actually beat Shatty, who we saw was an absolute beast. He also beat Reese 2-0, who we just saw there is, a very competent player. So it's not going to be an easy fight for Saladin, saying that. He could still lose this. We know RNG is a big factor in this, and it should be really exciting.
Yeah,
I'm getting a confirmation. It's Salahuddin. So there we go.
I guess I've been mispronouncing his name for years now, unfortunately.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. He says it, and also Salahuddin. That's going to be hard. He's currently getting on right now, so he should be here in just a couple of moments.
Oh, excuse me, a little yawn. It's been a long broadcast.
Yeah, how late is it for you guys now? 10 o'clock?
It's 10 p.m. I just reset my sleep schedule to be like waking up at 7, 8 in the morning. So it's been a long day. Been a lot of fun though.
11 p.m. for me as well, just about.
Oh yeah, you're an hour ahead of me, aren't you? I've got my dinner soon.
Just at 4 p.m. now.
Nice.
But I did have to wake up early, so there's that. Oh, here we go.
Oh, we're in straight away. Fantastic. Right, Saladin. Oh, sorry, Salah. How do you pronounce it again?
Salahuddin.
Salahuddin versus Mr. Casual, and that is AGS Me 73 in game. Off the bat, looks like Salah is deciding to go for a barrage or two, but can't catch them. He gets hit a 28 whip, and AGS Me 73 surprisingly taking the lead, not only in damage, but also in control of the fight, being able to DD. Unfortunately, not being able to get much damage out as a result. I think both players here, both opting to utilize the claws, as we've seen in previous matchups. So not using them off the bat though, which is surprising. Oh, there's one coming in.
Saladin going for it. Unfortunately, his opponent stepped away there and managed to catch it on prey, on tank, so Saladin did not hit anything. But yeah, again, I mean, Saladin's feet, they're just flying around the map. He's doing some really beautiful movement. I know he's probably opted for the claws over the AGS to kind of keep that momentum and running around.
Unfortunately, though, for Saladin, he isn't actually. Oh, I think there weren't in the clan chat since Saladin was just jumping back on. This is really respect from both players. Him asking him to join the clan chat so we can see him a bit easier. Maybe they're using some kind of identity hider because there's other people in the duel arena trying to get in the way and all that kind of stuff. I think we're gonna rematch potentially, or I think Ben's got to add him to the clan chat in order for him to enter. So I'm having a quick pause there until the fight continues. I think, actually, off the bat, I believe Casual or AGS Me 73 is up in food right now. He is up a little bit of damage. What do you think about that? And obviously, Saladin being down 1 spec, hitting a 0 on the robes. So frustrating when that happens.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of like, unless his opponent gets a really big claw spec, we're going straight back into it as well. I mean, unless his opponent gets a really big claw specs, those zeros don't really matter as long as the hits are just about equal. Saladin getting another claw spec off there for 25 damage through prey, through tank.
not
Both
too
trading
bad, but
22s as well.
at the same time, he's out of spec now, so he's got no real opportunity to make some big amounts of momentum. And now AGSB 73 comes flying at him, 10 tick in the claws, but decides against it the last second. 27 overball through the prayer into
Getting a
50
massive
spec.
claw.
Wow, was that through prayer? That might have been actually.
No. Saladin
wasn't.
did not have the correct prayer there.
Oh gosh, so we could have killed him there then. If he got a little bit higher spec. Well, AGSB 73 definitely in the lead by quite a bit right now, and also managing to DD, can sit a bit lower HP since Saladin does not have the AGS. He can't whack with it.
I'm not entirely sure why he's sitting that low HP. He probably should have used... Oh, okay, he has triple A.
That's straight up
straight back.
It's every time that you say it, mate. It's always the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, it's the benefit of bringing Karambons for sure. For those of you that don't bring Karambons, you're sacrificing just about 12 hit points throughout the fight. But with that Karambon, you can go from 20, 30 HP to just about full in a single tick. And it can really make a big difference. It looks like Saladin is taking a decent bit of damage here. His opponent barraging him non-stop on Mage Spray, but still doing a decent bit of damage.
Catching the freeze right now gives him an opportunity to try and get back into this fight, but unfortunately not being able to make much of it. I think AGS me at 73 uses Glass Claw Spec a minute ago as well. I don't think Salah's got any left. They will get one more back before the end of the fight. Saladin definitely, his hands are cold from trying to get home as fast as he can in the snow, I believe. He just got back, couldn't warm up.
It is probably freezing weather here in Sweden right now, so he is probably not very warmed up after that.
Still, he's not giving up, getting a few barrages off prayer. Unfortunately, not hitting too much though. Catching off prayer for the third time, but constant splashes. Gets the DD 41
whip.
Nice.
That is just what Saladin needed right there. And if he can continue that, he might be able to bring this back. Going for the third claw spec of the fight, hitting all zeros again.
That's very unfortunate for him. 21 barrage and a 13 bolt from AGSB 73, but he's sitting low HP. A 20 whip now as well. Saladin is probably going to decide to not eat here to try and get the momentum, but then he's forced to after seeing a few zeros. AGSB 73 has the upper hand since he's caught his opponent first. The freeze, so we're unfrozen, and he's also up quite a bit of HP right now. Both players having opted into using all of their specs, so we won't see any of those for quite a while right now. Utilizing the Mage Book switch, and it's just quite back and forth, to be honest.
Getting a 16 Opal Bolt spec there. I believe that was on Prey and on Tank. So I'm not surprised to see it was so low, but I mean, Opal Bolt specs can hit 36s through prayer, so you never know, honestly.
Yeah, no, that can really turn the tide in fights like this one. I think right now Saladin has definitely started to come back quite a bit compared to the first half of this fight that we've seen. Although it might be a little bit too late. Oh, the fakey claw into the barrage. Beautifully played by Casual right there.
Yeah, I do believe Casual did just get barrage chanced, but fortunately for him, Saladin splashed.
Oh, the zero spec there pretty much of the claws. And looks like AGSB 73 is actually out of food, surprisingly. I thought he was up, but it looks like Saladin really did come back. And he has gone down
to that 21 as well.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I really thought that the fight was a bit more even than that, but apparently not.
I think the first half, Casual definitely was in the lead, but I guess for a bit of a warm-up, Saladin remained calm and composed, and the experience that he has, I guess, helped him to really bring it back again, taking the first fight of this best-of-3 series.
Okay, looking at the tracker for that fight, we have Saladin with 53% praise correct to Casual's 40%, and 59 hits to 58, so fairly even on the the hits, but not the prayers much, with 454 deserved damage going to Saladin and 414 to AGSB 73.
Pretty close overall.
Pretty close, yeah.
Yeah.
Fairly even. This is the only fight, for those wondering, that we're going to see in the round 3 quarterfinals, since Saladin can't be here tomorrow. He's busy, got other stuff to do, I guess.
He wasn't going to be here for the semifinals. We are finishing the tournament tomorrow for the EU, but he could not make the very start of it, which would have been the quarterfinals. But he will be able to make it. I'm assuming for the semis.
Right.
Yep.
He'll be driving back home in a rush in the snow again. Of cold hands.
If he loses, going on.
A good excuse at least, you know.
Exactly. Like I gotta go win. What's the first prize again? 1,500.
I think it's a grand for first.
Yeah, and 350 to second and 150 to third, I believe.
Or 200 to third, yeah.
And of course, 10 grand to Shadi for the AGSB 73.
It was so good. Oh dear. Right, here we go into the fight once again. Second round of this best of 3 quarter finale, and straight away Saladin taking a bit of an advantage.
Really good start here. Yeah.
He's up like 50 HP. Although the 50 spec from Casual to bring it back, that was very nicely played there.
Yeah, I was just about to say if Saladin can get some decent claws, he could pull that back, but he's up a little bit right now, probably just looking at 40 damage-ish.
Got the 26 whip there, which was pretty huge. Although now AGSM73 got a free hit and is able to DD Brid. Wow, that was a big bolt
Casual
from
getting bolt chanced as well.
That could have been it, actually. It was like a 30-something, I think, that you hit on maybe 40-something
HP.
Yeah,
39. Saladin clawing him on prey, on tank, only hitting about 20 damage there. Not too high of a claw spec, but it is to be expected when you're hitting someone on tank and on prey.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. Goes for the DD again. Saladin probably up a little bit. Another ball spec.
Getting in a 42.
Wow.
And a 9 staff bash. Just followed.
That was beast. Right, composing himself after DDing. Oh, nice spec back again, though. That was like a 48 or something like that. And then DDs again. Hits the 26 barrage and gets also 3 hits as well. AGSM73 is doing a great job here of coming back after being down quite a bit of HP. I still think that Saladin is probably in the lead currently. But it's not over till it's over, as we always say in these fights. A 31 whip from AGSM73 there as well.
Yeah, I mean, it does look like Saladin is actually down right now from these few hits that we've seen. Right now, they're just exchanging kind of small hits, not too big. Saladin's getting some nice bolts, but staff bashing a 12 for a 12 barrage there.
Oh, the Opal Spell only hitting a 15. It was through prayer, to be fair, but sometimes you hope to hit those 30s and get that really crazy RNG that we sometimes see. Both sides.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you're sitting low and you see that in a when you hear it in an H stake, I mean, you panic immediately and just try to eat up to make sure you don't get killed by that. Saladin getting another 36 bolt. Absolutely massive damage.
Right there as well.
Followed by 23 whip.
Oh, and a 10 as well. I think that Saladin right now is potentially closed this one up and made it much more even, if not being in the lead currently.
Another 30. I mean, he needs to stick to these bolts. I mean, they are going absolutely nuclear right now on Casual.
We're going mad, yeah. Gets the freeze, gets the DD as well. AGSM73 is not giving up once again. He's doing pretty well with the RNG in terms of like coming back into this. He doesn't give up. A 26 barrage free hit there as well. Going for number 1, getting retaliated to 28 from Saladin though. It's neck and neck right now. 17 ball claw spec.
Going in for that claw
on the right prayer. Oh,
was that the right prayer? I'm not sure. I think Saladin might have caught that.
Maybe just if it was. Either way, that puts AGSM73 back, properly into this fight. Although saying that, is he out of food? He might be
out of food, yeah.
Well, Saladin.
I don't. It's so weird seeing him out of food already. I mean, by the looks of things, it was fairly even. But then again, Saladin has gotten those huge bolts in this fight.
Yeah. Maybe add it up, obviously.
Yeah, it's hard to add it up in your head as you're seeing it, but Saladin has gotten some very nice bolts. He's gotten a few decent whips on prey and stuff like that. So going in for that claw spec for the KO and finishes it.
Yeah, I was going to say he had a claw spec waiting as well. That's a 2-0 for the Salah win. And he decided to, rush home. It was worth it to get online. And a really great last fight to watch before the today's tournament ends.
Really impressive to see him come straight back home and pull that off.
Oh, yeah. After all that adrenaline pumping, just running down the driveway.
In the snow with cold hands as well, trying to desperately heat them up to get the clicks in order. Oh, man. Well played to Saladin.
I can get the tracker for that fight as well, and we have got it. So a little bit of a change here. We are looking at Saladin having 45 hits to AGSM73's 50, and 42% prey is correct to AGSM73's 50%. Deserved damage, we are looking at 378 to 421. Both of them getting, honestly, a lot. Saladin has 378 deserved, but 569 dealt. AGSM73 has 421 deserved, but with 450 dealt.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. It was quite close. It felt like it was. And actually, Casual outperformed Saladin then. Just didn't get the RNG that he needed. Those bolts is what did it for Saladin, really. We've seen it a few times now. Those bolts just going absolute ham and really taking the win for the player, using them correctly.
Well, that brings Saladin now on to the semifinals. We're obviously going to be having the rest of the quarterfinals tomorrow. Those matches are going to include Golf against Mist, as well as Mike LMFAO or Pure Doom going against PKR 1232. And then 99 Strength Cape School Zing going up against Ethan Pipsqueak. And of course, the last match of which we just saw. Any of those fights really stand out to you guys, those three?
I mean, Golf is, insane. Definitely one to watch. Look forward to seeing him. Also, Mist actually took down the guy that West Ham lost to. So, Mist versus Golf should be an interesting one as well. Both Titans. Mike, Pure Doom, did really well. I really enjoyed watching him. Not a name that I know, but seemed pretty decent too. Tegemani, who was that again, West Ham?
Bill Jetty.
Bill Jetty. That guy, the Twitch chat was, crazy over and saying that he's insane, and I think he looked pretty sick too. So he's a potential one to win as well. Him against potentially Golf or Mist would be interesting. And then Ethan Pipsqueak, who had probably the most interesting fight in the tournament, the most competitive one with Solid Tag member and a frontline member, both going up against each other and it being so neck and neck and so close. And then whoever wins that fight, obviously going against Saladin as well. So that'll be interesting. And of course, we have the losers bracket too. So, whoever wins the losers bracket ends up going into the finals versus the winner. So we might even see like two guys that have fought already rematching in a finale. Tomorrow is going to be a really exciting day for everyone.
Yeah,
true. That
sure.
drops Casual AGS down to the semifinal spot in the losers bracket, and we will obviously be covering those games as well tomorrow. But that will all be, of course, tomorrow. So make sure you do tune in here for the Method Mayhem Day 2, as that will be starting same time, 3 p.m. UTC, 9 a.m. CST if you are from America, as I am. And tune in for the rest of the tournament. And one last time, letting you know about the Method merch. If you'd like to have some of that, show your support. You can type in !merch in the chat to get your hands on some of the hottest new Method merch. Well,
the jumper
as always,
is very comfy. Sorry, interrupting you.
No, it's fine. Yeah, it's very true. It's a very, very good. The sweater. I've got the T-shirt too. It's also very nice.
Oh, wait, everyone has one?
Yeah, we're the only, we only excluded you because I don't know.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
get
sorry.
it, ship. I want one.
Maybe next time. So we will see you guys next time. As always, this has been Pure Spam and West Ham as your casters, and I have been your host, Poison Potion. We'll see you later.
Cheers.
Bye.